The stepmother from the 70s, the celibate officer wants to be a father again. Don't die. What if you die? What should I do? The sound of a child crying echoed in her ears. Had she died? But if she had died, how could she still hear the crying? Liu Qing tried to open her eyes, but they felt as if they were glued shut with cement, no matter how hard she tried. Wake up! If you die, I won't be able to live either. The child's cries grew more anxious. Then, the child began scratching her arm frantically. She was already sensitive to being tickled, and the touch made her gasp for breath, suddenly opening her eyes wide. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned her gaze to the child who had been scratching her. He appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a thin, yellowish complexion and pale lips, a clear sign of malnutrition. Liu Qing felt a pang in her heart. Who was this child? Why was he so afraid of her dying? Where was she? Suddenly, a series of memories flooded into her mind, and she gasped, clutching her head in shock. Seeing Liu Qing open her eyes, the little boy didn't waste any time. He immediately threw himself into her arms, kissing her face in a chaotic display of affection. Although her face was covered in the child's saliva, she still felt a warmth spread through her. She raised her hand, about to touch the child, but he suddenly recoiled, looking up at her timidly. Please don't hit me. I'm just too happy. Seeing how frightened he was, Liu Qing didn't say anything. She gently pulled him into her arms. Don't be afraid. Who would hit you? Reassured, the little boy lowered his head. Although his stepmother wasn't particularly kind to him, she was certainly better than the cruel old woman who had been beating him. Liu Qing looked at the child and softly asked, Are you little bean? Hearing his mother suddenly ask this question, the little boy stared at her with wide eyes, clearly startled. Was his mother's brain injured? Timidly, he nodded. Liu Qing sighed in response. Although she couldn't believe the melodramatic situation, it was clear she had transmigrated into the story. She had entered a novel she had once read, where the original character was also named Liu Qing, a poor woman who was sold off by her family for a dowry. Today, the original Liu Qing had gone up a mountain and was pushed off a cliff, almost dying. And now, here she was, having taken her place. Well, since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She looked around at the small space she was in. The room was only about 5 or 6 square meters. There was a broken bed against the front wall, a shabby table against the back, a large enamel teacup on the table, a wheat grain bin in the corner, a broken water jar, and a cracked porcelain basin on the floor. Seeing the outdated surroundings, Liu Qing couldn't help but shake her head and laugh, "Phut." Suddenly, she sat up, then reached out to grab Little Bean and pulled him into her arms. As she did, his clothes shifted up, revealing bruises and scars all over his body. Seeing the marks, Liu Qing felt a sharp pain in her heart. She gently traced the wounds, softly asking, "Does it hurt?" Little Bean, being a sensible child, smiled and shook his head. "Mom, I have tough skin. I can take a lot of hits." He said this as if nothing was wrong, patting his chest as though trying to reassure her. Bang! The door was kicked open. "You worthless thing, if you're not dead, then stop pretending. Get up and go feed the pigs." An older woman, around 50, stood in the doorway, hands on her hips, cursing through gritted teeth. From the memories of the original Liu Qing, she knew this was her stepmother-in-law, Mardayan. Seeing Mardayan, Liu Qing immediately thought of Little Bin's injuries, her anger flaring. She pointed at Mardayan and shouted, "Get out!" Hearing the shout, Mardayan froze for a moment, but quickly began yelling back like an old shrew. "You worthless thing, did you lose your mind? You eat my food, sleep in my house, and now you're telling me to leave." Liu Qing raised an eyebrow, raising her voice, "I spit. Who's eating your food or sleeping in your house? Shut your filthy mouth." The current Liu Qing was no longer the meek woman from before. With a new resolve, she refused to be bullied anymore. From her memories, she knew that Wang Yuhang, a military officer, paid for the food of the original Liu Qing and Little Bin each month. Sadly, they never had hot meals, always surviving on the leftover scraps of the family. Thinking of the hardships the original Liu Qing and Little Bin had endured, Liu Qing could no longer stand it. She placed Little Bin on the bed, quickly jumped off and ran over to Mardayan. In a few strides, she reached her, and with a loud bang, knocked her aside, striding towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw a few green onion pancakes on the counter. Without saying a word, she grabbed them and stuffed them into her arms. By the time Mar Dian reacted, she remembered that there were more pancakes hidden in the kitchen. She rushed over to chase Liu Qing. But just as she reached the kitchen door, Liu Qing, holding the pancakes, slammed into her hard. Mar Dian cried out in pain as she fell face first onto the ground. At first, Liu Qing thought Mar Dian would stay on the floor, throwing a tantrum. However, to her surprise, the old woman quickly got up and grabbed Liu Qing's clothes. "You little bitch, put those pancakes down. You're not worthy of eating them." Before Mar Dian could finish her insults, Liu Qing, not holding back, raised her hand and slapped her across the face, making Mar Dian see stars. After slapping her, Liu Qing walked confidently back to her room, hearing the door slam shut from the inside. Having lost the pancakes and received a slap in the face, Mar Dian was furious but soon realized that continuing the fight wouldn't do her any good. After vomiting from the smell of the shoes that Liu Qing had thrown at her, she muttered a few more curses and quickly left, covering her mouth in embarrassment. With the wicked stepmother gone, the yard fell silent. Liu Qing sighed and took out the pancakes from her arms, ready to share them with Little Bean, but found him curled up, still frightened. She pulled him into her arms and comforted him softly. "Don't be scared, from now on, Mom will treat you well." Little Bean, still pouting, nodded. She handed him one of the pancakes, saying, "Hurry, eat the pancake. From now on, we won't be eating leftovers anymore." Seeing his confused expression, she reached out and stuffed a piece into his mouth. "Hurry and eat. I've got a few more. Today we're going to eat as many pancakes as we want." With that, Liu Qing also took a piece of pancake and ate it herself. Chapter 2, We Won't Eat Leftovers Anymore. Scallion pancakes aren't considered much of a delicacy in the 21st century, but in the poverty-stricken 1970s, they were definitely a treat. As Liu Qing devoured the pancakes, Xiao Doubao also dug in, eagerly munching away with crumbs and grease smeared all over his little face. After finishing the pancakes, Liu Qing's memories became clearer and clearer. This was Wangjie village. Wang Yuhang was a military officer who, due to his busy duties, couldn't care for Xiao Doubao, so he had arranged for the original host to marry him and raise the child in his stead. Mar Dian was Wang Yuhang's stepmother. He had given her 500 yuan to help find a wife, and she had found the original host for just 230 yuan, a bargain deal. Not long after the original host arrived at the Wang family's home, Mar Dian regretted the deal, thinking that 230 yuan was too little, and began trying to extract more money from her. Mar Dian stirred trouble, suggesting the original host beat Xiao Doubao, and when the child was injured, she could ask Wang Yuhang for medical expenses. The original host, though timid, wasn't easily manipulated, so she didn't take the wicked stepmother's bait. When Mar Dian realized she couldn't easily deceive the original host, she started spreading false rumors, telling Wang Yuhang that the original host was planning to secretly give Xiao Doubao away. When Wang Yuhang heard this, he was furious. At the thought of this, Liu Qing shuddered. That wicked stepmother was truly vile. If the story followed its original course, Wang Yuhang would have believed his stepmother's lies and would have kicked the original host out of the house. Once the original host was gone, Mar Dian quickly found another woman for Wang Yuhang, Lin Mialan, the heroine of the book. She was a sent-down youth who agreed to date Wang Yuhang, hoping to use him as a shield, but secretly had a lover. The naive and honest Wang Yuhang believed Lin Mialan was genuinely interested in him. He poured his money and resources into helping her become a well-known career woman. But once Lin Mialan succeeded, she quickly broke up with Wang Yuhang, leaving him heartbroken and a complete fool. Thinking of their cannon fodder roles, Liu Qing sighed. In the book, the original host was simply there to highlight the heroine's story, a typical background character. Now that Liu Qing had arrived in this world, she didn't want to be a brainless supporting character. She was determined to change her fate using her own abilities. Thinking about how she could change her destiny, Liu Qing suddenly remembered the magical Buddha beads. She quickly rolled up her sleeves and found that the beads had come with her. Seeing the beads gave her a sense of certainty. They were given to her by a master after she was diagnosed with a terminal illness in her previous life. The master said that the beads could help her travel through time. Now, it seemed the beads had indeed fulfilled their promise. Just as she was about to touch the beads, they suddenly emitted a purple light, and she found herself in a mysterious spatial world. In this space, there was a vast green meadow filled with colorful flowers, with a few lambs running around and cows grazing. The scene was incredibly beautiful. In front of the meadow, there was a small lake with crystal clear blue water, and white mist rose from the surface, giving it a mystical air. Liu Qing couldn't resist. She cupped her hands, scooped up some of the water, and eagerly tasted it. Wow, it's so sweet and refreshing. As the lake water slid down her throat immediately felt much clearer. She had read many time travel novels that featured spiritual spring spaces, and now she wondered if she was living out that same trope. If that was the case, then this immortal water was a good thing, known to cure all kinds of ailments. Drinking it could also prolong life and improve one's complexion. Thinking of beauty, Liu Qing became interested. She wasn't exactly unattractive, but her skin was dark from her rural life. If their immortal water could make her fairer, she'd feel a lot more charming. So, she quickly used the water to wash her face. After washing her face, she filled a bottle with the water. She wanted to take it back to help Xiao Doubao heal his wounds. Perhaps with this magical water, his injuries might heal by tomorrow. Exiting the magical space, Liu Qing heard shouting from the yard. "Hung Hu, you're back. That bitch actually went to heaven. Not only did she steal the scallion pancakes your mother made for you, but she also insulted us." "What? That bitch dared to steal my food. I'll tear her mouth apart." The ones yelling were Mar Dian, the wicked stepmother, and Xu Honghu, Wang Yuhang's wife. Since Wang Yuhang was Mar Dian's son and Xu Honghu was his legitimate wife, she ruled the household and no one dared to provoke her. Every day, Mar Dian would go along with whatever Xu Honghu wanted, indulging her. Xu Honghu was just as vile as Mar Dian. The original host had always suffered under her, often beaten and humiliated, all because of Xu Honghu's manipulation. Liu Qing's anger surged as she thought about this. She wasn't going to be weak like the original host anymore. With a sharp sound, the door opened, and Liu Qing strode out confidently. Xu Honghu was still shouting when she saw Liu Qing appear. She froze in place. But as soon as she came to her senses, she began hissing angrily, "Bitch! You stole my pancakes, and you dare to curse us? Don't you fear I'll knock your teeth out?" Before Liu Qing could respond, Xu Honghu picked up a wooden stick and swung it at her. Liu Qing swiftly dodged and shot Xu Honghu a fierce glare. Though she didn't physically retaliate, her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Xu Honghu felt a chill run down her spine. This fool, who had never dared to look her in the eye, was now staring at her like she was ready to kill her. "You bitch! I'm giving you 5 minutes to make some scallion pancakes for me. If not, I'll knock your teeth out," Xu Honghu ordered, her voice filled with arrogance. She thought that because she was Wang Yuhang's wife, she deserved better than everyone else, and that all the food and clothes should be reserved for her. Meanwhile, Mar Dian, still nursing a sore cheek, was eager to take revenge. Seeing an opportunity, she grabbed a rolling pin and headed toward Liu Qing. Xiao Doubao, seeing this, ran over and hugged Mar Dian's waist. "Mom, be careful." At Xiao Doubao's warning, Liu Qing grabbed the rolling pin from Mar Dian's hands and began striking her mercilessly. Mar Dian cried out in pain and covered her head, yelling for help, "Honghu! Come save me! This bitch has gone mad!" Xu Honghu was about to intervene, but Liu Qing swung the rolling pin at her too. "Stop! You bitch! I'm here to stop the fight!" Xu Honghu yelled, but Liu Qing, eyes blazing with fury, didn't care whether they were fighting or trying to mediate. She just wanted to vent her anger. After venting her frustration, Liu Qing threw the rolling pin on the ground with a loud thud and walked back to her room. As soon as she entered, a bold thought flashed through her mind: she needed to move out as soon as possible. She couldn't continue living with these animals. The biggest problem, though, was finding a place to stay. She wondered if there were any vacant houses in the village. Looks like she would need to visit the village committee and ask the village head for help. If the village head could help her secure a house, the next thing she'd do was demand her and Xiao Doubao's living expenses back from Mar Dian. Those were the funds Wang Yuhang had sent for them, and she wasn't about to let these villains steal what wasn't theirs. Chapter 3, Not the Same Old Cannon Fodder. After being beaten, Mar Dian and Xu Huanghuo didn't dare to continue the quarrel. They were still unsure about what had happened to Liu Qing. Had she gone mad or fallen off a cliff and injured her brain? The two villains scrambled back into their house, unsure of what to do. Once inside, Xu Huanghuo immediately pulled Mar Dian aside for questioning. "Mom, what's wrong with that idiot? Could she have really damaged her brain? She asked. At the mention of this, Mar Dian shuddered. What? Could it be true? I've heard that idiots who kill aren't punished, is that true? The two exchanged a look and could see the fear and worry in each other's eyes. This can't be right, I need to go out and ask the elders. Let us find out what's going on, Xu Huanghua said, rushing towards the door before finishing her sentence. All right, go ask your third aunt or your grandmother. Find out and come back quickly, Mar Dian instructed, watching Xu Huanghua leave. Once Xu Huanghua was gone, Mar Dian felt even more fearful. She was worried that Liu Qing might come back and beat her again. Although she was usually quite formidable, capable of defeating the tough characters in the village, facing someone who didn't care about their life made her uneasy. Sweat trickled down her back as she hurried to the back room. She took out a box hidden in the cabinet. Inside were the money she had embezzled from Wang Yuhang, as well as the living expenses for her and her daughter. She needed to find a safer place to hide it, so that this stubborn Liu Qing wouldn't discover it. Who knew what kind of trouble she might cause if she did? After some thought, Mar Dian decided to hide the box under the bed. That way, she could feel it whenever she went to sleep and find some comfort. With the box hidden, Mar Dian waited anxiously for Xu Huanghua's return. At the Northwest military base, Wang Yuhang, in his neat military uniform, walked into the office of the political commissar. Comrade political commissar, I would like to apply for discharge from the army, he said, placing his application letter on the desk. Political commissar Jiang looked up in surprise. When he saw it was Wang Yuhang, and heard that he wanted to discharge, his face immediately turned serious. Wang Yuhang was one of the best officers in the entire military region. The army had plans to train him well for more important tasks in the future, but now he was asking to leave. Wang Yuhang, you've been doing so well. Why do you want to discharge and go home? Commissar Jiang asked, his tone filled with confusion. Wang Yuhang, standing tall and composed, met Commissar Jiang's gaze. Comrade political commissar, my comrade in arms, Hao Jiqiang, sacrificed his life to save me. I have an obligation to take care of his son. But recently, the workload in the unit has increased. I have no choice but to apply for discharge so that I can raise the child myself. After hearing Wang Yuhang's explanation, Commissar Jiang hesitated for a moment. He knew that Wang Yuhang had already asked his family to find a wife for him back home. So why did he suddenly want to leave the army? He looked at him in confusion and asked, but didn't you ask your family to find you a wife? Wang Yuhang sighed helplessly and explained, Comrade political commissar, my family sent word that the woman they found is lazy, often beats and scolds the child, and is even planning to secretly send the child away. I have no choice but to come back and raise the child myself. Commissar Jiang admired Wang Yuhang's sense of gratitude, but he also couldn't bear to lose such a talent. Wang Yuhang, I cannot approve your discharge request right now. I'll grant you some leave. Go back and investigate the situation. If things are really like your family said, then we'll discuss it further. Wang Yuhang nodded reluctantly. All right then. After standing up for the original owner, Liu Qing felt a wave of satisfaction. She took little Doubao by the hand and decided to walk around the village, familiarizing herself with the area and also inquiring about any available houses. As they approached the village entrance, they saw a few women pointing at her and whispering. Without asking, Liu Qing could tell they weren't saying anything good about her. She considered leaving quietly, but just then, one of the women raised her voice and spoke to her. Hey, the wife of Wang Yuhang, I heard you're planning to sell your child. What a wicked heart you have, don't you fear that you'll die and rot in hell? A heavily pregnant woman sneered at her. Liu Qing raised her eyes and immediately fired back, you wicked thing, who told you such lies about me? If I were that kind of person, I'd let you have a child without a belly button. The pregnant woman was stunned by Liu Qing's sharp retort. Just a few days ago, she had cursed at her, and Liu Qing hadn't even dared to speak up. But today, not only was Liu Qing unafraid, she dared to fight back. You wicked thing, you're not the only one who knows about your plans to sell your child. Ask around, everyone knows. Before the pregnant woman could finish, Liu Qing interrupted with, who else knows? The pregnant woman arrogantly pointed to the group of women around her. Liu Qing turned to the group and asked, hey, do you all know that I'm planning to sell my child? The women, who had been gossiping just moments before, fell silent at her question. None of them dared to speak. In situations like this, no woman would want to appear involved, not wanting to bring trouble upon herself. Seeing that no one from the group was willing to speak up for her, the pregnant woman nearly fainted from anger. You bunch of lowly women, weren't you just talking big a moment ago? Now, none of you have the guts to speak up. No matter how the pregnant woman raged, the crowd remained silent. Listen up, you wicked thing, if you want your child to have a belly button, you better shut that filthy mouth of yours. Liu Qing retorted. She knew very well that in this village, she would rather be seen as a loud-mouthed woman than be bullied like the original owner had been. Seeing that she couldn't win against Liu Qing, the pregnant woman held her belly and groaned, "Oh, it hurts so much. Am I going into labor already?" With that, she quickly fled. As the pregnant woman ran off, Liu Qing took Dou Bao's hand and was about to leave. Just as they took a few steps, the group of women came closer. Liu Qing, don't stoop to her level. That woman, Xiang Cao, has always been known for talking badly about others. One of the women began, trying to defend Liu Qing. But Liu Qing, now even more disgusted by their attempts at flattery, raised her voice and made herself clear. Stop. I don't care who's good or bad. As long as no one bothers me in the future, anyone who dares to mess with me will know who they are dealing with. The women instantly flushed with embarrassment, stammering, "Who would dare to mess with you? We're all from the same village." Before they could finish, Liu Qing pushed past them. She wasn't interested in listening to their empty praise. She knew exactly who was good and who wasn't. As she walked away with Dou Bao, she spotted a middle-aged woman in a small collared jacket approaching from the opposite side of the road. The woman was dressed differently from the others, and Liu Qing recognized her immediately. She was the village party secretary's wife, Qin Xiaoye. Chapter 4, No One Can Bully Me. Liu Qing quickly walked over, about to greet the woman, but the village secretary's wife spoke first. "Yu Hang's wife, I heard from the villagers that you fell off a cliff. Are you okay? No major injuries, right?" Upon hearing her caring words, Liu Qing instantly felt warm inside. This was the first person to show concern for her since she had come to this world. How could she not be moved? She smiled and replied, "Aunt Qin, thank you for your concern. I only had some superficial wounds, nothing serious." When Liu Qing responded confidently, Qin Xiaoye was momentarily stunned, but then she quickly laughed heartily. "I'm glad to hear that. As long as you're fine, just take care of yourself and the child." After saying that, she looked at Liu Qing with a surprised expression. Since coming to the village, Liu Qing had interacted with her a few times, usually because Mardayan and Xu Huanghua had hit her, and Liu Qing had gone to mediate. At those times, Liu Qing had been too scared to speak up, even though she wanted to help. Eventually, everything had ended unresolved. Now, seeing that Liu Qing not only spoke up but had become articulate as well, Qin Xiaoye felt a lot more at ease. From what she knew of the original owner's memories, the original Liu Qing had been mocked by Mardayan for not cooperating with Qin Xiaoye, which had caused Qin Xiaoye to lose face. That's why Qin Xiaoye had decided to stay out of things in the future. "Aunt Qin, it's all my fault for being too weak before and causing you to lose face." Liu Qing started to apologize but was interrupted by Qin Xiaoye. "Yu Hang's wife, don't be so polite. You're a military wife, and I should be looking out for your safety. In the future, if you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me." Seeing how kind Qin Xiaoye was, Liu Qing didn't hold back. She leaned closer and lowered her voice to ask, "Aunt Qin, I wanted to ask you something. Is there any empty house in our village? I want to move out with Bin Bun and live on our own." When Liu Qing mentioned moving out, Qin Xiaoye didn't object. In fact, she supported it because she knew that if Liu Qing and Bin Bun left the Wang family, it would be like escaping from a miserable situation. She pondered for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Liu Qing's hand. "I might know of one, but I'm not sure if it will work. Let me check with your uncle first." When Liu Qing heard that Qin Xiaoye was willing to help, she was thrilled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin. You're a good person, and I will always remember your kindness." Qin Xiaoye waved her hand with a smile. "Don't mention it, it's what I should do. Just wait at home for news." After that, she waved again and hurried off toward the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, Xu Huanghua, who had been out asking questions, was heading home with bad news. She had asked around in the village, and the answer was the same everywhere. Liu Qing must have hit her head badly when she fell off the cliff, and now she was a reckless, fearless fool. Xu Huanghua, upset with the answers, ran into the group of women she had seen earlier. They began to chat with her, gossiping about what had just happened. Yellow flower, what's wrong with that coward of yours? She actually scared off Li Xiangxiao just now. She's getting really bold now. Xu Huanghua and Li Xiangxiao were close friends who often shared gossip, and they were very much alike in their nature. Li Xiangxiao was the type of village woman no one dared mess with. Are you all serious? Xu Huanghua asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The group of women nodded solemnly. Of course, we saw it with our own eyes. Really? Xu Huanghua asked, now completely convinced. Well, I have to go home first. She pushed her way through the group and hurried toward her house. As she rushed home, she accidentally bumped into Wang Chengshan at the door, causing him to stagger back. Wang Qingxiang's family, could you please be more careful? Wang Chengshan scolded, panting. Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Huanghua snapped impatiently, I'm in a hurry, can't you see? With that, she ran into the yard. Wang Chengshan, knowing that Ma Dian and Xu Huanghua were likely up to no good again, didn't he dare to ask more questions. He just shook his head helplessly and left. Inside the house, Xu Huanghua grabbed Ma Dian's hand and quickly recounted what she had heard in the village. She also told her about Liu Qing scaring off Li Xiangxiao. Ma Dian was so scared that she broke into a cold sweat. She had originally planned to injure Liu Qing and make some money off her medical bills, but now it seemed like she had created a troublesome situation. Furious, Ma Dian grumbled, Yellow flower, this is all your fault. You never do anything right, and now you've caused a big mess. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's complaints, Xu Huanghua immediately became upset and shot back, if you're so capable, why don't you do it? How could you blame me? Who knew she would act like this? Before Xu Huanghua could continue her rebuttal, Ma Dian covered her mouth and whispered, sure, then her eyes shifted suspiciously to the outside. It was summer, and the days were long. Liu Qing, holding Bin Bun's hand, had just finished touring the village and was returning home. The sun was still high in the sky. Seeing that the house was a bit messy, she decided to tidy up. No matter how long they'd stay in the house, it had to be clean and neat. Bin Bun, ever obedient, noticed Liu Qing cleaning and immediately started helping. He took out the trash, swept the floor, and soon was sweating all over. Seeing him so hot and sweaty, Liu Qing felt a surge of love and concern. She reached out and wiped his face, softly saying, Bin Bun, it's too hot, you don't have to do this anymore. Bin Bun, in his little voice, replied, Mom, I'm not hot, this is our home, we should work together, right? After saying that, he went back to helping, just like a little grown-up. Because their house was small, they quickly finished cleaning. Liu Qing pinched Bin Bun's face and asked with a smile, Bin, are you hungry? Little Bin Bun shyly nodded and said, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Liu Qing took his hand and said, let us go, Mom will take you to eat. Bin Bun, frightened by the idea of eating in front of others, immediately tried to pull his hand back. Mom, I'm scared. The poor child had gotten used to being bullied and never dared to eat in front of others. Before, Liu Qing had to wait until the others finished eating before she could give him the leftovers. Seeing Bin Bun like this, Liu Qing gripped his hand even tighter. Bin Bun, what are you afraid of? From now on, Mom will protect you. With that, she led him out of the house. As they left their house, the scent of food wafted from the kitchen. It seemed like no one had forced her to cook today, and someone else had already made the meal. Remembering that in the past, the original Liu Qing had always been the one to cook for the family while having to wait for the others to finish before she and Bin Bun could eat the leftovers, Liu Qing felt elated. At least today's struggle had yielded results. No one was treating her like a servant anymore. Holding Bin Bun's hand, she entered the kitchen and saw the entire Wang family sitting around, eating heartily. Furious, Liu Qing immediately interrogated them. Chapter 5, Getting kicked out won't be that easy. Why didn't you call us for dinner? Are we even part of this family? Squatting by the kitchen door, Wang Chengshan paused as he heard Liu Qing's question. He stopped eating, looked up at her, and explained, it's family, there's no need to call, just eat together next time. Before he could finish, Liu Qing snapped back, no need to call, huh? Then why did I always have to call you all to eat when I made the food? Her sharp words left Wang Chengshan speechless. After confronting Wang Chengshan, Liu Qing quickly lifted the lid of the pot. When she saw what was inside, she froze. All that was left in the pot was noodle broth with a few scraps of old cabbage. Wang Yuhang had been giving her and the child living expenses, so why were they drinking just noodle broth? Her anger flared instantly. She rushed to Mar Danyan's side. Before Mar could react, Liu Qing snatched the bowl from her hands. With a loud clink, most of the thick noodles spilled into the dog's bowl. Eat. I told you to eat. Liu Qing said, slamming the bowl down with a loud crash. Seeing the situation go south, Xu Huanghua, who was sitting nearby, quickly grabbed the noodle bowl and tried to run. Liu Qing, quick on her feet, wasn't he going to let her get away? She kicked out her leg and tripped Xu Huanghua, who fell with a loud thud, noodles splattering all over her face. The hot noodles burned her, and she screamed in pain. Ouch, it's so hot, it's burning me alive. Mar Danyan, finally coming to her senses, stopped worrying about her own bowl and rushed to pull Xu Huanghua up, yelling as she did so, "You bitch, are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm going to kick you out of this house, you're not staying here anymore." Kicked out. It won't be that easy. Liu Qing retorted, her voice sharp. What did I do wrong for you to want me gone? Is it because I dumped the noodles? I think I did nothing wrong. If you disagree, we can go ask the villagers for their opinion. With that, she grabbed Doubao's hand and started heading out the door. Wang Chengshan, finally losing his patience, slammed his chopsticks onto the floor and shouted, "Enough already! Are you two done with this petty nonsense? Do you want the whole village to laugh at us?" After reprimanding them, Wang Chengshan turned to Liu Qing and said, "You don't want noodle broth, fine. If you want something else, go make it yourself." Then he turned and walked back into their house. Although Wang Chengshan usually kept quiet, he was smarter than Mar Danyan. If this got out and the villagers learned that they were skimping on food for Liu Qing and Doubao, it would be bad for their living expenses in the future. Once Wang Chengshan left, Liu Qing wasted no time. She quickly found the basket Mar Danyan had hidden, grabbed a few eggs, and in no time at all, a few fried eggs were ready. "Do, hurry up and eat the eggs," Liu Qing called out. Seeing her smugly calling out, Mar Danyan's heart sank, almost making her wet her pants. She held her chest and stomped her foot, but, thinking about next month's living expenses and meat rations, she could only grit her teeth and bear it. Doubao, scared from being bullied, still didn't dare touch his food even when the eggs were placed in his bowl. He stood there, looking down. To help him feel safe, Liu Qing carried the fried eggs and led Doubao to their room. Once inside, Doubao stopped being scared, picked up the fried egg, and started eating. He murmured softly as he ate, "Wow, these eggs taste so good. I haven't had them in such a long time." When Liu Qing heard him, she immediately felt the craving. Having been so ill in her past life that she couldn't even eat, now that she could eat again in this life, she was going to enjoy every bite. She picked up her own bowl and began eating as well. After finishing their meal, Liu Qing was worried that Doubao might get a stomachache from eating too quickly, so she took him through a few digestive exercises. Once he was moving around enough, they washed up and went to bed to rest. She had thought that she would have trouble sleeping on the old bed, but surprisingly, she quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day, she woke up naturally. Seeing that Doubao was still asleep, she quickly entered the space, grabbed some milk and biscuits, and prepared them for when he woke up, so he could have breakfast. When Doubao woke up, Liu Qing handed him the milk and biscuits. As he ate, Liu Qing opened the door and peeked outside. The yard was empty, so she assumed everyone had gone to work. "Do, stay here and eat. Mommy is going to fetch some water," she said, looking at Doubao while holding the basin. Doubao nodded obediently, munching on his biscuits, and Liu Qing left the house, carrying the water basin. As soon as she stepped out, Xu Huanghua sprinted out of the house. After being burned by the noodles the day before, Xu Huanghua had the perfect excuse not to go to work today. Wang Chengshan had told her to rest and not cause any more trouble, but how could she stay quiet after holding in her anger all morning? She had been itching for a fight, but worried that she might lose to Liu Qing. Now she saw an opportunity. If she couldn't beat their mother tiger, she could at least take it out on the child, to get revenge for the previous day's humiliation. With that thought in mind, Xu Huanghua rushed towards Liu Qing's room. Doubao, unaware of what was happening, kept eating his biscuits and drinking his milk. Xu Huanghua quickly grabbed him by the mouth. "Little bastard, I told you to eat. Let me show you what happens when you don't listen," she snarled, yanking his mouth in opposite directions, making Doubao cry out in pain. Hearing Doubao cry, Xu Huanghua panicked, fearing that the noise would alert Liu Qing. She quickly covered Doubao's mouth with one hand and began pinching and twisting his body with the other. Seeing the child shaking in pain brought Xu Huanghua a twisted sense of satisfaction. Just then, Liu Qing, having fetched the water, was almost at the door when she heard the cries. She instantly realized something was wrong and rushed back inside. As soon as she reached the doorway, she saw Xu Huanghua torturing Doubao. Without thinking, she splashed the entire basin of water over Xu Huanghua. Xu Huanghua, startled and drenched, yelled, "What the hell? Who poured water on me?" Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Qing grabbed her by the hair and began beating her soundly. Minutes later, Xu Huanghua was lying motionless on the floor, her face bruised and swollen like a panda. Only then did Liu Qing stop. Seeing Doubao, covered in bruises, made Liu Qing's heart ache. Tears welled up in her eyes as she picked him up. "Do, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you here alone," she said, her voice trembling. By this time, a crowd of neighbors had gathered around the house. When they saw Xu Huanghua lying unconscious, they feared the worst and quickly ran to notify the village chief. "She's not moving. Do you think she's dead?" As the neighbors whispered in fear, someone suddenly shouted, "The village chief is here." Chapter 6. This is the crime of bullying military families. Soon, the village party secretary's voice of reproach was heard, "You lot, how dare you stand there watching? People are fighting, and you don't even think about stepping in to stop it." Upon hearing the party secretary's rebuke, the villagers immediately fell silent, no one daring to continue gossiping. It was clear just how much respect the party secretary held in the villagers' hearts. Seeing the party secretary arrive, Liu Qing didn't panic. She calmly tidied her messy hair and waited for Liu, the village party secretary, to handle the situation fairly. Liu, the party secretary, walked up with his hands behind his back, looking righteous as he asked, "Yu Hang's wife, what happened here?" Just as Liu Qing was about to explain, Xu Huanghua, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly rolled over and sprang up. "Secretary Liu, you must make a decision for me. This evil woman tried to kill me and silence me," Xu Huanghua exclaimed, pulling open her sleeves and collar. "Look, these are all the evidence of her trying to kill me." Seeing the scars covering Xu Huanghua's body, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. "She may look quiet and obedient, but is she really capable of such violence?" one of them said. Hearing the villagers' discussion, Liu Qing furrowed her brows. She sensed that things were more complicated than they seemed. If a person wasn't pushed to the edge, they wouldn't act with such brutality. "Tell me, why were you two fighting?" Liu, the party secretary, scolded loudly. When Xu Huanghua tried to speak again, she was stopped by Liu. "Qing Hang's wife has spoken. Now, let Yu Hang's wife speak," Liu ordered. Fuming, Xu Huanghua kicked the ground in frustration. Now that it was her turn to speak, Liu Qing calmly began. "Secretary Liu, I went to fetch water this morning, and Xu Huanghua sneaked into my house and beat up my son, Doubao. Even though Doubao is not my biological child, she still has no right to bully him like this." After finishing her words, Liu Qing quickly pulled Doubao over and rolled up his pants and sleeves in front of everyone. "Look carefully, everyone. These are the signs of Xu Huanghua's abuse." When the villagers saw the wounds on the child's body, they gasped in shock. Such a small child, and she could still be so cruel. Xu Huanghua's heart was colder than a snake's venom. Seeing the villagers' disdainful looks toward her, Xu Huanghua quickly tried to defend herself. "Secretary Liu, villagers, I didn't beat Doubao. He hurt himself." Before she could say any more, Liu Qing interrupted, "Xu Huanghua, do you think everyone here is a fool? You say Doubao hurt himself. Why don't you try to hurt yourself and show everyone how it happened?" Xu Huanghua was left speechless, unable to defend herself. Just as Xu Huanghua was about to lose the argument, Mar Dayan came storming back. "You cowards! What are you all doing here? Get the hell out of my house!" she yelled, shoving the villagers aside as she marched into her yard. Once inside, Mar Dayan didn't waste any time and immediately started twisting the facts. "Secretary Liu, don't listen to that evil woman. Doubao's injuries were caused by her. She despises him because he is not her biological child." The villagers, who had already believed that Xu Huanghua was responsible for Doubao's injuries, were now confused by Mar Dayan's words. Seeing the villagers in doubt, Mar Dayan continued to stir the pot. Think about it, villagers. Who hates children the most in our family? It's definitely that evil woman. Listening to Mar Dayan's accusations, the villagers began to waver, swayed by her words. I think Aunt Mar's right. It's usually the stepmother who would mistreat the child, one of them commented. Exactly. Just the other day, I heard about a similar case in the neighboring village, another added. At this time, the villagers, being poorly educated and easily influenced, started gossiping without thinking. Seeing the situation spiraling, Liu Qing wasn't intimidated. She boldly responded, Secretary Liu, who the real culprit is Doubao knows best. As soon as Liu Qing suggested that Doubao testify, Mar Dayan's face changed. That's not possible. Doubao is just a little kid. What does he even understand? Mar Dayan sneered in opposition. Liu, the party secretary, gave Mar Dayan a stern look. Aunt Mar, why can't Doubao testify? He may be young, but he's not stupid. At Liu's words, Mar Dayan was left stunned. Liu, the party secretary, walked over to Doubao and kindly asked, Doubao, tell Grandpa who hurt you. Without hesitation, Doubao pointed directly at Mar Dayan and Xu Wanghua. Grandpa, my injuries were caused by Auntie and Grandma, Doubao said before starting to cry. Seeing Doubao's testimony, the villagers immediately turned on Mar Dayan and Xu Wanghua, shouting at them. How could you abuse a child like this? Are you even human? Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Liu Qing feigned a few tears. Villagers, our Yu Hang is out serving in the military, protecting the country. These wicked people are harming his child. If you think about it, this is a crime against military families. A crime against military families. This was a serious crime in the 1970s, and if proven, they could spend 5 years in prison. When Mar Dayan heard Liu Qing making such a grave accusation, she was so scared that she nearly wet her pants. Fearing jail time, Mar Dayan quickly switched tactics, trying to smooth things over. Yu Hang's wife, we're family. How could it be about bullying a military family? Even if we did hit Doubao, it was just a grandmother disciplining her grandson. Liu Qing sneered. Har! Is this what a grandmother does? With that, she clenched her fists, ready to fight. The truth was out, and Liu, the party secretary, turned to Liu Qing and asked, Yu Hang's wife, how do you want to handle this? Seizing the opportunity, Liu Qing requested to move out. Secretary Liu, the child has been beaten like this. I can't continue living here. I want to move out with Doubao. The timid and fearful Wang Chengshan, upon hearing that Liu Qing wanted to move out, stepped forward and began to block the way. Yu Hang's wife, it's just a family quarrel. Does it really need to come to this? If you move out with the child, how am I supposed to explain this to Yu Hang? Wang Chengshan said, trying to stop her. Seeing Wang Chengshan trying to intervene now, Liu Qing became enraged. When they were arguing earlier, this old man was pretending not to see anything, but now he was acting so eager to block her move. Father, were you not worried when they were beating Doubao? Why didn't you worry about explaining this to Yu Hang then? Liu Qing shot back, leaving Wang Chengshan blushing deeply. All right, I won't interfere, Wang Chengshan said, waving his hand as he returned to their house. Not interfering is the best. You've never dared to interfere in the family matters, Liu Qing responded, unyielding. After dealing with Wang Chengshan, Liu Qing looked up at Liu, the party secretary, and asked, Uncle Secretary, can you help me find a place to stay? Liu wasn't surprised by her request, as his wife had already spoken to him about it. Yu Hang's wife, there are no houses available in the village. You and the child can stay at the commune office for now, Liu, the party secretary, replied calmly. At this point, Liu Qing just wanted to move out, not caring where she went. Chapter 8 When Yu Hang is going to go home on leave. On the other side, in a certain military office, Political Commissar Jiang is discussing home visits with Wang Yuhang. Yu Hang, you have completed your mission well this time and have been praised by your superiors. While you have this achievement, I will ask my superiors for an extra half month of leave for you. You can go home and handle things with peace of mind. After hearing this, Wang Yuhang was not very excited, because Mar Dayan was this stepmother and had always been bad to him. In addition, he had been a soldier for more than 10 years and rarely went home, so he had no feelings for that family. I know, thank you Political Commissar Jiang. Wang Yuhang thanked him seriously. After thanking him, Wen Yuhang stood up from the sofa, adjusted his military uniform with both hands, saluted, and prepared to leave. Seeing Wen Yuhang was about to leave, Political Commissar Jiang said with concern, "Yuhang, after you go home, you must get to know your wife better. The quality of a person's character cannot be judged by others. You can only know it through gradual contact." Wang Yuhang has been in the army for more than 10 years. He has trained him personally. Although there is no blood relationship, he has long regarded Wang Yuhang as a relative. He said these words not to provoke the relationship between Wang Yuhang and his stepmother, but to let Wang Yuhang keep a clear mind in the complex family relationship, so as not to wrongly accuse good people. "Well, I know, please rest assured, Political Commissar Jiang." After saying that, Wang Yuhang saluted and left. After leaving Political Commissar Jiang's office, Wang Yuhang went home to take his luggage and took the military jeep to the railway station, the brigade headquarters in the village. Although Liu Qing took a lot of daily necessities from the space, she still couldn't cook, because in the 1970s, the earthen pots were all made of mud, and firewood had to be used to cook. The brigade headquarters was built in an open area at the entrance of the village. To borrow from the nearest family in the village, one had to walk a mile. Liu Qing, who had no other choice, decided to go to the village to borrow some from the villagers. She was about to leave after putting on her clothes when she started to worry about the bin buns at home. The brigade headquarters was in an open area at the entrance of the village, and the location was relatively remote. If a bad guy came, wouldn't the bin buns be in great danger? When she thought of the bad guy, she was instantly scared. She didn't care whether she was tired or not, and strode towards the village with the bin buns on her back. She was afraid that the bin buns would be hungry, so she walked much faster than usual and soon came to the door of a family in the village. She took off the bin buns and reached out to knock on the door of the villager. "Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Is anyone home?" Liu Qing knocked and shouted. With a click, the door opened from the inside, and a woman in her 40s walked out. Seeing that it was Liu Qing and Doubao, she was so scared that her expression was distorted. She waved her hand and said, "Yuhang wife, you came to the wrong door, right? I have 5 or 6 children, how can I have extra food for you? You should go to another door to ask for it." After that, she pushed Liu Qing away. Seeing that the middle-aged woman regarded them as beggars, Liu Qing smiled helplessly. It's not her fault. In this era, she got married and moved out with her children, which inevitably made people think that she would beg for food. "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood, I'm not here to beg." Before she finished explaining, she heard the door click shut. When she was about to leave with Doubao, suddenly, a voice came from not far away. "Girl. Is the child still hungry? Come to my place." Hearing the question, Liu Qing turned her head and saw an old man in tattered clothes standing not far away. Seeing that the old man was dressed so poorly, she knew without asking that he was a lonely old man. "Grandma, we are not." Before she could explain clearly, the old lady came over with a cane, took out a cooked potato from her bosom and handed it to Doubao. "Child, are you hungry? Eat it quickly, you won't be hungry after eating it." Doubao took the potato and looked at her with wide eyes. Liu Qing was moved by the old lady's kindness. To be honest, the life of this lonely old lady was hard enough, but she was willing to squeeze out her own rations for the child. What a good heart! Liu Qing looked at Doubao with tears in her eyes and ordered, "Do, Grandma gave it to you, eat it while it's hot." After receiving the order, Doubao took the potato and stuffed it into his mouth, thanking her while eating, "Thank you, Grandma. The potato is delicious." Hearing the child praise the potato for being delicious, the old lady smiled happily. "Delicious, right? Don't leave with your mother, Grandma will boil it for you in the evening." From the old lady's tone, she thought they were beggars. After all, in the 1970s, people were poor and there were many beggars. Liu Qing reached out and held the old lady's hand, and explained gently. "Grandma, my mother and I have food, we are not begging, we just want to borrow some firewood to cook." After hearing the explanation, the old lady was embarrassed instantly, she patted her head and apologized to Liu Qing. "Girl, I am old, my eyes are not good, please don't blame me." Before the old lady finished her apology, Liu Qing interrupted, "Grandma, how can I blame you? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life." The old lady smiled and said, "It's good that you don't blame me, it's useless when I'm old." After that, she took Liu Qing to her home to carry firewood. "Girl, these 2 bundles of firewood, You carry them away first, and come back if they are not enough. Liu Qing was moved to tears. She didn't expect that in this poor era, there are still such kind people. She looked at the old man and nodded. Without saying anything to thank him, she carried the firewood and led Doubao to the brigade headquarters. After returning to the brigade, Liu Qing killed the chicken. After all, today was the day for the mother and daughter to move to a new house, so this sense of ritual was indispensable. With firewood, Liu Qing quickly cooked the fragrant earthen pot chicken. Looking at the delicious food, she did not remember to enjoy it, but thought of the kind old man. She picked up the spoon and filled a bowl. Doubao, shall we go to deliver the chicken to Grandma? Liu Qing asked tentatively. I thought Doubao would be reluctant. After all, the food was in front of them. Unexpectedly, Doubao was not only not unhappy, but also nodded happily. Okay, let's go find Grandma quickly, so that Grandma can eat hot chicken. After saying that, he took Liu Qing's clothes and went out. Because they walked fast, they quickly delivered the chicken. When the old lady saw that it was a fragrant chicken, of course she refused to accept it. In the end, she could not resist the sincerity of the mother and daughter, so she had to accept it. After delivering the chicken, the mother and daughter trotted back to the brigade headquarters. They were going to enjoy the food. After eating and drinking, Liu Qing took Doubao to do some exercise, and then they went to bed. After Doubao fell asleep, Liu Qing lay on the bed and thought a lot. She wanted to buy some more furniture and some new daily necessities to make this home look warmer. Thinking about it, she vaguely thought of Wang Yuhang. If this guy knew that she brought Doubao out to live alone, would he fight with her? Chapter 7 Moving. Okay, thank you, Uncle Secretary. Liu Qing took Doubao and bowed deeply to Secretary Liu. In the past, in the eyes of the villagers, Liu Qing was a timid and cowardly coward without a mind. Now, she can not only protect Doubao, but also dare to ask to move out. Her change of attitude made the villagers look at her differently. After the house issue was resolved, Secretary Liu felt that the murderer of Doubao had to be beaten, so that he could convince the public. Yu Hang's family, the murderer who beat the child, must be punished. Can you give some suggestions for punishment? Secretary Liu had helped her find a house, so she couldn't continue to make trouble. Uncle Secretary, you can punish them. Liu Qing gave him enough face in front of the villagers, and he couldn't let them down. So, he walked up to Mar Dayan and Xu Wanghua with a dark face and said sternly, Mar Dayan, Xu Wanghua, you were supposed to go to jail, but today I will forgive you and punish you to weed the backyard of the brigade. Mar Dayan and Xu Wanghua curled their lips. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They knew that weeding was better than going to jail. I know, we'll go later. Mar Dayan replied angrily. After punishing the murderer, Secretary Liu looked at the villagers and said, You guys, now that you've watched the fun, why don't you help Yu Hang's wife move? Secretary Liu was open and honest, which convinced the villagers. Without saying anything, they were willing to help. There is strength in numbers. After a short while, the villagers had sorted out Liu Qing's things. Moved by this, Liu Qing kept thanking everyone. After sorting out the things, Liu Qing remembered an important thing, so she looked at Secretary Liu and asked, Uncle Secretary, my child and I are moving. We won't eat at this house anymore. Should the Wang family return the living expenses that Yu Hang sent us this month? After Liu Qing reminded him, Secretary Liu finally realized it. Logically, the Wang family should return the living expenses since they were no longer eating at this house. Yes, they should. After saying that, he took Liu Qing and her mother to the main hall. When they arrived at the main hall of the Wang family, Secretary Liu got straight to the point. Brother Chengshan, Yu Hang's wife and children are moving away. Can you return the living expenses that Yu Hang sent to them? Before Secretary Liu finished speaking, Mar Dayan on the side was unwilling, slapping her thigh and retorting, No, the money has been spent by them and their mother, where can I give them money? Seeing that Mar Dayan was going to cheat again, Secretary Liu glared at her and criticized her harshly, Mar Dayan, that's enough, do you want to be convicted of withholding rations for military dependents? Hearing that she was going to commit another crime, Mar Dayan didn't dare to make a fuss instantly. Compared with going to jail, she was willing to give up the money. So, she glared at Wang Chengshan on the side and shouted, Damn it, you only know how to smoke here, why don't you throw it to that bitch? After receiving the order, Wang Chengshan went to the inner room, took out a wrapped handkerchief, and threw it to Liu Qing with a plop. No matter whether it was thrown or given, she finally achieved her goal and left with the bin bun. After receiving the living allowance, Liu Qing was going to move officially. She held the small bin bun, and the villagers helped her carry things, and followed Secretary Liu to the brigade. There were 4 thatched houses in the brigade, 2 of which were used for office work in the village, and the remaining 2 were in the backyard, which were prepared for the technical personnel sent by the superiors to live in. In the past 2 years, no one was sent from the superiors, so these 2 houses were idle. Maybe they have been idle for a long time. The paint on the door and windows has peeled off, and it looks a bit shabby. Sister Diane, Qinghang's family, you should weed the grass and deal with the paint on the door. Secretary Liu looked at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and said seriously. Mar Diane curled his lips and responded reluctantly, you still let us do this, wait until I finish weeding. After that, he stomped on the broom with his feet. The door opened, and Secretary Liu led Liu Qing and her mother into their house. Although the house was shabby, it was clean inside. There was a broken table on the front wall, and 2 long benches were placed under the table. There was a wooden bed on the back wall, with 2 quilts on the bed, and a broken wardrobe next to the bed. Yu Hang's house, although this house is a bit broken, it still has all the necessary things. You and the children can live here for now. Secretary Liu looked at Liu Qing and said embarrassedly. When Secretary Liu said the house was old, Liu Qing felt embarrassed. If Secretary Liu hadn't helped her find a house, she wouldn't have been able to help the family. If she didn't move, she didn't know how much suffering she and Doubao would have to endure. No. No. Secretary Liu, this house is very good and warm. Thank you so much. After saying that, she bowed deeply to Secretary Liu again. Yu Hang wife, what are you doing? If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. I will help you if I can. Secretary Liu helped Liu Qing up. After settling the mother and daughter, Secretary Liu left first because he had something else to do. The villagers who helped move things put the mother and daughter's things away, and the feeling of home came out instantly. Seeing her warm little home, Liu Qing was moved and kept bowing to thank everyone. The villagers helped voluntarily, and Liu Qing didn't need to thank them. After the villagers left, Liu Qing turned her head to look at Doubao. The little guy was looking at her eagerly. She thought the child was not used to the new place. She walked over and comforted him gently. Baby, Mom will spend more time with you in the future, and won't let you be too lonely. Before she finished her words, Doubao interrupted her and shouted with a playful smile, I'm not lonely, I'm happy with Mom accompanying me. Hearing Doubao's confession, Liu Qing was completely melted by the cuteness, and hugged Doubao and kissed him. Thinking of her previous life, she disliked children the most, and even if she got married, she was prepared to be a dink for life. Now, not only did she like this little cute boy, but she was also willing to be his mother. Okay, you play first. I'm going to cook. When it comes to cooking, Liu Qing was stunned for a moment. When she moved just now, she only knew to get back the living expenses for her and her children, but she actually forgot about the food. If she went back to Wang's house to get it again, she would definitely have to fight with that dead woman again. It was not easy to leave that home, and she didn't want to go back at all. When she was in trouble, she thought of the magical space, so she took advantage of Doubao's inattention and quickly entered the magical space. There was everything in the magical space. She first took half a bag of rice, half a bag of noodles, and then fruits, vegetables, seasonings and cooking oil. When she left, she also caught 2 chickens, 3 ducks, and a big white goose. After leaving the space, Liu Qing saw a lot of houses and smiled proudly. With these things, they will have delicious food and spicy drinks in the future, right? Chapter 10 I am the beneficiary of the subsidy. Mar Dian walked up to the stage, looked at the leader and said with a smirk, Big leader, I am here to collect the subsidy for my son Wang Yuhangjun. Leader Gu looked up at Mar Dian and asked seriously, Are you Liu Qing? Mar Dian was dumbfounded when she heard Leader Gu asking about Liu Qing. She pretended to be calm and replied, I am not the Liu Qing you are talking about. She doesn't deserve to be here. Leader Gu got angry when he heard it, and slammed the table and yelled, How do you know she doesn't deserve it? The name of the person who received the money is her. Mar Dian was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she heard it. She could no longer pretend to be gentle and slapped her thigh and cried. Leader Gu came from above and didn't listen to Mar Dian's crying at all. She was so anxious that she had to ask Secretary Liu for help. Secretary Liu, please explain to Leader Gu. Was it me who received the military allowance before? Before she finished her words, Secretary Liu interrupted her, Mar Dian, the past is the past, and the present is the present. You didn't separate before, but now you have. Liu Qing is the beneficiary of the military allowance. After listening to Secretary Liu's explanation, Leader Gu knew that the name was correct and shouted, Liu Qing. Is Liu Qing here? Come up and get the money. Yu Xiaojing, who was standing behind Liu Qing, reached out and pulled the corner of her clothes. Liu Qing, the leader called you to go up and get the money, why are you still dazed? Liu Qing straightened her clothes and answered loudly, I'm here. After answering, she stood out from the team and walked to the stage calmly with Doubao. Liu Qing's departure attracted everyone's attention. In the past, Wang Yuhang, the honest wife, was dark and moldy, and had acne on her face. Why did her skin suddenly become so white and watery today? Seeing Liu Qing coming on stage, Secretary Liu smiled and reminded, Yuhang's wife, after you get the money, please sign for Leader Gu. Liu Qing smiled and nodded, thank you, uncle, I understand. Liu Qing was very polite, and very courteous, which formed a sharp contrast with Mar Dian's foul-mouthed shrew. Even Leader Gu, who met her for the first time, looked up to her. Leader Gu handed the military allowance to Liu Qing, comrade, this is Wang Yuhang's military allowance, 25 yuan, can you count it? If you are right, please sign it. Liu Qing took the money and counted it. The amount of money was just right. She smiled and said, Leader, thank you, the amount of money is just right. After that, Liu Qing picked up the pen and signed her name. Mar Dian, who was standing aside, saw Liu Qing got the money, and immediately acted like a fool, rushing over to grab the money from Liu Qing's hand. When Leader Gu saw someone snatching the military allowance, he reached out and grabbed Mar Dian's collar, and shouted sternly, Comrade, do you know what crime it is to snatch someone's military allowance? Mar Dian, who was blinded by money, didn't even think about what crime she had committed. She began to threaten with death. Wang Yuhang is my son, so I should receive his military allowance. If you don't give it to me, I won't live today. After saying that, she hit the table with her head. Seeing Mar Dian playing tricks, Secretary Liu on the side was not happy. Leader Gu, if someone snatches the military allowance, how many years will he be sentenced to? Leader Gu answered loudly, 5 to 10 years, depending on the severity of the circumstances. When Mar Dian heard that she would be sentenced to 5 years in prison for snatching money, she was scared at the time. But because of her face, she was embarrassed to say that she was wrong, so she could only find a way out for herself. She used all her strength to break free from Comrade Gu's hand, and then pretended to faint. She covered her chest with both hands and shouted, Wang Hua. Wang Hua. Mother is sick with heartache, help her downstairs to rest. When Xu Huanghua heard this, she knew that Mar Dian could not beat someone pretending to be sick, so she ran over and helped Mar Dian downstairs without saying anything. After Mar Dian went downstairs, the villagers pointed at her and laughed. When Wang Yuhang returned to Wangjie village, the first place he passed was the brigade office at the entrance of the village. He walked to the entrance of the brigade office with his luggage and saw a group of people lined up inside, and from time to time someone shouted their name. He wanted to go in and see the excitement, but he stopped. After all, he just came back today and didn't want to disturb everyone, so he stood at the door with his things. Suddenly, Secretary Liu's voice sounded, Comrade Liu Qing, the subsidy money has been received, you too should spend it as much as you should, don't be too frugal. Liu Qing? Isn't this the name of the woman she married? He quickly raised his head and looked at the crowd, only to see a tall, pretty woman who answered softly, Secretary Liu, thank you for your concern. We are not frugal. The woman looked calm and composed, not like the ugly black woman described in the letter. Her tone was gentle, so how could she be someone who would abuse a child? This reminded Wang Yuhang of Commissar Jiang's instructions, and he must get to know her in depth. Seeing that everyone was coming out one after another, he felt embarrassed to stand at the door any longer. He picked up his luggage and was about to leave when he was discovered by the villagers. Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang. You are back from the team. As soon as this voice came out, the villagers in the queue, Secretary Liu and others all looked over here. Hearing everyone shouting that Wang Yuhang was back, Liu Qing trembled all over and turned his head to look at the gate. A tall, handsome man in military uniform greeted the villagers, It's me, I just came back, villagers, are you all right? Liu Qing was overjoyed at this sight. She didn't expect that the man she had never met was so handsome. From this point of view, he didn't look like a man with a wife and children. Liu Qing was still thinking about how to avoid embarrassment with him later. The harsh voice sounded again, "Yu Hang, you are back. If you come back a few days later, you won't see Doubao anymore." Ma Dian was pretending to have chest pain just now. As soon as she saw Wen Yuhang coming back, her chest didn't hurt anymore. She jumped up from the small bench and strode to Wang Yuhang. She jumped in front of Wang Yuhang, complained and reached out to pull Wang Yuhang's sleeve, as if they had a good relationship. Wang Yuhang hated acting the most, so he reached out and pushed her hand away, which scared Ma Dian and she quickly retracted her hand. Although Ma Dian was Wang Yuhang's stepmother, she either beat or scolded Wang Yuhang when he was a child. In order to avoid being beaten and scolded, Wang Yuhang escaped to join the army when he was a teenager. After joining the army, he rarely went home and only hated this stepmother. His ruthless push just now was his attitude towards Ma Dian. Seeing that Wang Yuhang didn't like her, Ma Dian was unsure, but she was afraid that Liu Qing would tell Wang Yuhang the truth first, so she had to shamelessly continue to frame him. "Yuhang, your bitch wife was afraid that I and your father would control her, so she just stopped living at home and moved out, just to make it easier to steal a man." After hearing Ma Dian's false accusation, several neighbor sisters-in-law couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone knew that Liu Qing moved out just to avoid being beaten, not to steal a man at all. Several sisters-in-law were so angry that they stomped their feet, but after all, this was someone else's family affair, and they couldn't interfere. Liu Qing, who was standing aside, was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she heard Ma Dian's false accusation. If Wang Yuhang hadn't just come back, she would definitely tear her stinky mouth. Since Wang Yuhang is back, she will just bear with it. "Shut up!" Wang Yuhang shouted loudly. Seeing Wang Yuhang was angry, Ma Dian didn't dare to say anything anymore, and left with Xu Huanghua in disgrace. After Ma Dian left, Wang Yuhang walked towards Liu Qing with his luggage. Before he could speak, Xiao Doubao flew over. "Dad. Dad." Wang Yuhang excitedly picked up Doubao and kissed him a few times. The father and son were intimate for a while, and Wang Yuhang turned his head to look at Liu Qing and said, "Let's go. Go home." She didn't want to go back to that home for the rest of her life, but Wang Yuhang had just come back, and she was embarrassed to refuse. She looked at Wang Yuhang and nodded, and reached out to take Wang Yuhang's luggage bag. After Wang Yuhang said goodbye to the villagers, he led Doubao and walked ahead. Liu Qing followed with the luggage, a warm picture of a family of three. However, these developments did not seem to be in the plot of the book. In the book, after Wang Yuhang came back, he believed the rumors of the Wang family and then broke up with the original owner. Could it be that her Buddhist beads appeared again? Let them follow a new plot. Just as she was puzzled, she heard a gulp and fell into Wang Yuhang's arms. She was so scared that she quickly pushed him away. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Doubao, who was beside her, pointed at her and shouted, "Mom, your face is so red." It was embarrassing enough, and Doubao's shouting made her face even redder. She was anxious to change the subject. "Little brat, be good when you go back to Grandpa's house." Before Liu Qing finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Yuhang, who said he was going back to his grandpa's house. Liu Qing's eyes widened at the time. He thought this guy was going to that house first. It turned out that it was not like that. Although she didn't believe it, she couldn't show it, so she pretended to be calm and said, "Doubao, take Dad home." Although Doubao is small, he is very smart. After hearing Liu Qing's order, he pulled Wang Yuhang to the backyard of the brigade. Chapter 9: Business Opportunities Found. Just like that, she fell asleep while thinking. The next day, the mother and daughter slept until they woke up naturally. They didn't make breakfast, but ate some biscuits and drank some milk, and breakfast was over. In the 21st century, she went to a big market with her colleagues and felt that it was quite lively. The things sold were very affordable, so she planned to take Doubao to the big market. Fortunately, the big market they were going to was not far from their village. Carrying Doubao, they arrived after singing a few songs. Although the 1970s were poor, they were full of fireworks. There were all kinds of things sold at the big market, such as buns, fried dough sticks, spicy soup, and shouting. Liu Qing bought some urgently needed items for the family and bought Doubao a new set of clothes, and then the mother and daughter started to stroll around. As soon as they arrived at the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, they saw a group of people gathered at the door. Out of curiosity, they squeezed in to watch the excitement. "You are so dishonest. You sold the things I ordered to others. How can we hold a wedding?" A man in his 50s looked at the salesperson and reasoned. The salespersons in that era were awesome. When they heard men reasoning with them, they were instantly unwilling, and they seemed very reasonable. Why are you arguing with us? If you have the guts, go and argue with our leader. Who told you that you are not a relative of our leader? When the middle-aged man heard this, he stamped his feet in anger. Are you still reasonable? Everything must be based on first come first served, right? Seeing that the middle-aged man was so anxious that he almost cried, Liu Qing felt sympathy. She pushed away the villagers who were watching the excitement and looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" After being asked by Liu Qing, the middle-aged man could no longer control himself and shed tears of grievance. "Girl, my child is getting married, and we ordered fruit candies with candy tickets 2 months in advance. Now, they say they won't sell them to us, saying that we are not relatives of the leaders." After saying that, the middle-aged man squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head. Seeing the man crying anxiously, Liu Qing decided to help. She decided to go to the magical space to get some candies back. "Brother, don't be sad. How much candy do you need? Can I sell you some?" Hearing someone say that he could sell him some candy, the middle-aged man stopped crying instantly, wiped his tears, and looked at Liu Qing in disbelief. "Sister, are you serious? Do you really have the goods?" Liu Qing smiled and nodded. "Of course, can we pay for cash on delivery?" Seeing that Liu Qing didn't seem to be joking, the middle-aged man no longer doubted it. Because he knew that there were many capable people in the 1970s, and some people had channels to get rare things. "Girl, as long as you deliver the goods to my house today, I am willing to pay you twice the price." Liu Qing smiled and shook her head. No. No. Just give me the normal price." The man excitedly took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote down the address. "Girl, this is my home address, just deliver it to this address later." After that, he handed the note to Liu Qing. Taking the note, Liu Qing smiled and said, "Brother, don't be impatient, go home and wait for the goods." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, and hurried home. After the middle-aged man left, she took the opportunity of Doubao going to the toilet to quickly enter the magical space and take back several large bags of fruit candy. When Doubao came back, she rented a carriage and carried Doubao and candy to deliver the goods. Half an hour later, they arrived at the destination and successfully completed the transaction. In order to thank her, the middle-aged man not only gave her double the price, but also gave them a banquet invitation and invited them to a banquet. Holding a thick stack of money, Liu Qing felt more confident. After returning from the market, the mother and daughter had just walked to the entrance of the brigade when Secretary Liu called them. "Yu Hang wife, someone will come to distribute military subsidies tomorrow. You should take your children to line up early tomorrow," Secretary Liu said with a smile. Hearing that there was money to be collected again, Liu Qing was so happy that she nodded with a smile. "Uncle Secretary, I know. I will go early tomorrow. Thank you for notifying me." Secretary Liu waved his hand. "Thank you for what? This is what I should do." After that, he put his hands behind his back to notify others. The next day, the mother got up before dawn. She and Doubao had dinner early, and changed Doubao into new clothes bought at the market. He instantly became much prettier. She wanted to dress the child handsomely so that the bad guys could not laugh at them. Seeing Doubao's handsome appearance, she couldn't help pinching his little face and praised him. "My Doubao is so good looking." After praising him, she took Doubao to the front yard office. I thought they would be the first to arrive. After all, she lived in the backyard of the brigade. Who knew that when he walked to the front yard, there were already several people in front of him? She quickly arranged the bin buns and followed the team to line up. Just after lining up for less than a minute, Mar Dayan's insults rang out. "Some people are so shameless. Their parents are not dead yet. Why is it her turn to collect the money?" Hearing Mar Dayan's scolding, Xu Huanghua, a follower, also started to quarrel. "That's right, this military subsidy is given to the parents of soldiers by the higher authorities. Others can't get it even if they come. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." After saying that, she glanced at Liu Qing unconvinced. Hearing Mar Dayan and Xu Huanghua singing the same tune, Liu Qing was not worried at all. She knew that since Secretary Liu specifically notified her to come, the money must be for her to collect. Unable to stand Mar Dayan's nonsense, some villagers responded unceremoniously. "Mar Dayan, Xu Huanghua, what you said is wrong. If a soldier is not married, this subsidy can be used to subsidize his parents. If a soldier is married, this subsidy should be used to subsidize his wife. After all, his wife has to raise children. Mar Dian slapped her thighs immediately after hearing this. Par, who are you? If you don't understand the rules, don't make noises. Mar Dian was jumping 3 feet high. Secretary Liu came with the township leaders. She was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth and sat quietly on a small bench. Do you have any manners? Didn't you see the leaders coming? You are still yelling here. Secretary Liu criticized with a dark face. After hearing Secretary Liu's criticism, no one made a fuss below, and they waited obediently for the leaders to speak. After everyone quieted down, Secretary Liu got straight to the point. Fellow villagers, whoever leader Gu calls will come up to collect the money. If your name is not called, just wait quietly. After hearing Secretary Liu's message, no one was impatient. Anyway, basically everyone who came by the notice could get the money, so just wait quietly. Wang Yuhang. Maybe Wang Yuhang's position is relatively high? The leader called his name second. Hearing Wang Yuhang's name, Mar Dian stood up like a chicken blood. Here. I'm here. The family members are here. After saying that, he strode to the stage. Chapter 12, Beat My Child, Do You Take Me Seriously? Mar Dian staggered back home, and as soon as he entered the house, he pointed at Wang Chengshan and started to curse. Damn, your damn son, he really deserves to die. I went to call him back for dinner, but he didn't even give me face. Does he still have you as his father in his eyes? After being scolded by Mar Dian, Wang Chengshan smoked more heavily. In fact, he knew better than anyone why the child didn't come to see him the first time he came back. There were reasons for this. Wang Yuhang's mother died when he was very young, and he quickly found a stepmother for him. Since Mar Dian came into their house, he either beat the child or scolded the child. He was afraid of Mar Dian, and he didn't dare to intervene when he saw the child being beaten. He failed as a father. Shut up, stop arguing, okay? He has his own family and his own children. It's not wrong for him to come after he has had enough affection with his family. Wang Chengshan roared with a dark face. The two were arguing when Xu Huanghua ran into their house. Stop arguing, I see Yuhang coming this way. Mar Dian shut up immediately after hearing this, turned his head and looked at Xu Huanghua and gave her instructions. Huanghua, you don't know how to speak, don't talk nonsense, or you'll offend people. Xu Huanghua obeyed this time, looked at Mar Dian and nodded. Mom, I know, I dare not talk nonsense, we still want to get his money. After telling Xu Huanghua, he turned his head and told their old man, You old man, don't talk nonsense later, just find a way to get Yuhang to give you more money. After hearing the instructions, Wang Chengshan said nothing, glared at Mar Dian. Money, just money. He muttered so loudly that he dared not disobey. Is anyone home? Wang Yuhang's voice sounded at the door, and he was about to get up to answer it, but Wang Yuhang lowered his head and went into their house. When Mar Dian saw Yuhang coming, she smiled and tried to please him. She reached out to take the things in Wang Yuhang's hand. But Wang Yuhang didn't see her and just skipped over her and went to Wang Chengshan. Yuhang, did you have a smooth journey? Wang Chengshan used his pipe to push down the chair, asking him to sit down and talk. Wang Yuhang nodded, it was smooth. He squatted down and sat on the small bench, looking at Wang Chengshan and asked, How are you feeling recently? Wang Chengshan was about to answer, but Mar Dian, who was standing beside him, said, first. After receiving the signal, Wang Chengshan began to act. Hey, I'm old, my health is getting worse every year, I always have pain here and there, and I can't live without taking medicine every day. Seeing that Wang Chengshan cooperated well, Mar Dian was secretly happy, and she also began to cooperate with the performance. Old man, you spend more than 10 yuan on medicine this month, right? I can't bear to eat, I can't bear to drink, I just take the medicine and drink it. After saying that, he went to the drawer to rummage through the medicine box. Wang Yuhang has been in the army for so many years, what hasn't he seen? I was originally going to give Wang Chengshan some more money. Seeing their acting without any bottom line, I was instantly disgusted. Besides, how did they treat Liu Qing and the children at home? Xiao Doubao told him. Okay, don't rummage through the drawer first, I want to ask, what is the matter you said in the brigade headquarters? Yuhang asked in a low voice, looking at Mar Dian seriously. Hearing Wang Yuhang suddenly ask about this, Mar Dian stopped and answered hesitantly, "What's going on? I'm old, and my mind can't remember clearly. You said my wife moved to find a man who was not her husband. Is this true?" When Mar Dian heard Wen Yuhang ask about this, she immediately got excited. "Yuhang? That woman is really shameless. She doesn't listen to your father. You are not at home, and she moved to such a remote place to live. It must be convenient for her to have an affair." Mar Dian slapped her legs, spitting high, and said all at once, "Do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, you will be imprisoned for false accusation," Wen Yuhang said with a dark face. When she heard about imprisonment, Mar Dian was stunned. She quickly excused herself, "Yuhang, I didn't falsely accuse her. I heard that she has a bad reputation in her mother's family." "Our bad reputation?" Wen Yuhang looked at Mar Dian in surprise. "You didn't say she had a bad reputation in your letter. You said she was a good person. Because she was good, her family only asked for 500 yuan for the betrothal gift. I think you deducted the betrothal gift." As soon as these words came out, Mar Dian shut up immediately. At the beginning, Liu Qing was honest and timid. They didn't tell Wen Yuhang about this problem. They were afraid that Wen Yuhang would know and think that they deducted the betrothal gift. Seeing that Mar Dian couldn't answer, Wang Chengshan spoke up to help. "Old woman, those bad things were spread by the villagers. You shouldn't have told Yuhang nonsense." Hearing Wang Chengshan's help, Mar Dian followed up, Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't believe the nonsense of the villagers." Wang Yuhang sneered. "This is his family. He was framing them just now. Now he is shamelessly saying that others said it." He shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had drawn a clear line with this family a long time ago, otherwise, he would be pissed off by them sooner or later. Fortunately, he chatted with Doubao for a while, otherwise, he would not know that these people were so bad. "Why did you hit Dudu?" Wang Yuhang asked word by word. When Wang Yuhang asked this, Mar Dian and Xu Huanghua's legs instantly went limp. Wang Yuhang suppressed his anger. "I sent you so much money every month, so that you can take good care of the children. I didn't expect that you would treat the children like this. Return the money to me quickly." When he heard that he had to return the money, Mar Dian was unwilling to do so instantly, slapping his thigh and yelling, "I don't have money, but I have my life." Of course, Wang Chengshan was still the same. No matter whether Mar Dian was right or wrong, he still chose to protect her. "Yuhang, you don't treat your father as your father anymore, right? How can a son ask me to return the money?" Hearing Wang Chengshan ask this, Wang Yuhang was completely heartbroken. After so many years, his father was still the same. It seemed difficult to make him change. Wang Yuhang looked over coldly. "They beat Dudu, and you pretended not to see it. When did you treat your son as your own son? You?" Wang Chengshan's face flushed red. He never thought that Wang Yuhang would ask him to return the money when he came back. In order to keep the money, Wang Chengshan started to act, Oh, Yuhang, you have no conscience. Dad raised you up. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard." No matter how much Wang Chengshan played the victim, Wang Yuhang didn't believe it. They bullied the child like this, which meant they didn't treat him as their son. Withholding money from soldiers can be sentenced to 2 years in prison. You decide whether to return it or not. Brother, Wen Yu said stiffly. When he heard that he was going to be sentenced to jail again, Mar Dian was timid at the time. He pointed at Wang Chengshan and cursed, "Damn it, why don't you throw it to him quickly?" Chapter 11. Why is he so handsome when he comes back? Wang Yuhang walked, and Liu Qing watched from behind. This man is not only tall and handsome, but also very elegant, especially in military uniform. He is so cool. I really don't know what's wrong with the heroine in the book. Such a handsome man not only cruelly uses him, but also gives her the green grassland. Thinking of this, Liu Qing felt distressed and decided to stop the development of the plot. Walking to the backyard of the large army, Wang Yuhang stopped and looked carefully. Isn't the house in the backyard too shabby? He lives in a building in the military area. Letting the mother and son live in this shabby house instantly made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing Wang Yuhang frowning, as if he was sad, she quickly walked to the door, took out the key and opened the door. Come in and have a rest. After saying that, he went into the house first with his luggage. Wang Yuhang sniffed and led Xiao Doubao into their house. After entering the house, Wang Yuhang was stunned. Although the house was full of shabby furniture, it was spotlessly clean and felt very cozy. Wen Yuhang was more suspicious of other people's messages at this time. Are you used to living here? Wen Yuhang suddenly asked. Hearing Wen Yuhang's question, Liu Qing was about to answer, but was snatched away by Xiao Doubao. Dad. Although the house here is shabby, my mother and I are very happy living here. At least we were beaten. After saying that, she laughed. Everything she wanted to say was said by this little thing. Knowing that Wen Yuhang was in a hurry and must be hungry, she smiled and said, Doubao, chat with Dad for a while, I'll go cook for you. After saying that, she stretched out her hand to tie the hanging apron around her waist. Seeing Liu Qing's skillful movements, it was clear that she was a woman who lived a normal life. Wen Yuhang had a few more good things to do for Liu Qing. While Liu Qing was cooking, he opened the luggage bag, took out his clothes, folded them and put them in the closet, took out the toothbrush and towel and put them away, and finally took out apples, bananas, and a bag of fruit candy for Doubao. Seeing so many delicious foods, Doubao's saliva was flowing. Seeing his greedy look, Wen Yuhang pinched his face and peeled 2 bananas for her, Dou, one for Mom and one for you. After taking the peeled bananas, Doubao went to find Liu Qing. Mom, eat the bananas quickly, you smell them so fragrant. Doubao said as he fed the bananas into her mouth. Banana must be a rare thing in this era. Some people have not eaten it yet. But in the 21st century, she had long been tired of eating. However, when she saw Doubao was so filial, she opened her mouth and took a bite, praising him as she ate, so fragrant, so delicious. In this way, the mother and daughter, one bite at a time, quickly finished the banana. After eating the banana, Liu Qing continued to cook. At this time, when Yuhang came in, I'll boil the pot. After saying that, he sat under the pot and grabbed firewood to start the fire. In her previous life, she only focused on scientific research. Several boys pursued her, but she never considered it. She was still a novice in love, and she was more or less nervous when getting along with men. Originally, she wanted to make dumplings for Wen Yuhang to eat more, but who knew that when Wen Yuhang came in to boil the pot, her hands were shaking and she couldn't make them. No matter good or bad, right? Finally, she finished pinching the dumplings. At this time, the water in the pot was boiling, so she opened the lid of the pot and put the dumplings in. After 3 boils, the dumplings were cooked. Just as he was about to take a spoon to scoop up the rice, Wen Yuhang said, let's serve our own, so we can eat as much as we want. Hearing Wen Yuhang's suggestion, Liu Qing handed him the spoon, you serve first, you're hungry. Just this simple sentence of, you serve first, you're hungry, touched Wen Yuhang at the time. Such a kind woman doesn't look like someone who sells children. He smiled and waved his hands, no. No. You serve first, and then serve the child. Since they were not familiar with each other, Liu Qing couldn't be humble. She picked up the spoon and scooped half a bowl for Doubao, and then scooped a bowl for herself, and then went to the main house with the bowl. Soon, Wen Yuhang also came out with a bowl. There were only 2 benches in their house. He and the child sat down, so Wen Yuhang had no place to sit. She quickly stood up from the chair, I'm tired of riding in the car, why don't you sit here? Wen Yuhang smiled and shook his head, no. You sit, I'll sit on the bed. After saying that, he sat on the bed with the bowl. Wen Yuhang might be hungry, and she finished a bowl of dumplings in a few minutes. Seeing that she was eating very happily, Liu Qing said politely, there are a lot of dumplings, Doubao and I have enough, you can eat all the rest. Wen Yuhang was not modest, looked at her and nodded, took the bowl and went in to get 2 bowls. The meal was finished just like that, and Liu Qing was about to pick up the bowl to wash it, but was snatched away by Wen Yuhang. You cook, I'll wash the dishes, you take a break. After saying that, he went into the kitchen with the bowl. Because they were not familiar with each other, even if Liu Qing didn't want him to do it and wanted him to take a break, he was embarrassed to say it out loud, so he had to let him wash it. I thought that he, a big man, couldn't wash it well. It would take a long time to wash it, but who knew that he would come out after 3 or 5 minutes. After leaving the kitchen, he chatted with Doubao, and while he was being affectionate with Doubao, Liu Qing curiously went into the kitchen. As soon as she entered the house, she was stunned. Not only were the dishes washed very clean, but even the stove and the floor were cleaned very cleanly. He couldn't help laughing. No wonder people say that soldiers are not dirty. Back to the main house, Wen Yuhang and Doubao were chatting enthusiastically, and they had no intention of returning home. Liu Qing had just sat down when a harsh voice rang out in the yard. Yu Hang? Yu Hang? Hearing someone shouting, Wang Yu Hang led Doubao out. As soon as he left the house, Mar Dian smiled and rubbed over. Yu Hang, I stewed meat for you, go back and eat meat quickly. Stewed meat. Liu Qing curled her lips. In the original owner's memory, she and the child had never seen meat. This time, she was willing to give it to Wang Yu Hang? There must be another purpose, right? Wang Yu Hang replied seriously, You guys eat it. I've eaten it. Hearing Wang Yu Hang say that he had eaten it, Mar Dian's face darkened at that time. In order to please Wang Yu Hang, she reached out and pulled his arm. No. That won't do. I cooked it specially for you. You've eaten it, but you still have to go back for more. After saying that, she pulled him out with all her strength. Doubao, who was standing next to her, hated Mar Dian to begin with. Seeing her pulling Wang Yu Hang, he cried angrily, Go. Go quickly. My dad doesn't eat your meat. Doubao's crying made Mar Dian's face turn red instantly. She felt a little embarrassed and pointed at Doubao and started to educate him hypocritically. You are so ignorant, kid. What's wrong with grandma calling dad home to eat meat? You are like this. Before Mar Dian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Yu Hang. Shut up, go quickly. Seeing Wang Yu Hang's cold eyes, Mar Dian didn't dare to say anything more. Okay, I'll go back first. Remember to go back to eat in the evening. After saying that, he turned around and ran out. Maybe he ran too fast and didn't see the wall in front of him. He only heard a bang and a bump as big as an egg appeared on his head. Maybe he was afraid of being laughed at by Wang Yu Hang, so he rubbed it with his hand and ran back to his hometown. After Mar Dian ran away, Liu Qing came out of the house and reached out to pick up Doubao. Don't cry, Doubao, don't be afraid. After hearing the comfort, Doubao buried his head in Liu Qing's arms. Chapter 14 Dare to set your sights on my man. Do you think Wang Yu Hang will fall in love with my second sister? Li Xiangzhou asked this question. Xu Wanghua was a little impatient. What's the point of you always doubting here? Don't you know that it's easy for a girl to chase a boy? Just let your second sister stick to him when you go back. There are no men who don't like fish. Besides, doesn't your second sister look good? Li Xiangzhou slapped her thigh with her big belly when she heard it. Wanghua, you are right. To deal with a man like Wang Yu Hang, you can only stick to him. As long as he gets into the water, things will be easy in the future. These two bitches, you look at me and I talk, they are not afraid of affecting others, let alone others hearing and laughing at them. In fact, Sister Li from the agency store had already curled her lips to her ears when she heard what they said. When she heard that they were going to offer a plan to seduce Wang Yu Hang, Liu Qing was instantly angry. Although Wang Yu Hang is not her real man yet, he is still her man in terms of reputation, right? She hasn't said no yet. They haven't announced their breakup yet. These two bitches are already plotting something bad. She was so angry that she threw the bamboo basket at them with a bang. You two bitches, I'm not dead yet. You're just thinking about my man's good things. If you have the guts, kill me. When they saw that it was Liu Qing, Xu Wanghua and Li Xiangzhou covered their heads and ran away in fear. Liu Qing picked up the basket on the ground and chased them while scolding, Bitch, I'll smash you to death. I'll teach you shameless thoughts about my man's good things. Liu Qing chased and smashed them until she was exhausted and panting. After beating up the two bitches, Liu Qing sat on the ground to rest for a while, and then went to the agency store to buy things. As soon as she arrived at the door of the agency store, Sister Li came out to gossip. Yu Hang's family, I heard that you and Yu Hang have a tense relationship. You must keep a close eye on your man. Those two bitches just now, are they looking for someone to seduce your man? Before she finished, she was interrupted by Liu Qing. Sister Li, this is the vegetable ticket. I want to buy vegetables. Liu Qing said with a dark face. Because she knew that these people were not good people, and they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Seeing that Liu Qing did not listen to her gossip, Sister Li's face changed immediately. She took the vegetable ticket and glared at Liu Qing. Buy vegetables, and your man will be gone soon. Who will you buy them for? After saying that, she threw the vegetable ticket into the box. Liu Qing glared at Sister Li. Sell your vegetables well, don't worry about other people's hearts. After saying that, she picked up a few vegetables she liked, picked some daily necessities, and Doubao's favorite snacks, and then took the basket to settle the bill. After settling the bill, She was about to go home with the basket, and turned her head to see Wen Yuhang standing at the door. Seeing this handsome man, Liu Qing's heart instantly thumped twice. She retracted her domineering attitude, looked at Wen Yuhang and asked gently, "Why are you here?" Seeing Wen Yuhang's serious face, Sister Li thought he was unhappy and would definitely scold Liu Qing. She was just about to see the joke, but who knew that it was completely different from what she thought. Not only did Wen Yuhang not scold Liu Qing, he also said gently, "I'll take you home." When Sister Li heard this, her eyes widened immediately. It seemed that what was spread outside was false. Wen Yuhang did not hate Liu Qing, nor did he mean to break up with her, so she flattered him. "Yuhang, you're back. We haven't seen you for a few years. We all miss you." Sister Li fawned with a grin. Wen Yuhang had been in the army for so many years that he could no longer bear such flattering lies. He frowned and looked at Sister Li. "I'm not familiar with you, right? Why do you miss me?" Although there was no ups and downs in the bad words, it really hit Sister Li in the face and made her blush for a long time. After that, Wen Yuhang walked to Liu Qing, stretched out his hand to pick up the bamboo basket. "Let's go. Let's go home." Liu Qing smiled and nodded, picked up the bean bun beside her and followed Wen Yuhang home. She bought a basket of things, especially the green vegetables, which were very heavy. If she carried them home, her old arm would definitely hurt for 2 days when she got home, but these things, in Wen Yuhang's hand, didn't seem to have any weight in the basket. Just a few steps out of the agency store, Wen Yuhang suddenly stopped. "Here, give me the bean bun, it's dark and the road is slippery." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and took the bean bun over. Wen Yuhang took the bean bun over, she couldn't leave empty-handed, right? She reached out to grab the basket from his hand. "I'll carry the basket." Before she finished her words, Wen Yuhang was already walking ahead, holding Doubao in one hand and the basket in the other. She was so excited that she quickened her pace and hurried to catch up. Wen Yuhang held the child and walked ahead with the things, while Liu Qing followed behind empty-handed. This scene looked like a loving family of 3. It happened that at this time in the village, the villagers were carrying bowls and coming out for dinner. When they saw this warm scene, their eyes widened in surprise. Everyone knew that Wen Yuhang came back this time to break up with Liu Qing. When they saw that the basket and the child were on Wen Yuhang, and Liu Qing followed behind with empty hands, they felt that it was not the case. Some people were curious and couldn't help asking, "Yuhang, I heard that you came back this time to break up with your wife. Is this rumor true?" After leaving home for so many years, these people's bad habits have not changed at all, and they still like to ask about other people's families. Don't answer? Afraid that others would continue to spread rumors, saying that they had broken up by default. Answer it. He really felt disgusted. Why should he report his life to someone who had nothing to do with him? In order to stop everyone from spreading rumors, he said with a dark face, "Who told you that? We are fine." After that, he continued to walk towards the brigade headquarters. Hearing Wen Yuhang's answer, Liu Qing's heart instantly warmed. No matter how they ended up in the future, this man still protected her face. After returning home, Liu Qing washed her hands and went to the kitchen to cook. The dinner was simple. She stirred some rice porridge, spread a few egg pancakes, and cooked a small green vegetable. I thought Wen Yuhang would dislike the simple meal, but unexpectedly, he praised while eating, "This meal is well cooked. It just so happened that my stomach was not digesting food while sitting in the car, so I wanted to eat something thin and light." Hearing Wen Yuhang's praise, Liu Qing smiled. It seemed that she was right. If it tastes good, eat more. After that, she helped Wen Yuhang serve half a bowl of porridge. Seeing that Liu Qing was so thoughtful, gentle, and kind, and was not a bad woman at all, she had a better impression of this woman. After dinner, Wen Yuhang took the initiative to pick up the bowls, and said, "You are tired of cooking, I will wash the bowls and pots." After that, he carried the tableware into the kitchen. Seeing that the man was handsome and hardworking, Liu Qing was even more reluctant to break up, and she wanted to capture the man as soon as possible. She thought Wen Yuhang would not do housework. After all, he left home and went to the team when he was a teenager. I didn't expect that he would wash the pots and bowls in a short time, and wash them cleaner than her. Chapter 13. Return the money to me. Wang Chengshan dug out an iron box from under the bed, opened the lock, took out 300 yuan from it, and threw it on the table with a bang. 300 yuan, but it is the annual expenditure of an ordinary family. In order to raise the child of the benefactor, he felt that it was worth it to give any amount of money. When he came back this time, as long as they were good to the child, he was prepared to give them more money to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, they were still so bad and treated the child like this. Wang Yuhang picked up the money, quickly put it in his pocket, and strode out of the house. Until Wang Yuhang walked away, Ma Dayan dared to shout, "Money, my money." He lay on the ground and started to make a scene while shouting. Wang Yuhang went to the old yard, and Liu Qing was in a state of anxiety. According to the plot in the book, Ma Dayan began to instigate Wang Yuhang when he came back, causing Wang Yuhang to misunderstand the original owner even more deeply, and finally ruthlessly drove the original owner away. Just when Liu Qing was worried, footsteps sounded outside. She looked up suddenly and saw Wang Yuhang striding into their house. She stood up quickly, looked at Wang Yuhang and asked, "You, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you talk to your family for a while?" As soon as their voice fell, Wang Yuhang quickly took over. "What to talk about? I was not here, and they bullied my children and wife like this. What else can I talk to them about?" After that, Wang Yuhang took out 300 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table. "I gave them this money to take care of you and your children. They treated you so badly. Not only did they bully you, but they also didn't let you eat. I had to ask for the money back." After listening to Wang Yuhang's words, Liu Qing's eyes widened in shock. Ma Dayan was so greedy for money. How could she get the money back after it was in her hands? You, that woman was so greedy for money, how did you get it back?" Wang Yuhang snorted and said, "I have a ruthless way to deal with her. She dare not give it to me." Hearing what Wang Yuhang said, Liu Qing felt so happy. This money is not living expenses, but the care fee given by Wang Yuhang. But she was confused. This didn't seem to be the plot in the book. This guy didn't lose his temper with her when he came back, and didn't listen to Ma Dayan's provocation. While she was puzzled, Wang Yuhang handed over the money. "You keep this money." After saying that, he stuffed the money into her hand. Liu Qing took the money, not to mention how happy she was. This man asked her to keep the money, which means he trusts her. Liu Qing smiled, "Then I'll keep it first, and you can ask me for it when you need it." Seeing Liu Qing so considerate, he felt that she was not a bad person. "I don't need any money. You and the children can buy whatever you want. This money is for you two to spend. Don't save it." Liu Qing was touched. She thought Wang Yuhang just asked her to help keep the money. It turned out that the money was for her and the child. She said with tears in her eyes, "We don't need to spend money. We have almost bought everything. Let's use this money to buy some furniture in 2 days." After that, Liu Qing rolled up the money with a handkerchief and hid it in the closet. After all, the two were not very familiar with each other. They were silent after a few words together, and the atmosphere was always awkward. Suddenly, Wang Yuhang asked, "Where do you get water at home? I'll help you get some water back. Living in the brigade headquarters is quiet and peaceful, but it's a bit difficult to get water. Every time you get water, you have to run to the old well at the head of the village. Every time you get water, Liu Qing's shoulders will be rubbed with blisters." Hearing that Wang Yuhang wanted to help get water, Liu Qing was instantly impolite. "Okay, there's not much water at home, you can go to the old well at the head of the village to get it." After that, he took out the bucket and the shoulder pole. Taking the shoulder pole, Wang Yuhang carried the bucket and left. While Wang Yuhang was fetching water, Liu Qing washed her hair and put on some light makeup. She wanted to dress up beautifully. Just after she finished dressing up, Doubao came to flatter her. "Mom, you look so beautiful today, as beautiful as a bride." Doubao's compliments made Liu Qing blush instantly. When she heard about the bride, she suddenly thought of an embarrassing thing. There was only a broken bed at home. How would they sleep at night? Would they enter the bridal chamber like this? Haven't figured it out yet. Footsteps sounded outside the house, which scared her so much that she didn't dare to think about it. Walked out and saw Wang Yuhang staggering back with water. It was summer, and even if there was no sun, it was still sweaty to do their work, especially the work of fetching water. After Wang Yuhang poured the water into the water tank, he took off his short-sleeved military uniform. He was only wearing a military vest, and his strong muscles were instantly revealed, looking particularly stylish. Seeing such a pleasing figure, Liu Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Who knew that she was caught peeking by Wang Yuhang, and he asked embarrassedly, "Is it okay for me to wear this?" Liu Qing blushed and said shyly, "It doesn't matter to you, it's your own home." After that, she turned around and went into their house. As soon as he entered the house, Wang Yuhang followed him in. Because he sweated a lot, there was a smell of sweat as soon as he entered the house, but this sweat smell was not bad, but the smell of male hormones. Wang Yuhang hung his short-sleeved military uniform on the nail and went out with a wash basin. Liu Qing knew without asking that he must have gone out to take a shower. In order to prevent embarrassment, Liu Qing reached out and pulled down the curtain. Little Doubao was a little kid, and when he saw Liu Qing pulling the curtain, he covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Seeing little Doubao laughing secretly, Liu Qing deliberately teased him. "Doubao, have you finished reading the comic book that Mom gave you?" When Doubao was told to read, he stopped laughing and continued to flip through the comic book. Seeing that it was getting dark, Liu Qing began to worry about what to eat in the evening. She had dumplings for lunch, so she thought it would be better to have some light food in the evening. After all, Wang Yuhang had been in the car for too long, so he would feel comfortable if he ate something with it. She decided to go to the agency store at the village head to have a look. So, she turned her head and looked at Doubao and asked, "Do, are you playing with Dad at home, or are you going shopping with me?" Doubao wanted Wang Yuhang to tell her a story, so when Liu Qing asked him, he found a reason to stay. "Mom, Dad just came home and can't find anything. I'd better stay and help Dad find something, right?" After listening to Doubao's reason, Liu Qing glanced at him. This kid was getting smarter and smarter. "Okay, then you stay home and talk to Dad." After that, he went out with a bamboo basket. As soon as he walked out of the agency store, Liu Qing saw Xu Huanghua and Li Xiangcao chatting. They are used to being encultured. No matter what the occasion, they chat loudly, so loud that you can hear them even if you don't want to. "Xiangcao, isn't your sister coming to your house? Hurry up and ask your sister to dress up nicely so that she can meet Wang Yuhang by chance. He is a man who can earn 80 or 90 yuan a month. Don't let that bitch take advantage of him." After being told by Xu Huanghua, Li Xiangcao became even more eager. Chapter 16. A family of 3 went to a banquet. In the 1970s and 1980s, it was inconvenient for rural people to go to the city. To take a bus, they had to go to the village first and then take a bus to the county. Fortunately, they were not far from the village and arrived in 20 minutes. When they arrived in the village, each person bought a ticket for 20 cents. Doubao didn't need to buy a ticket because he was not old enough. After buying the tickets, they got on the bus to the county. In the 1970s and 1980s, the asphalt road had not been repaired yet, and the road to the city was also a dirt road. The car stopped and started, and the half-hour journey could take 2 hours. Sometimes, there were big mud pits on the road, which could directly throw passengers into the car. In the 21st century, she often drove and took the bus, and she didn't know what motion sickness was. This time, she didn't know whether it was because the road was too bad or the car's shock absorption was too poor, but she felt dizzy and nauseous. In order to relieve the pain of motion sickness, she closed her eyes tightly and leaned back on the car seat. Wang Yuhang, who was sitting next to Liu Qing, so that Liu Qing was pale and her lips were purple. Without asking, he knew that she must be car sick. At this moment, Wang Yuhang already regarded Liu Qing as his wife. If his wife was uncomfortable, he would of course take care of her with all his strength. He often travels on business in the team. He prepared motion sickness medicine for the car. It happened to be in his bag. He reached out to take the medicine from the bag and patted Liu Qing beside him. "Hey, open your mouth quickly and take the motion sickness medicine." Liu Qing was feeling very uncomfortable. Suddenly, he heard Wang Yuhang asking him to take motion sickness medicine. He opened his mouth with his eyes closed as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Wang Yuhang quickly stuffed the motion sickness medicine into her mouth and said gently, "Press the medicine under the back of the tongue, and it will work soon." After receiving the order, Liu Qing nodded and continued to lean on the back of the car. Suddenly, Wang Yuhang reached out and put her head on his shoulder. "Lean your head on my shoulder, you will feel better." Liu Qing was just worried. She couldn't care less, so she stopped refusing. Well, it was indeed much more comfortable to lean on Wang Yuhang's shoulder, and the motion sickness was also relieved a lot, and she fell asleep unconsciously. When they arrived in the city, Wang Yuhang patted her gently. "Hey, wake up, we are here." Hearing the shouting, Liu Qing slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and saw people coming and going. This was the station. "Are you feeling better? Is your stomach still uncomfortable?" Wang Yuhang asked with concern. Hearing Wang Yuhang's concern, Liu Qing felt better instantly. She smiled and shook her head, much better. After getting off the car, Wang Yuhang held Doubao in one hand and Liu Qing in the other hand and went to his comrade's house for a banquet. As soon as they arrived at the door of their comrade's house, they heard the lively sound in the yard. Kiss, kiss. Hearing this, Wang Yuhang smiled shyly. Let's go. Let's go in quickly. Liu Qing followed Wang Yuhang into the yard. If Liu Qing hadn't come, the bride would have been very beautiful, and everyone would praise her. However, since Liu Qing followed Wang Yuhang in, they no longer praised the bride, but kept praising Wang Yuhang for being so lucky to have found a beautiful wife. Wang Yuhang, you are so lucky, you found such a beautiful wife without saying anything. When will you go back to the team to treat us? Hearing the praise, Wang Yuhang responded modestly, thank you for the praise, I will treat you to a drink when I get back to the team. In fact, Wang Yuhang was modest in his mouth, but his heart was sweeter than drinking honey. Which man doesn't want to marry a wife praised by everyone? Soon the banquet ended. Wang Yuhang chatted with his comrades for a while, and then took them away. Walking back to the bus station, seeing that it was still early, Wang Yuhang suggested taking them around. It's not easy to come to the city. Liu Qing wanted to buy something she liked in the city, so she looked at Wang Yuhang and asked, do you know where the large shopping mall in our county is? After hearing Liu Qing's question, Wang Yuhang was instantly stuck. He used to come to the county to do business, so why hadn't he heard of it? He scratched his head a few times. Large shopping mall. When Wang Yuhang couldn't remember, Liu Qing knew that she had said the wrong thing. In the 1970s and 1980s, what large shopping malls were there? At that time, there were People's Supply and Marketing Cooperatives. She didn't pay attention and said the wrong thing. In order not to make Wang Yuhang suspicious, she quickly changed her mouth to explain. It's not a large shopping mall, it's a People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I was anxious and said it wrong. After hearing Liu Qing's explanation that it was wrong, Wang Yuhang didn't think too much. He pointed to the opposite side of the street. The People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative is across the street. When Liu Qing heard that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was not far away, she instantly became energetic. You and Doubao wait for me here, I'll go in and buy something. After Liu Qing finished speaking, she was about to walk across the street. At this time, Wang Yuhang stretched out his hand and grabbed her arm. I'll get you some money. It's not easy to come to the city. If you see something you like, just buy more. After saying that, he took out 5 big unity notes from his pocket and stuffed them into Liu Qing's hand. Liu Qing was so excited that she couldn't speak when she held the 5 big unity notes. These 5 big unity notes are nothing in the 21st century, but in the 1970s and 1980s, it was a lot of money. It seems that she underestimated Wang Yuhang's financial resources. In this era, a woman who can get so much money and spend it at will is really a CEO-level person. Thinking of this, she became more determined in her idea. She not only wanted Wang Yuhang's body, but also wanted to capture his heart. Anyway, they will be a family in the future. Liu Qing was no longer embarrassed in an instant. She quickly stuffed the money into her pocket. Doubao, wait for mom here with dad. I'll be back after buying things. After saying that, she walked towards the People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Arriving at the People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Liu Qing took a quick look around. The first floor sold food and daily necessities, and the second floor sold clothes and shoes. There was no shortage of food and daily necessities for the time being, so she strode to the second floor. Walking to the second floor, Liu Qing first went to the counter selling children's clothes. When she arrived at the counter, she saw that all the clothes hanging inside were new models, which were much better looking than those in the market. Autumn was coming soon, and she had to buy something anyway, so she bought 3 sets of clothes for Doubao at once, and then saw the children's sports shoes, so she picked 2 pairs for Doubao. After Doubao's things were all ready, he went to the men's counter. When she arrived at the counter, she fell in love with a pair of black leather shoes at first sight, so she looked at the salesperson and asked, "Comrade, how much is that pair of leather shoes?" The salesperson looked up at her and said in a contemptuous tone, "You can't afford it even if you ask, so why don't you pick another style?" Seeing that the salesperson looked down on her, Liu Qing was instantly angry, so she looked at the salesperson and started to argue with him. "I think you are looking down on others. How do you know I can't afford it?" When the salesperson heard someone scolding her, she was unwilling to do so. She waved her hands and urged Liu Qing to leave quickly. Go. Go. Get out of here. Chapter 15. Is it appropriate for us to sleep together? In that era, there were no entertainment programs. It was the first time for the two to meet. After Wang Yuhang washed the pots and bowls, they talked about the promotion of Doubao. After all, Doubao was a child. After reading the comic book, he felt sleepy and went to bed. With Doubao accompanying them, they didn't feel embarrassed because they had topics to talk about, but as soon as Doubao fell asleep, they were completely embarrassed. Suddenly, Wang Yuhang spoke first. He looked at Liu Qing and suggested, "You and the child sleep in the room, and I will sleep outside." After that, he stood up and looked for a cool mat. It was summer now, and there were so many mosquitoes that it was impossible to sleep in the room, let alone go outside. At the end of that year, there were no mosquito repellent products. Wang Yuhang has been driving for so long. If he doesn't get enough rest at night, his body will definitely not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Liu Qing softened his heart. He walked over and pulled the mat from Wang Yuhang's hand. Forget it. There are too many mosquitoes outside. Let's squeeze in the house. After saying that, he stuffed the broken mat under the bed. When he saw that Liu Qing didn't let him sleep outside, Wang Yuhang blushed instantly. If he slept in the house, wouldn't it be 3 people sleeping in one bed? This seems a bit inappropriate, right? So, he stammered, is it appropriate for me to sleep here? Seeing Wang Yuhang blushing, Liu Qing turned his face away and said, "What's inappropriate about my own home? It's you who sleeps outside. I think it's inappropriate. If the villagers know about it, who knows what rumors will spread?" Hearing the word rumor, Wang Yuhang was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. He didn't want the villagers to continue to laugh at him. Okay. Then let's make do with it. After saying that, Wang Yuhang walked out with the wash basin. After all, this was his first time sleeping with a woman. He had to wash himself cleanly, and he couldn't let others dislike him because of his dirtiness. Seeing Wang Yuhang go out to take a shower, Liu Qing quickly changed into her sleeping clothes, and then lay down honestly. As soon as she lay down, Wang Yuhang came back with a basin of water. He was wearing a small military vest on his upper body, revealing his sexy chest muscles, and a pair of big pants on his lower body, revealing his thick thighs. Seeing this, Liu Qing blushed to her ears instantly, and whispered, "Just sleep to your toes." Wang Yuhang received the order and lay down in the position reserved for him. After all, it was the first time to sleep in the same bed with a man. Liu Qing was so scared that she curled up and dared not move. After a while, her calves began to numb. "I was thinking about how to move my legs to relieve it." At this time, Wang Yuhang's hand suddenly grabbed her calf. "Don't be restrained, lie down and sleep, it must be uncomfortable like this." After saying that, he pulled her calf apart, and she took the opportunity to lie down. After lying down, she felt much more comfortable instantly. She thought she would not be able to sleep all night. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep unconsciously. In the early morning, Liu Qing was awakened by the sound of the horn of the brigade. She opened her eyes and saw Doubao lying on the bed playing. He kissed Doubao and whispered, "Where is Dad?" Doubao pointed to the kitchen with his finger. "Dad is making breakfast for us." Hearing what Doubao said, Liu Qing instantly smelled the smell of happiness. He really didn't expect it. This man not only didn't drive her away, but also got up early in the morning to cook for her. This deviated a lot from the plot in the book. She quickly put on her clothes and went to the kitchen to see if there was anyone who needed help. After all, they were not very familiar with each other, and it was a bit embarrassing to eat what others made. Entered the kitchen and saw Wang Yuhang busy. She explained embarrassedly, "I slept too soundly and got up late. Is there anything I can help you with?" Hearing Liu Qing talking, Wang Yuhang looked up at him and smiled. "It's not late, I'm used to getting up early, you don't have to compete with me." After that, he brought the thermos filled with hot water over. "Hot water is comfortable to wash your face, go out and wash your face quickly. The meal will be ready in a while." Liu Qing took the thermos and went out to wash up. When Liu Qing finished washing up, Wang Yuhang also prepared breakfast. "It's time to eat." After shouting, he went to the bed and patted Doubao who was playing. "Do, get up and eat. Dad will dress you." After that, he picked up the child's clothes and put them on skillfully. When Doubao finished washing up, the family of 3 started to eat breakfast. Although Wang Yuhang is a man, he can do everything. Not only did he make them vegetable and egg soup, but he also steamed chopped green onion rolls for them. This nutritional combination is really balanced. After breakfast, Wen Yuhang sat down and wiped his bag with a towel. When Doubao saw this, he was instantly unwilling and ran over to grab the bag in Wen Yuhang's hand. "Dad, are you going to leave again?" "Doubao won't let Dad go." Doubao cried while saying this. Seeing that Doubao was crying, Wen Yuhang quickly put down the bag in his hand and hugged Doubao to comfort him. Don't cry, Dad won't leave, Dad just has something to do in the city, to do good things, Dad will be back soon." No matter how Wen Yuhang explained, Doubao hugged his neck and was unwilling to let go. Liu Qing, who was standing by, felt sour in his heart when he saw this scene. "Are you going to the city to do something today?" Liu Qing looked at Wen Yuhang and asked. "Well, yes, a comrade in the team is getting married, and I just came back. It would be inappropriate not to go." Liu Qing nodded. "Oh, I know, you can go and do it with peace of mind. Leave the family to me." After saying that, he reached out to hug Doubao. When Doubao saw Liu Qing was going to hug him, he grabbed Wen Yuhang's clothes anxiously. Seeing that Doubao was reluctant to let him go, Wen Yuhang changed his mind. "Forget it, let's go together as a family of 3. When Liu Qing heard this, she felt embarrassed instantly. He was going to a comrade's house to attend a wedding. If they went with him, would people laugh at him for bringing his family with him? So, she began to decline. "Let's not go, shall we? If you take all of us with you, people will laugh at you for bringing your family with you." Before Liu Qing finished her polite words, Wen Yuhang interrupted her. "It's okay. It's normal to bring your children and daughter-in-law to a banquet. No one will laugh at you." When he heard that he was going with his father, Doubao laughed happily. Mom, change Doubao's flowery clothes quickly. Seeing Doubao so happy, she was too embarrassed to say anything else. At most, she, an ugly daughter-in-law, would be laughed at by others. She opened the closet, found Doubao's new clothes, and quickly helped him change. After Doubao changed, she also changed into a new skirt. After all, she was going to meet Wen Yuhang's comrades, so she had to dress up beautifully and not let people gossip. Wen Yuhang, who was standing by, saw Liu Qing coming out in a light yellow dress, and his eyes widened instantly. "This woman was wearing casual clothes yesterday, and I didn't see how beautiful she was. Today, when she put on the skirt, with her slender waist, she looked like a flower fairy." Chapter 17: The Consequences of Looking Down on Others. In fact, Liu Qing didn't want to argue with her, but he didn't expect her to be so crazy. "Look," they directly shouted at her to get out. "These are the sales clerks in the state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives. They think they have a stable job and don't take customers seriously at all. Has she decided to put an end to this bad practice? Where is your leader? I want to talk to your leader." Liu Qing asked with a dark face. "Bar. You are such a person, you are worthy of talking to our leader? Just stay away," said the salesperson with disdain. Just as Liu Qing was about to retort, a man's voice spoke first. "You are such a dog-eyed guy, why don't you apologize to her?" Hearing Wen Yuhang's voice, Liu Qing quickly turned her head and saw him standing behind her holding Doubao. "Why are you here?" Wen Yuhang whispered. "Doubao insisted on coming to see you, so here we are." He then looked at Liu Qing and nodded. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. She has to apologize today." In fact, she could handle this matter by herself, but when she heard that Wen Yuhang was protecting her, her heart instantly felt warm. No wonder everyone wants to be a woman who is dependent on others. The feeling of being pampered is really addictive. Seeing another helper coming, the salesperson got even angrier, pointing at Wen Yuhang and teasing him. "You're that woman's wild man, right? You're here to vent her anger, right? I won't fall for it. Get out of here right now, or I'll tell everyone about your adultery." After that, she muttered to the salespersons at other counters, "Look, they are definitely not a couple, they must be. I asked you to apologize to her, did you hear me?" Wen Yuhang glared and ordered. The sales clerks in the 1970s and 1980s had already been spoiled by their customers into developing bad habits and had lost track of who they were. When she heard Wen Yuhang's order, she was not afraid at all. Not only did she not apologize, she also directly retorted, "I won't apologize. If you have the guts, go ask your boss to fire me." After saying this, Wen Yuhang said nothing more. He reached out and handed Doubao's hand to Liu Qing. "Take care of Doubao, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he strode away. Seeing Wen Yuhang walk away, the salesperson thought he was scared away. So he looked at Liu Qing and shouted, "Hey, your wild man ran away. It seems that wild people can't be relied on. Par par." Before the salesperson could finish his words, Liu Qing slapped him without any hesitation. Originally, Wen Yuhang was around, and she didn't want to use any violence, as she didn't want to let Wen Yuhang know that she was barbaric. But who knew that this bitch would keep pressing on, and she didn't want to endure it any longer. You dare to hit me. I'll ask the leader to put you in jail." The female salesperson covered her face and pointed at Liu Qing to threaten her. "No need to look for it, your leader has brought it to you," Wen Yuhang said loudly. When the female salesperson heard this, she was so scared that she quickly turned her head away. Who knew that Wen Yuhang really called their director Lin over? When the female salesperson saw her leader coming, she immediately started to complain, pretending to be wronged, and walked over crying. "Director Lin, you must make the decision for me. This customer not only insulted me, but also hit me." "Shut up. You were the one who looked down on others first. It's only right that they slapped you. Also, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. Let the intern Xiaohua do your job here." The saleswoman was almost paralyzed by fear when she heard this. What kind of person had she offended? How could he take away her iron rice bowl? She grabbed Director Lin and begged for mercy. "Director Lin, I was wrong. Can you please forgive me this time? Otherwise, I will apologize to them now." Director Lin didn't even look at him, pushed her away, and then gave a signal to Lao Zhang from the logistics department. Lao Zhang ran over, grabbed her arm and pulled her out. The female salesperson shouted loudly, "Forgive me, can I kowtow to you? As long as you don't chase me away, I will do anything for you." But the leader gave the order to get rid of her. After the salesperson took it away, Director Lin apologized to Liu Qing with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I didn't educate these people well and caused you harm. I sincerely apologize to you." After saying this, he bent down. Seeing Director Lin bowing and apologizing with a smile, Liu Qing stopped pursuing the matter, because she knew that there were always employees who were prepared for their leaders to do bad things. She smiled and shook her head, "Forget it, there are people like this everywhere, and sometimes you can't control them that well." Seeing that Liu Qing did not pursue the matter, Director Lin thought the matter was over. He was just about to say a few nice words and leave, but who knew that Wen Yuhang on the side spoke up. "Director Lin, I hope you can pay close attention to service and make sure the people don't have to suffer from service. Isn't the job of a salesperson to serve the people?" Upon hearing Wen Yuhang's words, Director Lin quickly nodded and agreed, "Commander, don't worry, I will definitely take strict measures to prevent such incidents from happening again." After hearing the promise, Wen Yuhang said nothing more. He looked at Director Lin and waved his hand, "Go and get busy. Don't let me see you again." After receiving the order, Director Lin nodded and went to the office to get busy. After Director Lin left, Liu Qing felt a little guilty. She had just slapped someone in the face. Would Wen Yuhang think she was barbaric? Just when Liu Qing was feeling guilty, Wen Yuhang spoke first, "Hey, didn't you want to buy women's things? Why are you at the men's counter?" After hearing Wen Yuhang's question, Liu Qing could no longer hide it. She stammered, I saw a pair of nice leather shoes and wanted to buy them for you, but who knew that she looked down on me and said that I couldn't afford them." After saying that, Liu Qing lowered her head in embarrassment. When Wen Yuhang heard that Liu Qing wanted to buy him leather shoes, he was instantly moved and said with a red face, I still have leather shoes to wear, so I don't need to buy more." Seeing that Wen Yuhang was moved, Liu Qing remembered the prisoner mission, and she felt that this was a good time. So, she smiled and said, "You have it, isn't it yours? I'm giving it to you as a token of my love." After saying that, he looked at the newcomer at the counter and said, "Comrade, can you give me a pair of these leather shoes to try on?" Liu Qing said politely. The new salesperson was very dedicated. When he heard that I wanted to try on shoes, he smiled and asked, "Comrade, what size do you want to try?" When the salesperson asked for the size, Liu Qing used her arm to push Wen Yuhang and said, "Tell me quickly. What size do you wear?" Wen Yuhang smiled, looked at Liu Qing and said embarrassedly, "Do you really want to give it to me?" Liu Qing said nothing, just smiled and nodded. Wen Yuhang saw Liu Qing's sincerity, so he stopped making excuses and said to the salesperson, take the double 42 size. After receiving the message, the business manager ran to get the shoes. Chapter 18, Giving shoes to express your feelings. Soon, the salesperson brought the shoes and said, "Comrade, these are the shoes you want to try on." After that, he handed the shoes to Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang took the shoes and sat on the bench to try them on. It's true, this pair of shoes is exactly the style he saw when he went to the district to learn about it some time ago. At that time, he failed to buy it because the number 42 was out of stock. Who would have known that Liu Qing would help him choose it today? Through the act of sending shoes to her, he felt that he had a special connection with Liu Qing. Otherwise, how could this woman know that he liked this style when they had only known each other for 2 days? Just when he was finding it unbelievable, Liu Qing on the side asked, "Do you like the style?" Wang Yuhang smiled and nodded, "I like it very much. You picked exactly what I want." After Wang Yuhang said this, Liu Qing said to the salesperson, "We want it, pack it up." When it was time to pay, Wang Yuhang insisted on paying, but Liu Qing pushed him away and said, "It's a gift to you, so I have to pay for it." After saying that, he counted out the 8 big unity bills and handed them to the other person. After buying the shoes, Liu Qing took them to the cosmetics counter. At that time, there were few women who wore makeup and took care of their skin, so the types of products they bought were also limited, mostly elegance creams, vanishing creams and the like. While Liu Qing was chatting with the salesperson about cosmetics, she took Doubao to the counter selling women's clothes and bought Liu Qing the most expensive and fashionable skirt for 68 yuan. Seeing how generous Wang Yuhang was, the sales clerk's eyes widened with envy and they became jealous. "I wonder how lucky that woman is to meet such a handsome man who is willing to spend money?" Just when everyone was curious, Liu Qing came over with a box of Ya Shuang. "Hey, why are you two here? Come on, let's go over there and take a look." After saying that, she grabbed Doubao and left quickly. She was afraid that Wang Yuhang would buy her things again. Before she dragged Doubao away, Wang Yuhang handed her the skirt and said, "Take a look. Do you like it? This is the most popular style this year." Seeing that Wang Yuhang had bought her a skirt, she was very happy but still said politely, "Don't you want it? I just bought one a few days ago, it's too much." Before she could finish her words, Wang Yuhang interrupted her and said, "It's better if you have more. You can change them. The more clothes the better in summer." After saying that, he took Doubao and left. Liu Qing smiled happily and continued shopping with the father and son. After they had finished touring the second floor, they went to the first floor. Doubao had a yellow skin and was thin, and it was obvious that he was malnourished. When Wang Yuhang was not back, she could get some milk from the magical space for him to drink. As soon as Wang Yuhang came back, she no longer dared to take the rare things in the magical space out, for fear that he would suspect something was wrong. So she went to the place where malted milk was sold. At that time, malted milk was a high-end and in-demand product. Even though it was sold in the supply and marketing cooperatives in the city, it was not affordable for ordinary people. Because money is expensive, we no longer require a ticket when buying malted milk. It was not easy to come to the city, so she looked at the salesperson and said, "Comrade, please get me 6 bottles of malted milk." When people heard that Liu Qing wanted to buy 6 bottles of malted milk, he attracted a lot of attention. Some are jealous, and some are envious. He was jealous and thought that Liu Qing was a spendthrift woman who was deliberately showing off her wealth. I enviously thought that Liu Qingnian was so rich at such a young age, and must have married a good man. Liu Qing doesn't care what others think. She just wants to buy more nutritious food for her child so that he can be plump. After buying malted milk, Liu Qing bought some peanut dip and mung bean paste for the bin buns, as well as a lot of snacks. After buying the things, the family of 3 carried their things and left the People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As soon as he walked out of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, 4 or 5 big men pulled and tugged the bean bun away from Wang Yuhang. As soon as he saw the bean bun being snatched away, Wang Yuhang knew what was going on. He looked at Liu Qing and ordered, "Hurry, hurry to the police station to report the case. They have taken Doubao away." After saying that, Wang Yuhang ran after them. After receiving the order, although Liu Qing was so scared that her legs went weak, she did not dare to hesitate. She handed the things in her hand to the old man who was sweeping the street nearby, and said, "Uncle, please help me watch my things. I need to go to the police station to handle a case." After that, she ran to the nearby police station. Maybe she was too scared, or maybe she ran too fast. The nearest police station was only 1,000 meters away, but she fell more than a dozen times and her knees were bleeding. For the sake of her child, she didn't even feel the pain and ran to the police station immediately. When they arrived at the police station, she briefly explained the whole story. The police were worried about the child, so they sent police immediately. She got on the police station's motorcycle and followed the police to chase the bad guys. After chasing for 2 intersections, I saw that Wen Yuhang had already dealt with 3 of the 4 bad guys, and only one was left holding Doubao. He might be afraid of hurting Doubao, so he didn't act rashly. After the policeman stopped the motorcycle, he ran over to help, but the child was in the hands of the bad guys, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Liu Qing was a stranger, and besides, she was a woman, so the bad guys didn't have much guard against her. She slowly fucked him from behind, and while Wen Yuhang was in a stalemate with the bad guy, she quickly stomped on him with her foot. The kick was steady, accurate and fierce. The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered and then fell to the ground. Wen Yuhang ran over quickly and grabbed the bin bun. Don't be afraid. Your parents are here, and no one can bully you. Wen Yuhang comforted him in a low voice. After comforting Doubao, Wen Yuhang hugged Liu Qing in his arms. Next, the family of 3 and the 4 bad guys who kidnapped the child were taken to the police station by the police. As soon as he arrived at the police station, Wen Yuhang pointed at the fat man and started yelling. Hao Qianqi, you'd better give up that idea as soon as possible. If you are a good person, your sister-in-law would never entrust Doubao to me to raise before she died. You want to sell the child for money, but it's impossible in this lifetime. As long as I'm alive, I will never give the child to you. Wen Yuhang shouted with a dark face. Hearing Wen Yuhang's roar, Liu Qing was completely confused. What sister-in-law before her death? Why entrust Doubao to him? Could it be that Doubao was not Wen Yuhang's biological child? Did he adopt someone else? These plots are not written in the book, and they are not in the original owner's memory. Could this plot be the secret of the book? Oh, she remembered that in the book, Wen Yuhang broke up with the original owner the day after he came back. He would definitely not tell the original owner Doubao's true life experience. Later, he met Lin Mialan. Fearing that Lin Mialan would treat Doubao badly, he kept Doubao's background hidden. Wen Yuhang did not disclose Doubao's background until the end of the book, so she really knew nothing about the child's background. Chapter 19, The Little Bin Bun was robbed. After talking to Wen Yuhang, the policeman found out that one of the bad guys was Doubao's uncle. Because this man was a gambler, Doubao's mother entrusted Doubao to Wen Yuhang for upbringing before she died. When Uncle Doubao found out, he was unhappy and said that he was the one who raised Doubao, but he had been trying to snatch Doubao away time and again. His purpose was not to raise him well but to give him away to others for money. After knowing the truth, the inspector detained them and warned them that if they dared to snatch children again, they would be prosecuted and put in jail. After the matter was settled, Wen Yuhang walked over to Liu Qing and asked with concern, "Mother, does your leg injury still hurt?" Hurt? When Wen Yuhang asked her, her leg injury was instantly awakened. She felt a black screen in front of her eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. When Wen Yuhang saw her, he quickly squatted down and hugged her in his arms. "Comrade, my wife is injured, we need to go to the hospital immediately." Daughter-in-law. Hearing this name, Liu Qing instantly no longer felt the pain from the wound and pressed his face against Wen Yuhang's chest. Through his clothes, she could feel Wen Yuhang's nervous heartbeat and hot skin. At this time, the policeman drove a motorcycle over, and Wen Yuhang held her in his arms and sat in the car. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle starting, Liu Qing whispered, "Don't forget to bring your bin buns." She was frightened by what happened just now and was afraid that someone would snatch her bin buns again. Wen Yuhang looked at her and said gently, "Don't worry, I have Doubao with me." Liu Qing was just about to turn his head to confirm when Doubao's voice rang out. "Mom. I'm here." Liu Qing turned her head and saw Doubao sitting on the other side of the motorcycle. She felt relieved and went to the hospital to see the doctor. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the county's first people's hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the police officer first went over to talk to the doctor, and then the doctor took Liu Qing away. "Chief, please take good care of your sister-in-law. We will go back to work first." After the police officer finished speaking, he saluted Wen Yuhang and left in a hurry. After the policeman left, he saw Liu Qing cleaning the wound and screaming in pain, so he quickly ran over. "Don't be afraid. If it hurts, just hold my hand hard." This will relieve the pain. After saying that, he put his hand in Liu Qing's hand. Maybe it was too painful. When Liu Qing couldn't bear the pain any longer, he really grabbed Wen Yuhang's hand tightly. 10 minutes later, Liu Qing's leg injury was finally healed, and Wen Yuhang stood up to pay the bill. As soon as Wen Yuhang left, the doctor who was cleaning the wound started joking with Liu Qing. "Comrade, your man really loves you. He lets you vent your anger on him. How come you are so lucky to marry such a good man?" Liu Qing was just about to explain to others that Wen Yuhang was not her man, they were just living together. At this time, Doubao ran over and said, "Mom, Dad has gone to pay the bill. We can go home soon." Doubao shouted, "Mom and Dad, do we need to explain this relationship?" She quickly shut up. A few minutes later, Wen Yuhang came back after paying the fee. Seeing Wen Yuhang coming back, she stood up from the chair, endured the pain, and took a few small steps. Suddenly, Wen Yuhang hugged her from behind. She was so scared that she tried to stop him quickly. "Quick, quick, put me down, there are so many people watching us." There were people everywhere in the hospital, how could she have the nerve to let a man hug her? At this moment, Wen Yuhang didn't care who was watching. He just didn't want Liu Qing to feel any more pain. So, no matter how Liu Qing tried to stop him, he acted as if he didn't hear it. The doctors who were treating the patient were already envious of Liu Qing's good fortune, and when they saw Wen Yuhang pick up Liu Qing directly, they were so envious that they almost vomited blood. The doctor looked at Liu Qing enviously and said, "Comrade, don't let the wound come into contact with water for the next 2 days, and don't walk too much. It's okay if you let your man hold you." As soon as the doctor finished explaining, Xiao Doubao smiled and said, "Doctor, don't worry. My father has plenty of energy and will definitely not let my mother get tired." Hearing what Doubao said, Liu Qing's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she muttered softly, "Naughty child, you talk too much, I'll spank you when I get home." After muttering, she buried her face in Wen Yuhang's arms. Wen Yuhang smiled and nodded to the doctor, then turned to look at Doubao and said, "Do, hold on to daddy's clothes and don't let go. Let's go home." After that, he hugged Liu Qing and walked outside. After leaving the hospital, a policeman ran towards me. "Commander, the institute has arranged to send you home." After saying that, he opened the jeep door. Just as Wen Yuhang was about to refuse, he was pushed into the car by the policeman. Before Wen Yuhang could refuse, he was pushed into the car. He felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to thank them, Xiao Doubao took the lead and said, "Thank you, police uncles. You are the best uncles. I want to be a policeman when I grow up and learn from you." After saying that, he saluted. Seeing Doubao's cute and funny appearance, they burst into laughter. "Captain, shall we go?" Wen Yuhang smiled and nodded, and the jeep started. When she heard that they were leaving, Liu Qing remembered that her shopping was still with the sanitation worker. She tugged at Wen Yuhang's sleeve and asked, "Have we not taken our shopping yet?" Upon hearing the things, the police uncle patted his head and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that your things were given to us by the sanitation worker. They are in the suitcase." When he heard that the things had been installed, Liu Qing instantly felt that his injury had healed by half. He smiled and thanked them, "Thank you, you are so thoughtful." An hour later, the jeep took them back to the village. When the villagers saw a jeep coming into the village, they knew that a high-ranking official had come, and they all ran to watch the fun. As soon as they saw the jeep parked at the brigade headquarters, they knew that Wen Yuhang had returned. After the car door opened, Wen Yuhang carried Liu Qing out of the car, which almost shocked the villagers who were watching the fun. It seems that the rumor in the village about Wen Yuhang and Liu Qing breaking up is true. Not only is their relationship good, but it is so good that they even hold each other when they walk. Seeing so many villagers gathered around her, Liu Qing instantly became shy. She tried to get up and walk by herself, but Wen Yuhang held her even tighter. She thought Wen Yuhang would carry her into their house quickly to escape from the strange looks of the villagers. Who would have thought that this guy not only did not run away, but also hugged her and greeted the villagers. "Fellow villagers, have you all eaten yet? Why don't you come to my house and play for a while?" When Liu Qing heard Wen Yuhang greeting everyone, she shyly pinched his arm to remind him to go back to their house quickly. But this guy seemed to be unaware of her intention and held her in his arms and started chatting with everyone. Chapter 20. Is it illegal to hug your own wife? Yuhang, don't you love your wife too much? Who would hug his wife during the day? Isn't it enough to hug her at night? Several women in their 40s in the village said jokingly. When Liu Qing heard someone joking, she was so embarrassed that she really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Although she was from the 21st century, she was not married after all. Few people made such jokes, so she was still very shy. Who knew that this guy Wen Yuhang would make her look at him with new eyes this time? When he heard others making fun of him, he was not shy at all and even started making jokes with his sisters-in-law. What's wrong? Sisters-in-law, it's not against the law for me to hug my own wife, right? Are you envious? Go home quickly and let your husband hug her. In the 1970s, women in rural areas loved to joke, and men hardly dared to talk back. However, they did not expect that Wen Yuhang would confront them like this. They became shy instantly and tried to save face. Okay. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Just hug your wife tightly, it's not against the law. Before he could finish his words, they all ran away. After the villagers left, Wen Yuhang thanked the police uncle and carried Liu Qing into their house. After entering the room, Wen Yuhang carefully put Liu Qing on the bed. Because she fell so many times, her beautiful skirt was already dirty beyond recognition. Wen Yuhang was very tactful. He looked at Liu Qing and suggested, "Take off your dirty clothes and I will wash them for you later." After saying that, he turned his face away. Liu Qing endured the pain, took off her dirty skirt, and changed into comfortable clothes to wear at home. "I'm done changing, you can turn around," Liu Qing said in a low voice. After receiving the order, Wen Yuhang turned his face away, looked at Liu Qing and instructed, "You lie down and have a good rest these days. I will do their housework and take care of Doubao." After that, he took the thermos and went to the kitchen. Seeing Wen Yuhang boiling water, Liu Qing felt itchy all over. She looked down at her body, which was extremely dirty. She really wanted to get half a basin of water to wipe it. But she wasn't very familiar with Wen Yuhang, so how could she bring herself to ask that? Just as I was thinking about how to avoid embarrassment, Wen Yuhang came over with a wash basin. "The hot water has just been mixed. Can you wipe your body? Once you're clean, lie down and have a more comfortable rest." After saying that, Wen Yuhang placed the wash basin on the bench in front of the bed. After all, they haven't had any physical contact yet. They are not even a real couple, so how can she ask him to help wipe her body? Liu Qing quickly stopped him and said, "Let me do it myself. You take the child out first." Seeing Liu Qing's face turn red with shyness, Wen Yuhang had no choice but to give up. After all, their relationship was not yet close enough to wipe each other's bodies. "Okay then. Just bear with it." After saying that, he reached out and held Doubao's hand. "Do, go out with Dad to enjoy the cool air, and let Mom take a good bath." Doubao took some snacks and followed Wen Yuhang to the yard to enjoy the cool air. After they left, Liu Qing jumped up. "To be honest, isn't it just a few falls and broken legs? She is not that delicate. If this man didn't come back, she would have endured the pain and done what she should do." She quickly dipped the towel into the basin, wrung it out and began to wash her body. After washing her upper body, she carefully washed her legs. Because the doctor had told her that the wound on her leg must not come into contact with water, for fear that it would get infected, she was very careful when cleaning it. The more careful she was, the more mistakes she made. Unexpectedly, her legs went weak and she almost fell down, holding the wash basin with both hands. The basin moved and the water inside splashed out, just hitting the wound, making her scream in fright. "Dad Do, come in quickly." Wen Yuhang, who was in the yard, was telling a story while holding Doubao. When he heard the shouting from the house, he was so scared that he put down Doubao and ran into their house. He ran into the room and saw Liu Qing preparing to use something to wipe the water off the wound. He immediately grabbed her hand and said, "Don't wipe it. This thing has bacteria." After saying that, he opened the drawer under the cabinet. Because the situation was urgent, he opened the drawer and started rummaging through it. Seeing Wen Yuhang rummaging through her private drawer, Liu Qing's eyes widened in shock, and at this moment she forgot the pain of her wound. As Wen Yuhang was rummaging through the drawers, he felt something was wrong. All he found were women's underwear and bras. He realized he had opened the wrong drawer, so he quickly pulled his hand back and closed the drawer. I didn't see anything." After saying that, he opened another drawer and took out the gauze and disinfectant he brought back yesterday. It wouldn't have been so embarrassing if this guy didn't explain, but after he explained like this, Liu Qing wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Just when I was feeling extremely embarrassed, Wen Yuhang came over with something and said, "Come, let me help you with the wound." After saying that, he took the disinfectant and dipped the gauze in it. Liu Qing was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to open her eyes. Her private underwear was all seen by this man. After treating the wound, Wen Yuhang began to prepare dinner. "Mom Do, what do you want to eat?" Wen Yuhang asked gently. This man, after all, was not her real man. She was already very grateful that he could help her with so many things, so how could he dare to trouble her again? "You can eat anything, just keep it simple. You're tired enough today," Liu Qing said in a low voice. "Yeah." Wen Yuhang nodded and went into the kitchen. Wen Yuhang went to cook, and Doubao went to the kitchen to play with him. She lay on the bed alone and thought about the good things. Wen Yuhang hasn't mentioned breaking up yet. Does that mean they are not breaking up? Then is Lin Mialan no longer the heroine? The heroine is her current self. In the future, she will be able to follow the army and live with Wen Yuhang in the military? As I thought about it, my mind became confused. Because Liu Qing was injured, it was not so easy for Wen Yuhang to prepare dinner. He wanted to make something delicious to nourish Liu Qing's body, so he killed the big white goose at home. Half an hour later, Wen Yuhang went to the main house with a bowl of goose meat. Seeing that Liu Qing had fallen asleep, he gently pushed her. "Wake up, it's time to eat. I stewed goose meat for you. Do you smell it?" After saying that, he put the bowl under Liu Qing's nose. The fragrant goose meat instantly awakened Liu Qing. She opened her eyes and saw Wen Yuhang holding the delicious food in his hand. She instantly felt like the happiest woman in the world. In her previous life, she was too busy with work to have time for a romantic relationship, and she never enjoyed this heartwarming treatment until the end of her life. Unexpectedly, after traveling to this impoverished era, not only would there be children calling her mom, but there would also be men who pampered her like this. She was truly a winner in life. She took the bowl handed to her by Wen Yuhang and started eating with big mouthfuls. It's true that this soldier is really versatile. Not only can he do laundry, do housework, and take care of children, he can also cook delicious meals. With such a warm home, she didn't want to leave and became even more determined to become the heroine. Chapter 21 Unlocking Doubao's Life Story. After dinner, Doubao pestered Liu Qing to read some comic books. While they were reading, Wen Yuhang went into the kitchen to wash the pots and pans. After cleaning up the kitchen, she took Liu Qing and Doubao's dirty clothes to wash. Liu Qing saw this and felt a little distressed. To be honest, so many thrilling things happened that day. Wen Yuhang had to fight against the bad guys, take care of the child, and take her to the hospital for treatment. He was the most tired person that day. "Why don't you wash the clothes first? You're tired after a long day, why don't you sit down and take a rest?" Liu Qing persuaded gently. Hearing that Liu Qing felt sorry for him and advised him not to work too hard, Wen Yuhang felt as sweet as drinking honey and felt the warmth of home. He looked at Liu Qing and smiled, "I'm not tired, don't worry about me. Besides, clothes are easy to wash in summer, just rub them twice." After that, he put the dirty clothes into the basin. Wen Yuhang went out to do the laundry, and Liu Qing thought about what happened during the day. Since she doesn't plan to leave, she should find a suitable opportunity to ask about what's going on with Doubao, right? But if I ask this question at the wrong time, I'm afraid it will cause Wen Yuhang to misunderstand me. After all, her role is too sensitive. Just when she was thinking about how to speak without being embarrassed, Wen Yuhang came into the room with a basin of water after washing the clothes, which scared her so much that she quickly started reading. After Wen Yuhang returned to their house, he took Doubao over and said, "Do, let mommy have a good rest. Daddy will read to you, okay?" Doubao was a little smart guy to begin with, and after listening to what Wen Yuhang said, he stopped pestering Liu Qing, nodded happily, and then sat in Wen Yuhang's arms. Maybe it was because Wen Yuhang's voice was too magical. After he had just read 2 stories to Doubao, the little guy turned away and fell asleep in his arms. Seeing that Doubao fell asleep, Wen Yuhang picked her up and carefully placed her at Liu Qing's feet. As soon as she saw Wen Yuhang put the bin bun at her feet, she was scared. What does this guy want to do? What does it mean that he put the child at her feet? Is he going to sleep with her later? Thinking of this, she was so scared that she quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, why did you put the bean bag at my feet? I'm used to sleeping with him." I can't sleep at night without him sleeping next to me. Seeing Liu Qing's face distorted with fear, Wen Yuhang knew why without having to say anything. He couldn't help but laugh and explained in a low voice, "Don't think wrongly. This child is not honest when sleeping. I'm afraid that she will hurt your wound. I'll let him stay with me today. I'll take care of him, and you can sleep peacefully." After listening to Wen Yuhang's explanation, Liu Qing's face turned red instantly. It seemed that she had misunderstood it. That was not what he meant. She twisted her arm hard, as a punishment for her wild thoughts. After making the bean curd, Wen Yuhang still didn't sit down to rest. He went to the cabinet and picked up the bag himself. 2 minutes later, Wen Yu quietly walked to the bed and handed the thing to Liu Qing. "Take a look." Seeing Wen Yuhang handing over something, Liu Qing reached out and took it out of curiosity. When I took it and looked at it, it was a black and white photo of a man and a woman. The man was wearing a military uniform and a military cap, and was as handsome as Wen Yuhang. The woman had big eyes, an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a cherry mouth, and was a great beauty. After looking at the photos, Liu Qing was even more confused. What was this guy doing? Why did he show her the photos of two strangers? So she raised her head, looked at Wen Yuhang and asked, "Who are these two people?" Before Liu Qing finished guessing, he spoke it out seriously. This is Doubao's mom and dad." "Are?" Liu Qing was stunned. Doubao. Aren't you Doubao's father? Aren't you Doubao's biological father?" Liu Qing asked hesitantly. Wen Yuhang shook his head seriously. "No, I'm Doubao's father's comrade in arms." After hearing the news, Liu Qing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. To be honest, she had just come here and didn't take Wen Yuhang seriously. Was she planning to break up with Wen Yuhang? To put it bluntly, she was a little disgusted with Wen Yuhang for being unclean. Didn't he have a child with another woman? After meeting Wen Yuhang, I realized that he was not only handsome but also an all-round good man, which made me less interested in the fact that he had a child. Unexpectedly, these truths were not what was in the book. She was really confused. If Wen Yuhang is not Doubao's biological father, then it proves that this guy has never had a child and is a clean first married man. Doesn't that mean she got a great bargain? So she asked excitedly, "Does everyone in the village not know that you are not Doubao's biological father? Does your family not know either?" Wen Yuhang nodded and said, "Yes, I adopted Doubao and treated her as my own child. Besides, Doubao is the child of my savior. She is the same as my own child. There is no need to let others know." After that, Wen Yuhang told Liu Qing the whole story of why he adopted Doubao, and she burst into tears. After hearing the explanation, Liu Qing admired Wen Yuhang even more. She felt that Wen Yuhang was a good man who knew how to be grateful, and she instantly had the urge to love this man. Just when she didn't know how to praise Wen Yuhang for doing the right thing, Wen Yuhang spoke again. "Now that you know the truth, will you choose to leave?" Wen Yuhang asked, and waved his hands a few times pretending to be indifferent. "Leave. That woman will not be willing to raise someone else's child. If you leave, I won't blame you." After listening to what Wen Yuhang said, Liu Qing sighed and expressed his thoughts. "Who said I'm leaving? Don't look at me as if I'm so heartless, okay? I've already treated Doubao as my own child." After saying that, she turned her head away shyly. To be honest, what she said was all from the heart. There was absolutely no deception or perfunctoriness. Reassured, Wen Yuhang happily took off his shoes and put them on. "Mother, come here, let me rub your legs for you. It can help stimulate the blood circulation and help the wound heal faster." After saying that, he reached out his hand. She thought this guy was always serious. Unexpectedly, he was not serious at times. She was so scared that she quickly waved her hands. No. I don't need blood circulation." Wang Yuhang didn't listen to what Liu Qing said, and started pushing and kneading his legs. Since the other person was so attentive, she felt embarrassed to refuse and started to enjoy him with her eyes closed. Wang Yuhang was tired, so he knelt on the bed with his back bent to massage his legs. He was only wearing a military vest on his upper body, and when he exerted force, the textured muscles on his shoulders moved, making him look particularly sexy. Liu Qing thought she was not a pervert, but with this sexy body always in front of her, she could not guarantee her inner innocence. Chapter 22. What's wrong with my wife being a little fat? The next day, Wang Yuhang went to the market again with the purchase ticket. An hour later, he came back with half a meter long mutton. In the 1970s and 1980s, people didn't use plastic bags to buy meat. Instead, they tied the meat with ropes and carried it home. So it was difficult for anyone to buy meat without letting their fellow villagers know. When the villagers saw Wang Yuhang carrying back a large piece of mutton, they were so envious that their mouths were watering. Wow, Yuhang bought such a big piece of mutton? He must be really rich, right? The mutton soup with cabbage is delicious. Think about it, how much does it cost to buy mutton? Was it that woman Liu Qing who forced her to buy it? That greedy woman really doesn't know how to live. After her man left, she was still hungry. This is how it is in the village. When seeing others doing well, there are always people who are envious and others who are jealous. Of course, the ones who envy them are the villagers, and the ones who hate and are jealous of them the most are Mardayan and Xu Huanghua. Eat, eat, eat. That bitch only knows how to eat. I don't know what dirty tricks she uses to seduce men. Hearing the sour voice, Wang Yuhang stopped in his tracks. He turned his head sharply and saw that it was Xu Huanghua who said those sour words. Yes, I just want to buy one for my wife and make her fat. If you have the ability, you can persuade your man to buy one too. After saying that, Wang Yuhang glared at her and walked towards the brigade headquarters. Xu Huanghua was furious and retorted to Wang Yuhang's back, eat you to death. After that, she ran home to inform him. When he returned to the backyard of the brigade headquarters, he saw that Liu Qing was not lying in bed to rest, but was out and about, so he ran over with the meat. Mom Do, didn't I tell you to get out of bed? Why did you get out of bed by yourself? You are so disobedient. After saying that, he picked up the meat and was about to help. Hearing that Wang Yuhang had returned, she quickly turned her head and saw Wang Yuhang carrying a large piece of meat, and she started to complain. We haven't finished eating yesterday's goose meat yet. Why did you buy so much mutton? When hearing their complaints, Wang Yuhang was not disgusted, but was grateful and considerate. This is how a couple should be. He looked at Liu Qing and smiled, I'll eat the remaining goose meat, and you and the children can eat mutton. I heard that drinking mutton soup is more nutritious. After saying that, he hung the meat on a hook. Since I had already bought the food, there was no point feeling bad about it. Besides, there were no refrigerators in the 1970s and 1980s, so I had to eat it to keep it fresh. So I looked at Wang Yuhang and started to give him orders. You should cut the meat into pieces first, then blanch it in a pot with cold water, right? Wang Yuhang nodded and said, I understand. I'll get it done now. Then he carried the mutton to the kitchen. Doubao, who was standing by, heard his parents interacting and he covered his mouth and kept laughing. We. Seeing Doubao grinning, he pinched his little face and said, What's the matter with you, kid? Why are you laughing? Doubao took his hand away and whispered in Liu Qing's ear, Mom, you are not Dad's child either, why does he love you so much? Doubao is a little jealous, Dad loves you more than me. Hearing what Doubao said, Liu Qing burst out laughing. You are a little brat, even though Mom is not Dad's child, she is Dad's wife, right? Of course Dad loves his wife. Doubao nodded, not quite understanding, oh, I get it, I also want to be Dad's wife. After saying that, he ran to catch butterflies. After blanching the mutton, Wang Yuhang washed the blood residue and put it back into the pot. He wanted to stew a milky white soup so that Liu Qing could drink 2 more bowls. After just over 10 minutes of stewing with the lid on, the aroma of mutton came out, and the entire backyard of the brigade headquarters was filled with the smell of mutton. Fortunately, they live in a remote place, in an empty courtyard at the entrance of the village, with no neighbors around. Otherwise, the smell of their meat would surely make the neighbors cry. In order to make the meat evenly cooked, he would stand up from time to time, open the lid of the pot and stir it a few times. Looking at his skillful movements, he looked like a chef in the kitchen. How could he be the head of a military region? Hey, how long are you planning to be back this time? Liu Qing stood at the kitchen door and asked for the sake of conversation. Hearing Liu Qing's question, Wang Yuhang put down the firewood in his hand and said slowly, 1.5 months. When Liu Qing heard this, he was shocked. The book said that he hadn't been back for so long. The book said that he had broken up with the original owner a few days after returning, and then made friends with Lin Mielan, and then talked to her through letters. You've been back for so long? Is there anything else you want to do? Liu Qing asked tentatively. Yes, of course. As soon as Wang Yuhang said yes, Liu Qing lost his patience and interrupted him to ask more. What's the matter? Has someone introduced you to someone again? Liu Qing asked anxiously, expressing her concern. At this time, Wang Yuhang glanced at her and said, What are you talking about? I already have you and a child, how can I introduce you to someone? When Liu Qing heard that she had let the cat out of the bag, she quickly explained, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Wang Yuhang smiled and shook his head. Don't think about it. I came back this time just to accompany you and the children. I'll take care of other things when I get back to the team. After taking the reassurance pill, Liu Qing felt much better instantly. They felt relieved, but their chatterboxes were locked again. The two of them didn't know what to say anymore. The awkward atmosphere came again, and Liu Qing was just about to find a way to escape when this guy suddenly stood up, opened the lid of the pot with a bang, scooped a piece of mutton with a spoon, and blew it into his mouth. Seeing him so serious, she thought he was blowing it for Doubao. Just as she was about to call Doubao over to taste it, this guy walked up to her and said something unexpected, open your mouth and taste whether the meat is rotten. After that, he picked up the mutton from the spoon with chopsticks. I still. Before Liu Qing could finish her humble words, the mutton had already been stuffed into her mouth. Is it delicious? How does it taste? Wang Yuhang asked gently. Liu Qing was a little flattered. He nodded while chewing, it's delicious, not too sweet or salty, and tastes just right. After hearing what Liu Qing said, Wang Yuhang scooped another piece from the pot, blew it against his lips for a while, and went out to feed Doubao. A few minutes later, Wang Yuhang opened the lid of the pot and served Liu Qing a large bowl full of food. Because of the injury, I was lying in bed recuperating and not doing any exercise, so I didn't feel hungry at all. So, when she saw Wang Yuhang serving her a big bowl, she whispered her disdain. If you eat so much and don't exercise, you will definitely become as fat as a pig. Wang Yuhang laughed, what's the big deal about being a little fat? Being a little fat is good for your health. When the little Wiz Doubao heard her father talking about her mother, she also started to make fun of him, that's right, mom looks better when she's fat. She will always be the most beautiful mother in the world. Chapter 23, The Fate of Those Who Stole My Mutton Soup. In the backyard of the brigade headquarters, Wang Yuhang built a simple dining table using tree roots. Liu Qing and Doubao sat on chairs, lying on a simple table, eating with gusto. At this time, Wang Yuhang came out with a small pot of mutton soup. Your mother is delicious. I'm going to bring some mutton soup to Secretary Liu. After saying that, he went out with the mutton soup. Through chatting with Doubao, Wang Yuhang learned that Secretary Liu took good care of her and her daughter, and he was very grateful to Secretary Liu. To be honest, he had wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, but because of their special identities, he did not dare to express it specially. It just so happens that I have stewed mutton soup at home today. This is a good opportunity for neighbors to send each other some food. It has nothing to do with anything else. The old house of the Wang family. Mom, Wang Yuhang cut more than 3 feet of fat and lean mutton, saying that he wanted to stew it for that bitch. Xu Wanghua complained with drooling eyes. Did you see with your own eyes how much was cut? Mar Dayan asked in disbelief. Xu Wanghua gnashed her teeth in jealousy. With my own eyes. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. It almost made me cry with envy. Mar Dayan vomited in anger and almost fainted. He pounded his chest a few times with his hands. This coward is too cowardly. He stewed so much mutton and he didn't want me, his stepmother, to eat it. But that damn old man is his biological father. Daddy, what's wrong with Daddy? I just want that bitch now. When Xu Wanghua said this, Mar Dayan immediately got angry. She lost her allowance, her meat coupons, her living expenses, and even the money given by Wang Yuhang. She blamed Liu Qing for all her losses. He reached out and pulled Xu Wanghua up, let's go, ask them for meat. Then he ran towards the brigade headquarters. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked to the front yard of the brigade, they smelled the aroma of mutton soup. Hurry, hurry, let's go. Mar Dayan waved his hands and ran to the backyard of the brigade headquarters with a bent back. They ran to the backyard and saw only Liu Qing and Doubao in the yard, but no Wang Yuhang. The two guys became bolder. They ran over quickly. Mar Dayan snatched Doubao's bowl and Xu Wanghua snatched Liu Qing's bowl, and they used chopsticks to scoop the food into their mouths. Seeing that it was these two useless guys again, Liu Qing roared in anger. Do you still have any shame? Hearing Liu Qing's interrogation, Mar Dian not only did not feel ashamed, but also smugly retorted, who is shameless? You bought so much mutton, why didn't you let us eat it? You ate it all by yourself, you are the shameless ones. Seeing Mar Dian's arrogant words, Liu Qing picked up the crutch that Wen Yuhang made for her and smashed it over with a thud, almost knocking over the bowls in their hands. Xu Wanghua was scared after being beaten last time. Seeing Liu Qing throwing the stick again, she quickly hid behind Mar Dian. You damn bitch, what's wrong with drinking some mutton soup? Are you going crazy again? Liu Qing was just about to continue fighting when Doubao at the side spoke up. Mom, don't be angry, the mutton soup that Grandma just drank was vomited into the bowl by me. When Liu Qing heard this, he clapped his hands and laughed out loud. This mutton soup is absolutely delicious, right? Doubao has added some seasoning for you. When Mar Dian heard this, he realized that the mutton soup he drank was vomited by Doubao, and he vomited it out in disgust. After the scolding, Mar Dian was unwilling anymore, took off his shoes and ran to play bin buns. When Liu Qing saw this, he quickly tried to stop him. Mar Dian, if you dare to touch Doubao, I will fight you to the death. After that, he limped over and grabbed Mar Dian by the collar. Mar Dian went crazy, tearing and raging, not only will I beat that stinky boy to death, I'll also beat you to death, you bitch. Before he could finish his words, someone grabbed him from behind and lifted him up. Don't hit either of them today. After saying that, he pushed Mar Dian to sit on the ground. Seeing that it was Wen Yuhang who came back, Mar Dian no longer dared to show off her power and she quickly changed the subject. Yuhang, I'm teaching these two a lesson for your own good. It's not easy for you in the army, and the money you earn is hard earned. If you let them cheat you out of all your food and drink, how are you going to live? Wen Yuhang glared at Mar Dian and shouted coldly, shut up, we don't want you to interfere in our family affairs, and I don't want you to do good for me. I bought all these delicious food and drinks for them willingly. Mar Dian pointed at Wen Yuhang and said, you don't know what's good for you. Before Mar Dian finished speaking, Wen Yuhang pointed at her. Go away, don't come here again, we are not welcome here. Hearing Wen Yuhang pointing at her and telling her to get out, Mar Dian no longer dared to refute and started shouting at Xu Wanghua who was standing beside her. Wanghua, help me up quickly. That bitch almost pissed me off to death. Xu Wanghua glanced at Wen Yuhang, didn't dare to say a word, helped Mar Dian up from the ground, and left in disgrace. After the two good-for-nothings left, Wen Yuhang ran over and looked at Liu Qing and asked him questions. How was it? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Liu Qing smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Fortunately, you are here to protect us. Otherwise. Just this one sentence, luckily you are here to protect us mother and daughter, made ripples in Wen Yuhang's heart, and he felt even more important in this family. No wonder smart women are so sweet-mouthed. Just one sweet word made Wen Yuhang happy for a long time, and he also secretly swore in his heart that he would protect them better in the future. Seeing that this guy was only interested in having fun, she gently suggested. You've worked so hard, why don't you go eat quickly? Wen Yuhang smiled and nodded, then went into the kitchen to get some food. After Wen Yuhang entered the room, Liu Qing was curious and waved at Doubao. When the little guy received the signal, he ran over happily. She reached out and hugged Doubao, leaned over to his ear and asked, Do, you just said that you vomited the mutton soup, is that true? When asked by Liu Qing, Doubao covered his mouth and laughed. Mom, I was the one who tricked Grandma. She drank my mutton soup without my permission. I definitely can't let her drink it for nothing. When Liu Qing heard this, he laughed happily. You're really amazing, you definitely inherited this brain from your mother. After saying that, he proudly pulled Doubao's ear. Their mother and daughter were laughing happily when Wen Yuhang came down with a bowl. What are you two grinning about? When asked by Wen Yuhang, the mother and daughter were instantly speechless. This was their little secret, so they should not tell Wen Yuhang, right? What weren't we laughing at? We were just joking. Did you think it was particularly funny? Liu Qing explained while holding back his laughter. The more Liu Qing said she wasn't laughing, the less Wen Yuhang believed her. She thought her face was dirty. He held the bowl in one hand and rubbed his face with the other. I thought Wen Yuhang, a soldier, was only good at being cool but not humorous. I didn't expect that this guy was quite humorous sometimes. Chapter 24, First Intimate Contact. That night, there was a sudden thunderstorm. Rain was dripping in many places in the house. Liu Qing was sleeping soundly when the raindrops hit her face, waking her up instantly. Since she moved into this room, it hasn't rained heavily yet. Last time, it rained moderately. Although there were a few leaks in the room, they were not severe, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She reached for the match and lit the kerosene lamp. The lights came on, and she was about to wake up when Yu Hang, who was sleeping at her feet, only to find that he was no longer there. After covering Doubao with the quilt, she groped her way out of bed. He got out of bed, picked up the flashlight and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Wen Yuhang ran into the room. Seeing him soaked in water, Liu Qing instantly felt distressed. "Why don't you wear a raincoat? You'll catch a cold." Wen Yuhang shook the water off his hair and whispered, "The raincoat is under the bed. I'm afraid to disturb your sleep." After that, he wiped it a few times with a towel and continued to explain, "Don't worry, it's summer, it's okay to get wet in the rain. With my physique, I won't catch a cold." Wang Yuhang said so much just because he didn't want her to worry. She knew all this. However, no matter how he explained, he could not hide the fact that he was indeed cold, shivering all over, and his lips were pale. Seeing this, Liu Qing reached out and snatched the towel from Wang Yuhang's hand. "Come, I'll help you wipe it, and then go to bed and warm up." After saying that, she quickly helped him wipe it. After wiping his back, I helped him wipe his chest. The two of them were very close to each other and could hear each other's breathing. Because she moved too quickly, Liu Qing lost her grip and the towel almost fell to the ground. She was so scared that she quickly grabbed the towel. Unexpectedly, she failed to catch the towel and even dodged and almost fell down. She was so scared that she hugged Wen Yuhang. In order to protect Liu Qing, Wen Yuhang reached out and held her in his arms. Oh my god! It was so awkward. The air was filled with awkwardness. In Liu Qing's previous life, she lived for more than 30 years, and had never been hugged like this by a man. After the embarrassment, she gradually regained consciousness and pushed Wen Yuhang towards her. "Wipe it yourself. I won't wipe it for you." After saying that, she didn't even know the pain in her legs and limped to the bed. Seeing Liu Qing was shy, Wen Yuhang also felt embarrassed and hesitantly explained, "I have already fixed the leaking part of the house, so you can sleep peacefully." After their hug just now, Liu Qing's heart was in turmoil, like a deer running around. How could he feel sleepy? The same went for Wen Yuhang. Due to his huge emotional fluctuations, he lost all desire to sleep, so he simply sat at the head of the bed and watched them sleep. Even with her eyes closed, she couldn't fall asleep. Liu Qing suddenly opened her eyes and saw Wen Yuhang peeking at her. She nervously covered her face with her hands. "Why are you peeking at me so late at night? You are beautiful, and I like to look at you," Wang Yuhang said with a smile in a slightly magnetic voice. After being praised by Wen Yuhang, Liu Qing blushed all the way to her ears. She quickly turned her face away, not giving Wen Yuhang the chance to peek. Unable to peek at Liu Qing, he became bored sitting there alone and soon felt sleepy. He climbed onto the bed carefully and fell asleep leaning against Liu Qing's legs. Liu Qing pretended to be asleep with her eyes closed. She wanted to have something happen with Wen Yuhang, but this upright soldier fell asleep as soon as he got into bed. Because he tossed and turned all night, Liu Qing slept until the sun was high in the sky the next day. If he hadn't been woken up by the loudspeaker in the front yard, he would probably have slept until noon. She opened her eyes, stretched, and looked at Doubao and asked, "Do, where's Dad?" Dad went to the front yard to help the party secretary grandfather repair their house. "Oh, really? Then Dad is really great. He does good things for the village as soon as he comes back." Doubao didn't understand any of this. He just knew that his mother was praising his father again, so he followed suit and started to flatter him. "Yes. My father is the best father." After saying that, he started marching like a soldier. Liu Qing got out of bed and was about to go to the kitchen to eat when he saw Wen Yuhang coming back with a few people. Seeing a stranger at home, Liu Qing was so scared that she quickly went to the kitchen, because she hadn't put on makeup yet. She didn't want outsiders to see her bare face. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the kitchen, she heard shouting. "Sister-in-law, I heard that you were injured, so we came to see you." Hearing that someone came to see her, it would be impolite for her to hide and not come out, right? So she quickly walked towards the main house. When she arrived at the main house, she saw that the guests were Wang Yuhang's comrades in arms and his wife, so she greeted them politely. "Thank you so much for thinking of me." After saying that, he went to the kitchen to make tea for the guests. When Wang Yuhang saw Liu Qing was going to make tea, he grabbed the teapot. "Your leg injury hasn't healed yet, I'll entertain the guests." She was not familiar with the guest, they had only met once before their wedding. She wanted to stay and talk to the guest, but she really didn't know what to say. "No. No. Your comrade is here, you two can chat for a while, my injury is no longer a big deal." After saying that, he snatched the teapot. Wang Yuhang smiled and shook his head, looking at his comrade and said, "Your sister-in-law is so considerate." While Liu Qing was making tea, his comrades started joking with Wang Yuhang. "Yuhang, you are really amazing. Look at how you have kept my sister-in-law's skin so moist and tender, and so white. Can you share your experience with me?" After saying that, he winked at Wang Yuhang. The bride was embarrassed by the topic the two men were talking about, so she stood up and went to find Liu Qing. "Sister-in-law, let me help you." Although Wang Yuhang already has a wife, he is still a green hand in this area. He didn't even realize that his comrades were teasing him and just smiled and praised them. "My wife is naturally beautiful, she is not raised by me at all." After the tea was prepared, Liu Qing and the bride came out carrying the teapot. Hearing that the two men were talking about something irrelevant, they interrupted them and said, "Why don't you have some tea? What are you chatting about?" After that, they handed over the tea. Wang Yuhang's comrade Liu Liang took the tea and said politely, "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard. Please sit down and have a rest." Liu Qing smiled and said, "It's not hard. We can do it." Then he pulled the bride to the bedside to talk. "Sister-in-law, your skin is so fair and bright. What kind of cream do you usually use?" the bride asked enviously. In fact, Liu Qing didn't use anything except the magic water in her magical space to wash. Isn't her skin becoming more and more translucent? She wanted to give a few bottles of water to the bride, but was afraid that people would get suspicious, so she smiled and shook her head, "I only use Ya Shuang, and nothing else." When the bride Yu Li heard this, her eyes widened immediately. She had been using Ya Shuang for several years, but her skin had never been so good. Did she seem to be born beautiful? Chapter 25, Treasure Hunting in the Back Mountain with Friends. When cooking at noon, Wang Yuhang and his comrade Liu Liang served as chefs. They did not let the two women interfere, and asked them to communicate more about how to become beautiful. Wang Yuhang still had some mutton from yesterday, so he cooked a braised mutton dish. He also killed a duck and cooked a drunken duck, and finally cooked 2 vegetables. When cooking, Wang Yuhang served as the chef and Liu Liang was in charge of assisting. Soon, a table of delicious meals was ready. Liu Liang and his wife are both city dwellers. They seldom come to the countryside and are full of curiosity about everything in the countryside. After lunch, Liu Liang's wife asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, isn't your mountain behind very beautiful? What grows there? I heard from others that there are ground weeds, mushrooms, and various medicinal herbs there. Is that true?" Liu Qing smiled and nodded, "Yes, of course, we have all the things you asked about, but we have to go to the mountains to find them." When Yu Li heard Liu Qing say yes, she was even more excited. "Sister-in-law, how about we go to the back mountain to play?" Yu Li was so curious that she forgot that Liu Qing had an injury on his leg. When Liu Liang heard Yu Li pestering Liu Qing to go up the mountain to play, he immediately became unwilling and started to complain to his wife. "Wife, my sister-in-law's leg is injured. How can I accompany you to the back mountain to play? Let's wait for the next opportunity." After hearing what Liu Liang said, Yu Li pouted a few times and looked lost. "Okay. Let's go next time. It was not easy to come here, but I didn't know when I could come next time." Liu Qing felt very embarrassed. If her leg hadn't been injured, how could she not satisfy others? She shook her head helplessly and looked at Yu Li as she apologized. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. Look at my leg. I got hurt at a really bad time." Just when I thought this proposal was coming to an end, Wang Yuhang on the side spoke up. "Liu Liang, you hold the bin bun, and I'll carry your sister-in-law up the mountain." Before he could finish his words, Liu Liang and his wife waved their hands and disagreed. Forget it, let's go next time." Wang Yuhang shook his head. "Go ahead. Don't wait until next time. Your sister-in-law has been bored staying at home these days. It's a good opportunity to go to the mountains to relax. After that, he took out the bamboo basket and handed it to Yuli, sister-in-law. Take the basket with you. You may find something good here. Yuli was too embarrassed to refuse, so she took the basket. Wang Yuhang carried Liu Qing on his back, Liu Liang held bin buns, and Yuli carried a basket. They talked and laughed as they walked towards the back mountain. Liu Qing lay on Wang Yuhang's back, worried that she would make him tired. After all, it was climbing a mountain, not walking on a flat road. Besides, she weighed over 100 pounds. But the man didn't seem tired. Not only did they not hear him breathing hard, but they also didn't see him falling behind them. Half an hour later, several people arrived at the beautiful back mountain. Wang Yuhang put Liu Qing down and asked gently, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Stretch your body and stretch your muscles." After saying that, he gave her a lesson. This time, Liu Qing did not listen to Wang Yuhang and did not care about whether she was comfortable or not. Instead, she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped Wang Yuhang's sweat in front of the two of them. Wang Yuhang was originally a little tired, but he was warmed by Liu Qing's action and instantly felt relaxed all over and no longer tired at all. Seeing Wang Yuhang and Liu Qing so affectionate, Liu Liang and his wife giggled. This smile disrupted their loving mode. Liu Qing quickly turned his face away. Wang Yuhang said with an embarrassed look, "What are you laughing at? Are you taking your wife around to see the beautiful scenery?" After being reminded by Wang Yuhang, Liu Liang finally came to his senses. He put down the bean bun in his arms and took his wife to enjoy the beautiful scenery. A few minutes later, Yu Li's screams were heard. "Brother Yuhang, sister-in-law, come over and take a look at what this is. It's so beautiful." Hearing the shouting, Wang Yuhang held Liu Qing with one hand and Doubao with the other and went over to take a look. When they got there, Yu Li grabbed the branches and said, Look, isn't it beautiful?" Liu Qing was a city dweller in her previous life and was not very good at identifying these mountain products, so she did not go up to join in the fun. Seeing that Liu Qing did not participate, Wang Yuhang leaned over and saw many small yellow umbrellas next to the tree roots. They looked yellow and tender and were indeed very beautiful. He smiled and explained, "This is yellow mushroom, the top of fungi, with high nutritional value, almost on the same level as ginseng. If you buy it in the supply and marketing cooperative in the city, how much does it cost per pound?" R. Upon hearing the explanation, Yu Li and Liu Liang's eyes widened instantly. When they came to their senses, the two shouted happily, "Since it is so precious, let's pick it up quickly." Wang Yuhang smiled and nodded, then took them to pick mushrooms. Doubao bent down and picked up a small yellow mushroom with white legs, and praised it happily. "Mom and Dad, do you think it looks like a small yellow umbrella? I'm going to take it home and put it away. When it rains heavily next time, I can take out the bean bun and keep out the rain." Everyone burst into laughter after hearing what Doubao said. "This yellow mushroom is amazing. Once you see it, there will basically be a large cluster of them. You can never pick them all up." Seeing them picking up the trash so enthusiastically, Liu Qing wanted to help, but her leg injury didn't allow her to do so, so she found a clean tree root and sat down. "As soon as I sat down, I saw a large area of purple and white flowers in front of me, which looked particularly stunning. All women like flowers, and she is no exception." She stood up by holding onto the tree and walked towards the wild flower step by step. When she got closer, she found the flower even more magical. Although it was small, it had layers upon layers of flowers. Even though she was an advanced person from the 21st century, she couldn't name the flower. In her understanding, these small flowers are made up of several petals, there is no such layering, and the three-dimensional effect is not so strong. Just when she was confused and didn't know the name of the flower, she suddenly remembered her magical space. No wonder this flower is so beautiful. It turns out that this is a fairy flower, which she had seen beside the lake in the magical space. Liu Qing walked over curiously. How could the magical flower in the space be in this place? She squatted down and was about to touch the flower, but at this moment, the flower disappeared out of thin air. She looked carefully and found a pot-sized Ganoderma lucidum where the flower had just bloomed. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. When she came to her senses, she reached out and picked the Ganoderma lucidum. Ganoderma lucidum is a good thing. It is a polysaccharide plant that can protect the liver and improve the ability to tolerate hypoxia. In addition, Ganoderma lucidum can reduce blood viscosity, increase myocardial contractility, improve arrhythmia, and has analgesic and sleep prolonging effects. If it can be sold to pharmacies, it will definitely make a lot of money, right? Thinking about making money, Liu Qing was so happy that he laughed foolishly. Chapter 26: Stir-fried lamb shreds and yellow mushrooms. Just as she was dreaming of getting rich, Yu Li's voice rang out again. Sister-in-law, why did you go down there? Hearing the question, Liu Qing was about to return with the spirit master in her arms. However, after taking just 2 steps, she was picked up by Wen Yuhang again. It's not easy to walk. Let me carry her. After saying that, he carried her upstairs. When they arrived at the place, Wen Yuhang put Liu Qing down, only to find that she was holding a large Ganoderma lucidum in her arms. He was so shocked that he was speechless. To be honest, he grew up here. He heard that some people had picked Ganoderma lucidum in the back mountain, but he had never heard of anyone picking such a big Ganoderma lucidum. Seeing Wen Yuhang's eyes wide open, Liu Qing touched him and said, "What's wrong? Can you quickly introduce what this is to everyone?" After receiving the order, Wen Yuhang came back to his senses and picked up the Ganoderma lucidum to explain it to them. After listening to his popular science, they were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. It took thousands of years for this Ganoderma to grow this big? Yu Li enviously pulled Liu Qing to praise it. Sister-in-law, you are so lucky. You picked such precious things. It seems that you are really a lucky star. Yu Li said enviously. Hearing the praise, Liu Qing smiled and responded modestly, "What kind of blessing is it? It's you who are lucky. If you hadn't asked me to come, how could I have picked up this thing? If you want to talk about blessing, it's all the blessing of you and your wife. After I buy this thing, I will give you half of the money." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the young couple. "Sister-in-law, we really envy you, but we are just here to have fun. What's the money? We don't want the fruits of your labor." After saying that, they burst into laughter. Hearing what they said, Liu Qing felt warm in his heart. They had a high level of ideological awareness. In fact, Liu Qing knew that the young couple would not accept it, but if she didn't say it out loud, she would seem stingy, and she also didn't want others to misunderstand her. Seeing that it was getting late, they prepared to go down the mountain. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up. Wang Yuhang could even jog for a while with her on his back, which made Doubao giggle. After returning home, Liu Liang and his wife went back to their room and talked for a while, and then they prepared to leave. Liu Qing was also very honest and let them take away most of the yellow mushrooms picked from the back mountain. Their family left some food for making soup in the evening. She wanted Yu Li to nourish her body so that she could get pregnant and have a baby soon. Not long after the couple left, it was time to make dinner. Wang Yuhang cleaned the yellow mushrooms and prepared to make a yellow mushroom soup for the mother and daughter. The yellow mushrooms are very nutritious and will definitely be a great tonic for the mother and daughter if they drink it. But Liu Qing had her own dishes she wanted to eat, and she was embarrassed to trouble Wang Yuhang. She knew that as long as she was willing to take the trouble, Wang Yuhang would definitely help her. But I just don't know if Wang Yuhang can make the taste she wants. In order not to waste the precious yellow mushrooms, she decided to do it herself. She walked to the kitchen door and said gently, "Dad, put less yellow mushrooms in the soup and save some. I want to cook a dish for myself." After listening to what Liu Qing said, Wang Yuhang hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't want to annoy Liu Qing, he didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I've cut the side dishes. I'll cook and you'll be the chef." After Wang Yuhang said this, he washed his hands and went to cook. Liu Qing walked into the kitchen. She first cut the leftover mutton from lunch into shreds, cut the washed yellow mushrooms into sections, and then chopped the green onions and ginger. Then came the soul of the dish. She cracked 10 cloves of garlic. After the dishes were ready, she heated the pan with oil and fried the onions, ginger, and garlic until they were fragrant. Then she added the shredded lamb. When it was almost cooked, she put in the chopped yellow mushrooms. Since the yellow mushrooms were tender, they were cooked after a few stir-fries. In order not to affect the taste, she quickly put them on the plate. Because the smell was so good, the workman who was repairing the house in the front yard smelled it and became so greedy that he couldn't continue working. Liu Qing is not a stingy person. Whenever he makes something delicious, he always thinks of the poor people first. "Dad, why don't we call the chef in the front yard to eat with us? We have prepared a lot anyway, so let them have a taste too." To be honest, Wang Yuhang had already planned this, So he made a lot of mushroom soup and prepared a lot of steamed buns, just waiting to discuss it with Liu Qing after it was ready. Unexpectedly, Liu Qing spoke first. Wang Yuhang stared at Liu Qing blankly. This woman was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. If she didn't mind that he had a child, he would just marry her. Okay, you and I have the same idea. I'll go call them right away. After saying that, Wang Yuhang took Doubao to call the guests. The food cooked in the backyard every day is so delicious, even better than the food in the big restaurant. Stop talking. Of course their food is delicious. They eat meat and fish every meal. What about us? We haven't seen any meat for half a year. That's right. People cannot live better than others. We are destined to suffer. Hearing what everyone said, Wang Yuhang's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that these people were crying poor, it was that their families were really poor, so I'll try to take care of them as much as possible in the future. Uncles, my family has prepared dinner. Would you like to come over and eat together? You must be starving after a whole day's work, Wang Yuhang invited politely. No matter how greedy the masters were, they felt embarrassed, so they shook their heads and said, "No need, everyone has food at home. We won't disturb you." No matter how polite the masters were, they could not resist Wang Yuhang's sincere invitation. Finally, they stopped being modest and followed Wang Yuhang to their backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, Liu Qing happily made tea and Doubao happily moved the chairs. Grandpa, you sit, the little bin bun called sweetly. Several masters sat down, and Liu Qing first made them a pot of green tea. Uncles, this tea is Mingqian tea, brought back by the aerospace troops. How do you like it? After listening to Liu Qing's introduction, several uncles picked up their teacups and started to taste them. Well, this tea is really good. It tastes fresh and sweet. It's a good tea. Several uncles praised while drinking. While the uncles were sipping tea, Wang Yuhang went into the kitchen to get some rice and dishes. Wang Yuhang waited until he had brought out the food before he came over to call them. Uncles, mothers, Doubao, shall we eat? After hearing Yuhang's reminder to eat, several uncles stood up awkwardly, looked at Liu Qing and Doubao and said politely, "Let them sit down, we will come right away. They are guests, so of course they should sit down first." Liu Qing smiled and said, "Uncle, you are the guests, you should sit down first." After that, he let Doubao lead them to their seats. Liu Qing knew that the uncles had worked hard, so when it was time to eat, she picked up the bowl and filled each person with a large bowl of rice. Chapter 27 Details determine character. Uncle, are you hungry? Eat quickly. When the uncles took the rice handed over by Liu Qing, their eyes lit up. Their family conditions are not good, and they are lucky enough to have half-full grains. How could they have ever eaten such a large amount of rice? Yuhang wife, you gave us too much. We can't finish it. Before he could finish his polite words, he was interrupted by Wang Yuhang. Uncles, I prepared a lot of rice, so please don't be polite. If you don't eat more, there will be some left. After that, he started adding dishes to their bowls. Seeing how warm and sincere Wang Yuhang and Liu Qing were towards outsiders like them, they must not be the kind of people who are unfilial to their parents, right? Mardayan spread rumors throughout the village, saying that Wang Yuhang believed Liu Qing's slander and was not only unfilial to his parents, but also asked for money from his parents. Through their contact, they felt that Mardayan might not be real and there must be other hidden stories. The uncles didn't praise the other dishes much, thinking they tasted just average, but after eating Liu Qing's shredded lamb with yellow mushrooms, they all praised it highly. Yuhang, this dish is cooked well. It tastes really great. Several uncles praised while eating. Hearing the uncle praise Liu Qing's cooking, Wang Yuhang laughed happily, happier than when he was praised himself. So he followed the uncle in praising Liu Qing. Uncles, this dish of mutton and mushrooms is delicious, right? It was cooked by my wife. After hearing Wang Yuhang say that it was Liu Qing who cooked it, they looked at Liu Qing and raised their thumbs. Yuhang wife, I'm not exaggerating. With your cooking skills, you can really open a restaurant in the county. After hearing the uncles praising him so much, Liu Qing felt a little embarrassed. Uncle, it's not that good. I just cooked it blindly. How can it compare to the ones in restaurants? The food in restaurants is cooked by great chefs. After saying that, he lowered his head embarrassedly and started to eat. Several uncles ate and praised the food, and quickly finished a big bowl of rice. For an ordinary person, one bowl of rice would be enough to fill them up, but they are working people, so one bowl would definitely not fill them up. Thinking of this, Liu Qing didn't ask them if they wanted to eat. He took their bowls and served them each another bowl. Several uncles saw Liu Qing serving the meal again. They smiled awkwardly. "Yu Han, look at what a good wife Liu Qing is. You should treat her well in the future and don't believe what some people say." Wang Yuhang smiled and said, "Thank you, uncles. I understand. I will love my own wife with my life." Hearing Wang Yuhang say that again, Liu Qing instantly felt embarrassed. After all, these uncles were all elders. She glanced at Wang Yuhang and said embarrassedly, "Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." After hearing Liu Qing's reminder, everyone started eating again. Liu Qing didn't eat any staple food at night. She ate some yellow mushrooms which suited her taste and drank half a bowl of mushroom soup. Her dinner was over. Doubao was a slow eater, so when she saw that he still had half a bowl of food left, she brought the bowl over and started feeding Doubao. "Doubao, tell mom what you want to eat and I'll get it for you," Liu Qing said gently. Xiao Doubao pointed at the sheep bones, meaning that he wanted to chew on them. Liu Qing understood. She picked up a piece of lamb bone, scraped the meat off it with chopsticks, and then fed it into Doubao's mouth bit by bit. "Beans, chew slowly and chew them into pieces before swallowing. This way it will be easier to digest." These uncles who were eating saw everything Liu Qing did. Liu Qing is so patient with Doubao, but some biological mothers may not be able to do so. From these details, it can be seen that Liu Qing really treats Doubao as his own child. In fact, Liu Qing did all this not for others to see. Her kindness to Xiao Doubao came from the bottom of her heart. It was not just because a few uncles were here that she treated Doubao like this. She treated him the same way all the time. Mar Dayan often slandered Liu Qing in the village, saying that she was lazy and could not do anything, and often beat and scolded the children. Through this contact, they finally understood that what they heard from others was not necessarily true. They needed to contact each other to know who was a good person and who was a bad person. After finishing the meal, several uncles patted their stomachs in satisfaction. "Yu Han, Liu Qing, thank you for your hospitality. Today, we are finally full. Let me tell you the truth. We brothers haven't had a full meal for a long time." After hearing what the uncles said, they both felt sad. In this impoverished era, everyone was poor, material resources were limited, and there were restrictions on buying things. Tickets were required, and if you didn't have a ticket you could only look at what you wanted to buy. After dinner, the uncles drank the tea they had just drunk for a while and then went home. After seeing the guests off, Wang Yuhang went into the kitchen to do housework. While Wang Yuhang was doing the housework, she took out the sheets and cotton she had bought in the city and started making the same bed as the old one. The beginning of autumn is coming soon. The weather will be hot during the day and cold at night. The three of them only have one thin blanket. If it gets cold, it won't work. Should they prepare a pair in advance? After all, she didn't know how long Wang Yuhang would stay. Seeing that his parents were working, Xiao Doubao didn't bother others. He picked up Wang Yuhang's pen and started writing on the newspaper. Seeing his serious look, he really looked like a primary school student. In order to help him develop good habits from an early age, Liu Qing reminded him while sewing, "Do, sit up straight so that you won't be nearsighted." Hearing the reminder, Xiao Doubao straightened his body and said, "Mom, do you think it's okay for me to sit like this?" When Liu Qing saw that Doubao was sitting very straight, she smiled and praised him. "Okay, that's great, Doubao is really obedient. Don't wear glasses from now on. Children all like to hear nice things." When Liu Qing praised them, they sat up straighter. After finishing their housework and coming out of the kitchen, I heard Liu Qing praising Doubao, and I felt very relieved instantly. But when he turned around and saw Liu Qing's sewing face, he immediately stopped laughing and quickly walked to Liu Qing. "Wife, your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Who told you to sew the quilt now? Put down the needle quickly and stop sewing." Before the guy finished speaking, he tried to grab the needle from her hand. The needle was taken away. Liu Qing looked up at Wang Yuhang. Seeing this guy's worried look made her burst out laughing. "What are you worried about? Sewing a quilt is not a physical job, it is a manual job. It has nothing to do with your leg injury, right?" After explaining, he was about to take the needle from Wang Yuhang's hand. As soon as the guy saw it, he put his hands behind his back and refused sternly, "No matter whether sewing the quilt is related to your leg injury or not, I won't let you sew it anymore. Leave this task to me." When Liu Qing heard that Wen Yuhang wanted to sew a quilt, her eyes widened instantly. Did she hear it right? Chapter 28. I love my wife and I sew the quilt. Can you sew a quilt? Liu Qing asked in disbelief. Yes, of course. I've even participated in competitions in the army, Wen Yuhang answered seriously. Seeing that Liu Qing didn't believe it, Wen Yuhang picked up the needle and demonstrated it in front of her. It seemed that Wen Yuhang was not lying to her. Not only were his stitches very neat, but he also sewed very quickly. If it were her, she would have to sew this quilt until midnight, but with this guy's speed, he would probably be done in less than half an hour. She couldn't help but admire him. In her previous life, Liu Qing didn't know how to sew a quilt. She just followed the old quilt, and not only was her sewing slow, but the stitches were also of different sizes. Just as she thought, Wen Yuhang sewed the quilt in just 20 minutes. He patted it with his hands and said, "See how it is? Are you satisfied?" Liu Qing didn't even look at it, but nodded and applauded, satisfied, very satisfied. After saying that, he raised his thumb to him. After sewing the quilt, they went to see Doubao. Did they think the little guy was just drawing for fun? Who would have thought that the little guy would write a lot of Arabic numerals according to what was on the newspaper, and they were written neatly? Liu Qing laughed happily. "Dad, let's send Doubao to kindergarten," Liu Qing suggested with a smile. In the 1970s and 1980s, there was only 5 years of compulsory education in rural areas. Where was the preschool education? Not to mention that there were no kindergartens in the villages, there were none even in the townships. When Wen Yuhang heard Liu Qing's suggestion to let Doubao go to kindergarten, he was stunned at first, but he soon expressed his opinion. "You can go to kindergarten, but there is no kindergarten here." Wen Yuhang paused and continued to explain, "Wait until I take you away to join the army. There is a kindergarten in the army, and it only costs 5 yuan a month." After listening to what Wen Yuhang said, Liu Qing realized that she had said something wrong again. She was so excited that she forgot that there were no kindergartens in rural areas in the 1970s and 1980s. In order to prevent Wen Yuhang from getting suspicious, Liu Qing quickly explained, "I mean the military kindergarten. Where is there one here?" When he heard that he was going to kindergarten, Doubao left and put down his pen. "Mom and Dad, I don't want to go to kindergarten." Seeing Doubao objected, Wen Yuhang touched his head and asked gently, "Doubao, tell Daddy why you don't want to go to kindergarten. There are many children in kindergarten, and you can make more friends." When he heard the question, Doubao puffed out his lips but still didn't tell the reason. It seemed like he had something to hide. Don't you like studying? Kindergarten teachers not only teach you how to study, but also how to sing and dance. Liu Qing asked in a low voice. When asked by Liu Qing, Doubao burst into tears. Doubao is afraid to go to kindergarten. He is afraid that bad people will take Doubao away. Doubao wants to be with Mom and Dad, Doubao said while crying. After listening to Doubao's words, Wen Yuhang looked at Liu Qing and winked. They both knew why the child didn't want to go. It seems that what happened a few days ago still left a shadow in Doubao's heart and scared the child. In the near future, they need to spend more time with their children, otherwise, the children will not be able to get out of the psychological trauma for a long time. I'll listen to you. We won't go to kindergarten. We'll just stay at home and play with Mom and Dad. Whenever Doubao wants to go, we'll go. After Liu Qing comforted Doubao gently, he held Doubao in his arms. Your mother is right. Let's not go to kindergarten for now. Doubao should stay at home and accompany Daddy. Daddy should take good care of Doubao recently. Wen Yuhang added while touching Doubao's head. After hearing his parents' promise, Doubao stopped crying immediately, ran out from Liu Qing's arms, and started reading the picture book by himself. At night, after Doubao fell asleep, Liu Qing thought that something would happen between this guy and her. She closed her eyes and waited. Who would have thought that after reading the newspaper for a while, this guy turned over and fell asleep? Hearing Wen Yuhang snoring, Liu Qing got so angry that she kicked her hard twice. After receiving the signal, this guy thought that they were sleeping too close to each other, so he quickly moved his body to the outside. Isn't he this less crowded? Seeing the unromantic Wen Yuhang, Liu Qing could only lie there with a broken heart and let his imagination run wild. Suddenly, she remembered the Ganoderma lucidum she had picked during the day, and she quietly got out of bed. He got out of bed and took out the Ganoderma lucidum from the basket. When she saw that it was no longer juicy and had shrunk a bit, she knew that the storage method was wrong. So, she thought of the magical space. If she placed the Ganoderma lucidum beside the fairy lake, it would surely grow more and more beautiful. Thinking of this, she took out the Buddhist beads, and when the beads glowed, she took the opportunity to enter the magical space. After entering the space, she took the Ganoderma lucidum to the water of the fairy lake to wash it. She didn't know if it was a problem with her eyes or an illusion, but the washed Ganoderma lucidum instantly became fresh and lively. So, she found a suitable place by the lake, put the Ganoderma lucidum down, added some magic water, and quietly left the magical space. As soon as she returned to the kitchen, she heard Wan Yuhang calling her. She was so scared that she quickly went into the main house. "Where have you been? I opened my eyes and you were gone. I thought you ran away." Wan Yuhang looked at Liu Qing anxiously and asked. Afraid that Wan Yuhang would become suspicious, Liu Qing smiled and said, "Where are you running to? This is my home, where can I run to? I went to the kitchen to catch mice." After saying that, she went to pull out the mousetrap from under the bed. When Wan Yuhang heard that Liu Qing had gone to the kitchen to catch mice, he stopped asking. Because there are indeed a lot of rats in the kitchen these few days since he came back. "Okay, stop looking and go to bed quickly. I'll clean up tomorrow," Wan Yuhang advised with concern. In fact, Liu Qing pulled the mousetrap as her way of covering up, otherwise Wan Yuhang would continue to ask. When she heard Wan Yuhang say that he would do it tomorrow, she immediately stopped and went to bed. The next morning, Mar Dayan came knocking on the door. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In fact, Wan Yuhang got up early, but he was afraid of disturbing Liu Qing and Doubao, so he didn't dare to open the door and go out. He sat in the room and read the newspaper quietly. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she opened it cautiously. When he opened the door and saw that it was Mar Dayan who knocked on the door, he asked unhappily, "Why are you here so early? What's the matter?" Mar Dayan laughed and said flatteringly, "Yuhang, of course I'm here for something. Mialan from your cousin's family is a cultured youth at the educated youth site. She said she admires you very much and wants to make friends with you." After Mar Dayan finished speaking, he pulled out Lin Mialan who was hiding behind him. Lin Mialan looked at Wan Yuhang with a smile and greeted him. "Brother Yuhang, my name is Lin Mialan. I'm a student at the Educated Youth Training Center. Can I introduce myself to you as your friend?" After introducing herself, Lin Mialan generously extended her hand. Chapter 29, The Vixen Wants to be Friends with Him. When Wan Yuhang heard that Lin Mialan wanted to make friends with him, he glanced at her. Regardless of what kind of person Lin Mialan was, Wan Yuhang didn't want to have anything to do with her just because she was related to Mar Dayan. So, she didn't extend her hand to shake hands, but said expressionlessly, "What friends? I'm going back to the army in a few days, and I don't want to have so many friends outside the circle." When Lin Mialan heard that Wan Yuhang didn't want to be friends with her, her eyes dropped instantly. Wan Yuhang is the man he has been thinking about for several years. Now that he has finally come back, he wants to make friends with her first and then develop a relationship with her slowly in the future. Who knew that this guy would be so heartless that he didn't even want to look at her for another second? She asked him sadly at that time. "Wan Yuhang, you don't want to be friends with me, is it because of that country bumpkin at home?" When Wan Yuhang heard that Lin Mialan was complaining about Liu Qing, she frowned and interrupted him, "Shut up, I don't want to be friends with you, and it has nothing to do with other people. Can you please stop talking about other people? If you want to blame someone, blame my own introverted personality. Many men in our educated youth site want to make friends with me. What's wrong with a beautiful girl like me making friends with you? You should feel honored." Lin Mialan said as she reached out to pull Wan Yuhang's hand. Wan Yuhang shook her hand away with all his strength, looked at Lin Mialan mercilessly and shouted, "Comrade Lin Mialan, I'm married and have children. Can you please pay attention to your image?" After being yelled at by Wan Yuhang, Lin Mialan burst into tears. "Wan Yuhang, I'm so beautiful, why are you so cruel to me? What's wrong with me?" In fact, Liu Qing had already been awakened when Mar Dayan knocked on the door just now. She quietly got out of bed and went to the door to see what was going on. Then, she saw Wan Yuhang dumping Lin Mialan. It seems that the plot is not based on the plot in the book. In the book, Wen Yuhang was very willing to make friends with Lin Mialan, and they even exchanged contact information with each other. In the end, this vixen not only controlled Wen Yuhang's body, but also bewitched his heart, causing him to fall into the abyss step by step. Forget it, since the plot is not going according to plan now, she has to intervene in the tragedy. She can't let this bitch become the heroine, and she can't let her have the opportunity to seduce Wen Yuhang's heart. Dad? Who's here? Why don't you let me in to talk? Liu Qing said deliberately politely. Hearing Liu Qing's question, Wen Yuhang quickly turned his head away, afraid that she had misunderstood, and turned to walk towards Liu Qing. Mother of the child, they are distant relatives of that man. Don't pay attention to them. Go into their house and rest quickly. I will chase them away. After saying that, he pushed Liu Qing and asked her to go back to their house. Lin Mialan, who was standing behind him, saw Wen Yuhang push her away and go to explain something ambiguous to Liu Qing. She glared at Liu Qing with murderous intent. Seeing Lin Mialan's murderous eyes, Liu Qing was not afraid of her. No matter how powerful a character she is, she has to swap roles with her and can't let her continue to be the heroine. Isn't she jealous of Wen Yuhang's kindness to her? Then she will make her vomit blood in anger and let her give up. Dad Do, I feel so dizzy. Can you carry me to the bed? Liu Qing looked at Wen Yuhang and said deliberately. Upon hearing that Liu Qing was dizzy, Wen Yuhang didn't care about the outsiders standing outside. He picked up Liu Qing and put her on the bed. He also gently reminded her not to get angry no matter what happened. Wen Yuhang hugged Liu Qing, and the ambiguous scene in the room was seen clearly by Lin Mialan. She was so angry that she stomped on the wall outside. Wen Yuhang, you are a fool. You don't care about beautiful women, but you care about a bumpkin. The angrier Lin Mialan got, the more affectionate Liu Qing showed to Wen Yuhang. She picked up Doubao's storybook, looked at Wen Yuhang and said, Dad Do, you tell Doubao stories every day, can you tell me a story too? Wen Yuhang seemed to know what she meant and reached out to hold her in his arms. His large body almost completely covered her thin frame, and then he began to read picture books to her. When reading the interesting parts, Liu Qing couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Her purpose was to make this woman give up Wen Yuhang and know that Wen Yuhang loved her now. After knowing that there was no hope, Lin Mialan grabbed Mar Dayan and said, Auntie Yun, why are you still standing there? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? That bitch is so shameless. After saying that, she dragged Mar Dayan out of the backyard of the brigade headquarters. After Lin Mialan and Mar Dayan left, Liu Qing and Wen Yuhang did not separate immediately, but their feelings gradually heated up. Both sides could feel each other's violent heartbeats. Just as they were about to cross the line, Liu Qing pushed Wen Yuhang away and said, Doubao is awake. Oh, got it. Wen Yuhang suppressed the anger in his heart, sat up and went to greet Doubao. Liu Qing took a deep breath and covered his pounding heart. Because of what happened just now, Liu Qing felt a little embarrassed that she was allowed to sit with Wen Yuhang for breakfast. Just as the two were feeling awkward, someone outside shouted. Is anyone there? When Wen Yuhang heard someone asking him a question, he thought Lin Mialan had come back again. He answered bluntly, she's not at home. No one is home. Get out of here. When a person outside heard the person inside say that there was no one inside, she started laughing. When Liu Qing heard the laughter, she realized it was not Lin Mialan from before, so she got out of bed to see what was going on. Liu Qing walked to the door and saw a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She asked in confusion, Who are you? The middle-aged woman looked at Liu Qing and said, Comrade, Wen Yuhang lives here now, right? When he heard that they were looking for Wen Yuhang, Liu Qing nodded and said, Yes, he is in the room. After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation. The middle-aged woman walked into their house, looked the shabby house up and down, and shook her head helplessly. Seeing Wen Yuhang wearing an apron and washing dishes and pots, she immediately became disgusted. Yuhang, look at yourself. What have you become now? Why did you marry this wife? You've only been back for a few days. I've left all the housework to you. After complaining, the middle-aged woman turned her head and glanced at Liu Qing. When Liu Qing heard that this woman came and complained about this and that, he instantly lost all favor towards her and regretted having politely welcomed her into their house. Wen Yuhang looked up and was not very enthusiastic about the middle-aged woman. Instead, he looked at her and refuted her. What's wrong? Why can't I do housework when I come back? I am a member of this family, should I share some housework? When the middle-aged woman heard this, she snorted angrily and said, okay, you should do it. I won't argue with you. After that, she stuffed the thing in her hand to Liu Qing, who was standing beside her. Here are 2 bottles of condensed milk. I asked someone to buy them at the city's supply and marketing cooperative. Let the child drink them to replenish his body, right? You've made the child so thin. Chapter 30. If I continue to bother you, I will destroy the military marriage. After giving the malted milk, he felt very rich and started to argue with Wen Yuhang. Yuhang, what's wrong with our Mialan? Why is she not worthy of you? She is an educated youth in the educated youth camp. When she moves to the city in the future, she will work in a government agency. Isn't she 100 times better than this country bumpkin? After saying this, he looked at Liu Qing with contempt. Oh, I understand. It turns out that this woman is Lin Mialan's mother. After knowing her identity, Liu Qing was no longer polite. She glared at the middle-aged woman and reached out to stuff the 2 bottles of food back into her hands. Take the things back. We don't need them at home. After saying that, Liu Qing picked up Doubao and was about to go out. Who would have thought that after just 2 steps, Wen Yuhang grabbed her sleeve and said, where are you going? This is your home. If you want to leave, it's not you. Someone else should leave. After being intercepted by Yuhang, Liu Qing felt very warm in her heart, which proved that this man treated her as a family member. So, she returned with Doubao and started playing with him on the bed. Wang Yuhang looked at the middle-aged woman coldly and said, it's not that your Mialan is bad, it's that her goodness or badness has nothing to do with me. I already have a wife and children, can you please stop talking nonsense? What nonsense? Mialan has liked you for several years, don't you know that? She will be returning to the city soon, and you two are the right couple. When Wang Yuhang heard Mialan's mother's moral blackmail, his expression turned cold. I'll say it again, I already have a wife, but you guys insisted on marrying me by mistake. Are you planning to ruin the military marriage? Destroying a military marriage? Mialan's mother was stunned. She was an educated person from the city. What law didn't she understand? Hearing that the situation was serious, she quickly explained, how can you say such a thing, kid? What do you mean by destroying a military marriage? You haven't even obtained a marriage certificate with this woman, so she's not your legal wife, right? Wang Yuhang was getting angrier and glared at her. We are in a de facto marriage, is that okay? Let's wait for the army to approve the documents. Although Liu Qing was coaxing Doubao in bed, her ears were perked up. When she heard Wang Yuhang say that they were in a de facto marriage, her face turned red all the way to her ears. She thought this guy wouldn't lie. He was pretty good at lying. But it was a white lie, and she allowed it to be said anyway, since she wasn't going to leave anyway. I thought they would continue to pester me for a while, but Wang Yuhang ordered me to leave. Go back quickly. I don't want to hear about this again. Upon hearing the order to expel her, Mialan's mother still refused to give up. Yuhang, if you agree to stay with Mialan, her father will be reinstated and will help you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Yuhang. Okay, stop talking. I don't need anyone's help in my future. I can take care of it on my own. Have a good grasp of your ass. Don't you believe it? Without our relationship, I guarantee you won't be able to stay in the team for 3 years. The words became more and more unpleasant. Liu Qing could no longer bear it. She limped to Lin Mialan's mother and said, get out of here right now. Our family doesn't care about your rights. You? What do you mean by you? What mother would find a man for her daughter? Is it because no one wants your daughter? Even if no one wants her, you can't force her on our Yuhang, right? Our Yuhang is not a rag picker. Wang Yuhang, who was standing by, saw Liu Qing holding his waist so vigorously and calling him our Yuhang all the time. He thought Liu Qing was very cute and laughed instantly. Mialan's mother was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She pointed at Liu Qing and cursed, you are just an uneducated country bumpkin. How can you be worthy of Wang Yuhang? Country bumpkin? How can a country bumpkin be better than your daughter? At least I didn't force her on a man. Besides, whether she is worthy of him or not is up to our Yuhang to decide, right? Hearing Liu Qing's retort, Mialan's mother was so angry that her mouth almost twisted. You. Before he could finish his words, Liu Qing said, what are you talking about? Get out of here right now. Mialan's mother couldn't defeat Liu Qing, so she covered her chest and stumbled away. After Mialan's mother left, the room became very quiet. Suddenly, Wang Yuhang said with a smile, "You are quite good. You really have a way of scolding people." Fearing that it might affect the child, Liu Qing pointed at the bin bun. "When I curse, it's towards bad people. I never curse at good people." Wang Yuhang looked at him and nodded. Yes, you are absolutely right. Bad guys should be dealt with in a rough way. It's no wonder that, because she dared to scold, their house has been very quiet in the past 2 days, and no one came to make trouble anymore." With a better mood, Liu Qing's injuries healed quickly. The weather was very good that day, so she handed the bin buns to Wang Yuhang and said, "Dad, you stay home and take care of the bin buns. I'm going to go up the mountain and relax a little." In fact, she went up the mountain to relax, but she was thinking about the yellow mushrooms she had picked that time. Aren't yellow mushrooms said to be precious? She wanted to pick some more and sell them. When Wang Yuhang heard Liu Qing say that he wanted to go out and relax, he agreed without saying a word. "Go. Have fun, I'll leave it to you at home. But your leg injury has just healed, so walk slowly," Wang Yuhang said lovingly. Liu Qing smiled and nodded, then set off with the basket. When she reached the mountain, she went nowhere else but straight to the place they had been last time. "I thought that after I picked them last time, new ones hadn't grown yet." Unexpectedly, as soon as she got there, she saw clusters of fresh mushrooms. She was so happy that she quickly squatted down and picked them one by one. In less than 10 minutes, her bamboo basket was full. If she sent the things back home, she would definitely be seen by the villagers. Those jealous people, knowing that she had found mushrooms, would definitely follow her secretly. Then, these mushrooms would no longer be hers. Seeing the bright yellow mushrooms, Liu Qing was anxious. She really didn't want the yellow mushrooms to be picked by others. After all, they would earn money if they were sold. In desperation, she thought of the magical space again. If she could put the picked mushrooms in it, the secret of the yellow mushrooms here would not be revealed. Thinking of this, Liu Qing took out the magic Buddhist beads. As the beads glowed, her consciousness came to the magical space. She put the yellow mushrooms in the bamboo basket together with the Ganoderma lucidum from last time, then went out of the space to pick more. She went back and forth more than 10 times and finally picked all the yellow mushrooms. Seeing the pile of yellow mushrooms, Liu Qing smiled happily. She estimated that the pile of yellow mushrooms weighed at least 50 kilograms. If she sold it at more than 3 yuan per pound as Wang Yuhang said, she could make more than 150 yuan. Including the money Wang Yuhang gave her last time, the Ganoderma lucidum in the space, and the money she earned from selling candy, she would no longer be poor. Thinking of this, the air suddenly felt sweet. Chapter 31 Bargaining to Make Money. After leaving the space, she carried the basket and prepared to go down the mountain. Just as he expected, as soon as she reached the entrance of the village, several women from the village ran over. "Yuhang, I heard from the villagers that you found something valuable in the mountains. What is it? Can you show it to us?" Before Liu Qing could answer, the group of women reached out to rummage through her basket to see if there was any treasure inside. Liu Qing was disgusted to see these people being so rude, but she couldn't lose her temper, because if she lost her temper at this time, people would definitely think the rumors were true, so she held her temper and dealt with them. "Who told you that? How could I be capable of picking up good things? I went to the mountains to pick up wild vegetables, but look, I didn't even pick up a single wild vegetable." After saying that, he directly handed over the basket and let them rummage through it. "The basket is empty, are you still afraid of these women digging it out?" The women rummaged around and saw that the basket was empty, without even a root of wild vegetable in it. They were instantly deflated. That's right. Some people are just talking nonsense. Don't trust them in the future. They dare to spread rumors about anything. How can they have any rare treasures? The group of women whispered. Liu Qing smiled helplessly. "Sisters-in-law, you guys play first, I'm going home." After saying that, he carried the basket and walked towards the brigade headquarters. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the brigade, I saw 2 masters wearing hats with secret codes. From the secret codes on the hats, I knew that these 2 masters were collecting mountain products. In that era, the country was still cracking down on speculation and profiteering, so businessmen could only do their work secretly. Therefore, they dared not do anything without using secret codes. Since the master who collected mountain products had arrived, she quietly entered the space, and while no one was around, she quickly moved the yellow mushrooms out of the space. He hid the yellow mushrooms he moved out in the corner first, and then went to inquire about the price. "Master, do you harvest yellow mushrooms?" When he heard about yellow mushrooms, the master who collected mountain products became interested and looked at Liu Qing and asked enthusiastically, "Of course I will. How many yellow mushrooms do you have?" Seeing that the master was interested, Liu Qing smiled and continued to ask, "How did you get it? I heard that this thing has been very expensive recently." After hearing Liu Qing say that yellow mushrooms are expensive, the master who collects mountain products knew that she understood the market and dared not fool her anymore. "Girl, if you want it, we'll give you the highest price, $3.60 per pound." After hearing the master's quotations, Liu Qing smiled. According to what Wen Yuhang told her a few days ago, the two masters did not give her false quotes. The prices they quoted were neither the highest nor the lowest. "I weigh 50 pounds. 50 kilograms. The two masters looked at her with eyes wide open in surprise. Seeing that the master didn't believe it, Liu Qing covered his mouth and laughed. When the two masters came to their senses, they began to curry favor with Liu Qing. "Girl, where are your goods? Can you sell them to us?" the two masters asked with a smile. Liu Qing smiled and said, "I can sell it to you, but $3.60 is too low. If you can give me $3.80, I'll let you move out now," Liu Qing said calmly. After hearing Liu Qing say that he wanted to increase the price by 2 cents, the two masters looked at each other and whispered. After a few minutes, a slightly older master came over. "Girl, we'll take the $3.80. Where's your stuff?" When Liu Qing heard the master agreed, she pointed to the corner and said, "My goods are in the corner. Can you guys move them?" The two masters walked in the direction Liu Qing pointed. When they walked to the corner, they really did see a bunch of yellow mushrooms, clean and beautiful. They were so happy that they packed them into bags and weighed them at the same time. After weighing, he gave the bill to Liu Qing. "Girl, the total weight of yellow mushrooms is 57.8 jin, so I'll count it as 58 jin for you." After saying that, he took out a bunch of money from his pocket and counted out 220 yuan to Liu Qing. "Girl, this is 220 yuan. Please count it. Is it correct?" Liu Qing took the money and counted it roughly. She smiled and nodded, "The amount is just right. Thank you." After that, she put the money in her pocket. After the transaction was completed, Liu Qing did not go home immediately, but chatted with his master. "Master, where do you sell all these yellow mushrooms?" Liu Qing asked tentatively. The two masters wanted to cooperate with Liu Qing for a long time, so they talked to her without reservation. "Girl, this stuff is sold to restaurants in the south. I heard that rich people in the south love to eat these expensive things, so the price of this mushroom has been skyrocketing recently." After listening to the master, Liu Qing smiled and nodded. "Oh, so that's how it is? I was wondering if you've been collecting a lot of these lately." Liu Qing understood everything she needed to know, so she waved to Fu and said, "Uncle, you two go ahead and do your work. I'm going home." After saying that, she was about to leave with the basket. Who knew that just after she took 2 steps, the older master stopped her and said, "Girl, do you still have yellow mushrooms to sell in the future? If so, let's continue our cooperation." This thing was so valuable, there was no reason for her not to sell it, so she looked at the master and nodded, "I guess I can sell it to you for some money in 3 days. After that, she carried the basket and went home. The receiving master looked at her back excitedly and said, "Okay, see you at the old place in 3 days." After returning home, Liu Qing kept observing the weather. She knew that yellow mushrooms prefer cloudy days. If it rains for several days in a row, new mushrooms will soon grow in the places where she picked mushrooms. I don't know if Liu Qing is blessed or if it's God's blessing, but it has been rainy for 3 days in a row since he sold the yellow mushrooms. The delivery date was approaching, and that day, after breakfast, she asked Wen Yuhang for leave and prepared to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms again. But this time, Wen Yuhang did not approve the leave, but gave a gentle persuasion. "Mother, forget it. Don't go. The mountain is too slippery and I'm afraid you'll get hurt." After saying that, he took out a stack of money from his pocket and stuffed it into Liu Qing's pocket. Liu Qing hesitated for a while, holding the money, and asked doubtfully, "Why are you giving me money again? Don't go picking mushrooms anymore. I don't want you to suffer," Wen Yuhang said bluntly. She originally thought that Wang Yuhang didn't know that he was picking mushrooms. Who knew that this guy knew everything and just pretended not to know? It seemed that there was no way to hide anything from him. Liu Qing opened the money and counted it one by one. When he finished counting the money, he was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. This amount of money was not just a few hundred yuan, but a full 1,000. In that poor era, 1,000 was a lot of money. Even if this guy was a group leader, his salary wouldn't be that high, right? Thinking of this, she quickly put the money together. Where does so much money come from? Liu Qing asked him with a worried look. Chapter 32, Do you have evidence to sue me for speculation? Seeing Liu Qing's worried face, Wang Yuhang felt warm in his heart. This woman knew she was worried about him and didn't seem to treat him as an outsider. He explained gently, okay, don't worry about the money. My money is all clean. This is the prize money I got from the competition. After hearing the explanation and knowing that the money came from a clean source, she began to find excuses. You give me a lot of money, but I don't want to be a parasite. I want to earn some money through my own labor. Is there anything wrong with that? After saying that, she pointed at Doubao next to her and said, Doubao is going to school soon. There are more and more places to spend money. What's wrong with earning more money? After listening to Liu Qing's explanation, Wang Yuhang didn't know whether it was right or not, but he just didn't want her to be so tired. He just wanted to pamper her. If you go up the mountain in the future, you must take me with you. Wang Yuhang proposed domineeringly. Liu Qing glanced at him and said, okay, I'll take you with me. After that, he started looking for tools. Liu Qing didn't bring Wang Yuhang up the mountain, so he could easily enter and exit the magical space at will. You can hide the yellow mushroom in a space, and then move it out of the space when no one is around. This way, the villagers wouldn't find out that she was picking yellow mushrooms to sell, but this guy was afraid that she would be tired, so he insisted on going up the mountain with her. It seemed that the secret would be exposed. After finding the tools, Liu Qing took the father and son up the mountain. Because there is no space to store yellow mushrooms, they dare not pick too many for fear that they will not be able to carry them. So, they picked more than 20 kilograms that day, which could be sold for about 60 or 70 yuan. Wang Yuhang carried the mushrooms to the place where Liu Qing had agreed to sell them. Doubao asked to go to the bathroom, so Wang Yuhang took Doubao by the hand and went back first. After waiting for half an hour, the two delivery masters from yesterday didn't show up. She quietly asked someone in the circle, and the insider told her that because the situation had become tense in the past 2 days, the two masters had changed their location. After hearing what the insider said, Liu Qing stamped her feet anxiously. They moved to a secret place, and she didn't know where to find them. If they didn't come, they wouldn't come. If I go into the city to buy it at the store now, I won't be able to catch the bus. It happened to be rainy these 2 days. If it were left for 2 or 3 days, this thing would definitely break. Just as Liu Qing was stamping his feet in anxiety, other villagers who were selling mountain products also rushed over. Seeing that the receiving master didn't come, they became very anxious and some of them couldn't help but start complaining. Are these two masters too unreliable? They told us they would come today to collect the goods, but they said they would not come. Won't the goods break if we wait for 2 days? That's right, these businessmen are dishonest and are specifically trying to cheat us ordinary people. For a family that doesn't have any problems, just complain a few times and let it go. But those who are in financial difficulty, they rely on selling mountain products to make a living. Seeing that the mountain products are about to go bad, they are anxious and cry. Liu Qing couldn't bear to see others cry, so even though these people hadn't done her any favors, she decided to help them. Fellow villagers, don't be sad, please sell your mountain products to me. Liu Qing shouted loudly at the villagers. When the villagers who were selling mountain products heard that Liu Qing wanted to buy their goods, their eyes widened in surprise. Xu Huanghua and Li Xiangcao were also in the sales team. When they heard that Liu Qing wanted to buy mountain products from everyone, they immediately rolled their eyes and framed him. Fellow villagers, don't believe the swindler. She is just an ordinary citizen, where would she put so many things? Besides, ask her, does she have so much money to give you? Xu Huanghua said with a grin. As soon as their voice fell, Li Xiangcao took over. That's right, Huanghua is right. You should think twice before you act, don't let others cheat you out of the goods. I was already a little bit skeptical of Liu Qing, and after being instigated by these two villains, I became even more unconvinced. These two bitches are everywhere. Liu Qing glared at Xu Huanghua and Li Xiangcao and confronted them seriously. You said I can't collect the goods, so why don't you come and help everyone? Li Xiangcao pouted and said, why should I? Besides, I don't have that ability. But I'm not as boastful as you. Upon hearing this, Xu Huanghua slapped her thighs wildly and said, yes, we can't afford it, and we're not as arrogant as you. Before Xu Huanghua could finish her words, she was hit in the mouth by the thing thrown by Liu Qing. She was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. Just when everyone was undecided, Liu Yuhe from the village spoke up. Liu Qing, I am willing to sell you my mountain products. I trust you as a person. Liu Yuhe's man is a teacher in the village. Her views are different from these people. She thinks that since Liu Qing dares to say that he will accept the marriage in front of everyone, he must have the ability to do so. Rather than having things break down at home, it's better to trust others once. Finally someone believed her, and Liu Qing instantly felt confident. Thank you, Sister Yuhe. Do you have a scale at home? Liu Qing asked with a smile. Liu Yuhe smiled and nodded, yes, I'll go home and get it. After that, she ran home. Liu Yuhe's husband is a teacher and she also has prestige in the village. Everyone believed her and others followed suit. After Liu Yuhe got the scale back, she helped Liu Qing to look after the scale. In this way, one family, two families, three families, one after another, collected them. Everyone's goods were about to go bad, but they sold them to Liu Qing in exchange for money. Everyone looked at Liu Qing with gratitude and thanked him. Liu Qing, thank you, you are really our savior. When seeing everyone thanking Liu Qing, Lin Mialan stood in the crowd with her school bag on her back, stomping her feet in anger, pointing at everyone and yelling. Why are you thanking her? She is a bad person who is engaged in speculation and profiteering. I will go to the village to sue her and have her go to jail for 5 years. Hearing the roar, everyone looked curiously and saw that it was Lin Mialan from the Educated Youth Point. They were so scared that no one dared to speak. In the 1970s and 1980s, no one understood the lore and thought that what Lin Mialan said was true. When they heard that Liu Qing was going to be jailed for 5 years, everyone was scared to death. Liu Qing looked up and saw that it was Lin Mialan who was yelling. She didn't panic at all. This woman is so attached to a man, what big things could she do? When she heard this woman brazenly say that she would sue her and put her in jail for 5 years, she found it even more ridiculous. When Xu Huanghua saw Lin Mialan coming, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and started a fight with Lin Mialan. Sister Lin, that bitch is engaged in speculation and profiteering. You must sue her and cannot let her continue to endanger society. When the villagers heard that it was a threat to society, they became even more frightened and began to plead for mercy on Liu Qing. Lin Jiqing, please don't sue Liu Qing. We forced them to take this thing because we were afraid it would break. Can you please spare me? That's right, Lin Jiqing, you are so beautiful and you dress so nicely, why don't you just stop suing me? Chapter 33, The Green Tea Bitch is Really Skillful. Lin Mialan glanced at Liu Qing. To be honest, she wished she could drag her to be shot right now. How could she let her go? Lin Mialan is a bitch with a dagger hidden behind her smiling face. Even if she wants to kill Liu Qing, she will not show it for everyone to see. So she pretended to explain to everyone. Fellow villagers, and people who take advantage of opportunities hateful. Sooner or later, they will lead society astray. I sued her not to harm her, but to help her become a better person. After hearing what this bitch said, Liu Qing almost vomited blood out of anger. This is the method of a green tea bitch, which is indeed very advanced. She always does the dirtiest things but says the prettiest words. No wonder the plot in the book says that Wen Yuhang is devoted to her and would rather risk his life for this green tea girl. She used to think that Wen Yuhang is stupid, but now she finally knows that this green tea girl is very clever and he is no match for her. Since you have met an expert, you have to use the expert's method to deal with him. Liu Qing was neither angry nor upset, but walked up to Lin Mialan with a smile. Lin Mialan, you said you wanted to sue me and put me in jail for 5 years, right? Then may I ask, what law did I break? Liu Qing asked back slowly. In Lin Mialan's mind, Liu Qing was just an uneducated bumpkin. She thought that she could be frightened by just a few words and then kneel down to beg her for mercy. Then she would use Wen Yuhang as a bargaining chip to make her leave Wen Yuhang obediently. Unexpectedly, Liu Qing was not afraid at all and even dared to ask her back in front of everyone. She couldn't believe it and stood there stupidly, her face turning from red to white. What law? I think you know it better than anyone. You are guilty of speculation and profiteering, and you also gather a crowd to instigate others to commit crimes. Your crime is even more serious. Lin Mialan said arrogantly. Lin Mialan thought these words would scare Liu Qing, but who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Liu Qing pointed at her and burst into laughter. You said I was guilty of speculation, do you have any evidence? Liu Qing asked with a smile. Evidence? Aren't these goods the evidence? You bought these goods just to resell them and make a few petty profits. Lin Mialan said as she proudly kicked the mountain goods a few times. The more this woman pretended to know the law, the less Liu Qing took her seriously. In front of the villagers, he kicked Lin Mialan's foot away and said, "Where are you kicking it? I paid for it. If you break it, can you afford the compensation?" Kicking Lin Mialan's foot away, Liu Qing pointed at her and warned her. Lin Mialan, listen to me carefully. I am not collecting mountain products to resell them. I want to buy them home to eat. If you want to sue, go ahead and sue now. After saying that, he pushed her away. The matter that the villagers were so worried about was resolved by Liu Qing with just one sentence, and everyone gave Liu Qing a thumbs up. Seeing that the villagers were worshipping Liu Qing, Lin Mialan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She pointed at Liu Qing and shouted wildly. Where's Wang Yuhang? I want to talk to Wang Yuhang. Liu Qing glanced at Lin Mialan and said, Lin Mialan, Wang Yuhang is my man. You go to him to reason with him. Do you think he will favor an outsider? Liu Qing replied righteously. As soon as Liu Qing finished speaking, Liu Yuher on the side took over and said, Lin Jiqing, Liu Qing is right. She is Wang Yuhang's wife. If you ask her husband to judge, he will definitely side with his wife. Before Liu Yuher could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Mialan. Shut up, you know shit, the person Wang Yuhang really likes is me, that bitch is the nanny Wang Yuhang hired. Are you mistaken? How could I possibly have anything to do with you? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mialan was interrupted by Wang Yuhang before she could finish her words. In fact, Wang Yuhang had been there for a while. Seeing that Liu Qing had the upper hand in the quarrel, he did not feel comfortable going over to disturb her. He just eavesdropped for a while and did not expect that this woman would brazenly say that he loved her, which made him very angry. When Lin Mialan saw that her lie was exposed by Wang Yuhang, she became even more shameless and reached out to grab Wang Yuhang's clothes. Yuhang, tell everyone, do you love me or not? That country bumpkin, are you using her as a nanny? Their voice was so shameless that it gave the villagers goosebumps all over their bodies. Wang Yuhang almost vomited when he heard this, and shook off Lin Mialan's hand. Get out of here, don't be so self-indulgent, the woman I love will always be my wife. Liu Qing, who was standing by, blushed instantly when she heard Wang Yuhang's confession, but she still felt happy in her heart. Lin Mialan was pushed away by Wang Yuhang in public, and she was so angry that she covered her face and burst into tears. Hearing Lin Mialan crying, Wang Yuhang became a little impatient. To be honest, he didn't want to see this woman for even a minute. So, he walked up to Liu Qing, patted her shoulder, and said, Wife, I don't want to see her for even a minute. I'm going back first. If anyone else talks nonsense, you can just deal with him. After giving the instructions, he hugged Doubao and went home. After Wang Yuhang left, Liu Qing settled the bills that needed to be settled and let the villagers go. After the villagers left, Lin Mialan felt exhausted. She wiped her tears and found a way to leave. After Lin Mialan left, the villagers who had come to watch the fun also went home. While no one was around, Liu Qing quickly stored the collected mountain products in the space, and then walked towards the brigade headquarters. As soon as I walked to the front yard of the brigade headquarters, I heard Lin Mialan's vulgar voice. Yuhang, can you listen to my explanation? She thought the woman had gone back to the educated youth camp. It turned out that this shameless bitch had followed Wang Yuhang home. Fortunately, she came back early. If she had come back a little later, this vixen might have bewitched Wang Yuhang. As she quickened her pace toward home, it felt like she was walking on cotton. It was not easy to make Wang Yuhang stop misunderstanding her. She couldn't let this vixen succeed again. She staggered to their backyard and saw Lin Mialan slandering her. Oh my god, look how lazy this woman is. Her home is like a pigsty. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed by having such a loser as your wife? Lin Mialan said to herself. When Wang Yuhang heard Lin Mialan saying that Liu Qing was bad, he pushed her out angrily. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. When he pushed the door open, he ran into Liu Qing, who had hurried back. Wang Yuhang shouted rudely, Lin Mialan, my wife is back. If you don't leave, I'm going to go to the educated youth site to find your leader. Lin Mialan looked at him in disbelief. Does this man really not like pretty girls? She is the flower of the farm. Get out quickly. Hearing the shout, Lin Mialan trembled all over. She thought that with her beauty, she could easily control Wang Yuhang. Unexpectedly, this man was not interested in women at all. If she continued to pester him, Wang Yuhang would definitely hate her even more, so she covered her face and ran away. Chapter 34, Making Yellow Mushroom Sauce. After Lin Mialan ran away, Wang Yu went to Liu Qing, took her basket, and poured the yellow mushrooms in the basket onto the cool board in the house. After cooling the mushrooms, he began to feel uneasy when he saw Liu Qing ignored him. He thought Liu Qing had misunderstood him. He quietly walked over and tugged at the corner of Liu Qing's clothes. Mother, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I really have nothing to do with her except that I hate her. Hearing this, Liu Qing was even more confused. Could it be that Wang Yuhang really had no feelings for the vixen? The book said that he treated her like a treasure. It has been confirmed several times that Wang Yuhang is not interested in her. It seems that the plot after Rebirth is not in line with the book, but a completely new plot. Since it wasn't an old story, she felt much more relaxed. She looked at Wang Yuhang and smiled. I know you won't have any problems with her, but we should just ignore people like this in the future. Seeing that Liu Qing did not misunderstand him, Wang Yuhang finally felt relieved. So, he said attentively, the hot water is ready, why don't you take a bath quickly? Liu Qing nodded and prepared to go into their house to take a shower. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Yuhang came in with a cup of steaming hot water. When Liu Qing saw it, he was frightened and quickly stopped him. I can do it myself, you go out and have a rest. After saying that, he shyly tried to grab the basin of water. Seeing that she was shy, Wang Yuhang joked with her, hey, your leg was injured a few days ago, wasn't it me who made hot water for you? Now that your leg injury has healed, are you starting to separate from me? The two were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Seeing that the two were about to cross the line, Wang Yuhang took a deep breath, controlled his inner rage at the critical moment, and put the washbasin on the chair with a red face. Liu Qing's face turned red, his breathing became rapid, and he lowered his head shyly. I'm outside, call me if you need anything. After saying that, Wang Yuhang quickly left the house. After Wang Yuhang left, Liu Qing pinched her face and began to blame herself for being a loser. Liu Qing, you are such a loser. If you continue like this, when will the man be yours? Why can't you just take action when it's time? After complaining to herself, she started to take a shower. After taking a shower, Liu Qing came out with her hair loose. Wang Yuhang saw her and quickly ran over to hand her a towel. Wrap your hair up quickly. You'll catch a cold if the wind blows on it. Liu Qing felt warm again, her nose felt sore, and she reached out to take the towel. The original owner didn't cherish such a warm-hearted and handsome man and gave him to that vixen bitch. Thank you. Liu Qing looked at Wang Yuhang and said gently. Wang Yuhang waved his hand and said, okay, stop being so polite. I'm your man, and it's my duty to treat you well, right? After that, he went to turn over the bright mushrooms. She secretly hid other people's goods in the space. The reason she didn't put the 20 kilograms of mushrooms was because she was afraid that Wang Yuhang would get suspicious. It has been cloudy these days. If it's so cold indoors, the mushrooms will grow mold in 2 days. Instead, they might as well be made into mushroom sauce. Dad, I don't think we can keep these yellow mushrooms. Why don't we make them into mushroom sauce? What do you think? Liu Qing looked at Wang Yuhang and whispered. Wang Yuhang was worried that the yellow mushrooms would go bad. After hearing Liu Qing's suggestion, he immediately gave her a thumbs up. Mom Do, your suggestion is great. Let's do as you say. We can make mushroom sauce out of the yellow mushrooms. Wang Yuhang agreed, and Liu Qing started to work on it. She first asked Wang Yuhang to wash the yellow mushrooms, chop them into small pieces, put them in a large bowl, put 2 spoons of white wine and 2 spoons of salt in it, and marinate them for a while. While the mushrooms were marinating, she chopped the ginger, onion, garlic and chili into fine pieces and added them to the sauce as a condiment. After the ingredients were prepared and the mushrooms were almost marinated, she started to light the fire and cook the sauce. Heat oil in a pan and fry green onions, peppercorns, chili peppers and minced garlic. When these ingredients are fragrant, add the diced meat into the pan and stir fry. When the meat is almost done, pour the marinated mushrooms into the pan and start to stir fry evenly. When the mushrooms are almost done, add some magic water and start to simmer on low heat. 20 minutes later, a large pot of fragrant mushroom sauce was ready. After it cooled down, she packed the remaining malted milk into the bottle that Doubao had eaten. When Liu Qing saw the packaged mushroom sauce, the first person he thought of was not himself, but Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang will be back in the army in a few days. Bring him a few bottles. Whenever he has a bad taste in his mouth, he can take them out to change the taste. The mushroom sauce was ready, and they had a lot to cook in the evening, so she added some white noodles, blanched some vegetables, and cut some cucumber shreds. After the white noodles are cooked, scoop them into a bowl, rinse them with cold water, add the side dishes, greens, and cucumber shreds, then pour some greasy mushroom sauce on them. Stir evenly with chopsticks, and a bowl of delicious noodles with soybean paste is ready. Wang Yuhang was not satisfied after eating one bowl, so he got another bowl and mixed it all together. Even Doubao, who usually doesn't like noodles, ate a bowl and a half. Not to mention herself, she used to be afraid of getting fat and looking ugly, so she usually didn't dare to finish a bowl of rice. But today, the noodles with soybean sauce were so delicious that she ate 2 big bowls. At this time in the Wang family compound, Lin Mialan came to the Wang family with malted milk and told Mar Dayan about the anger she suffered in the backyard of the brigade headquarters. Mar Dayan jumped up and cursed Liu Qing. Mialan, don't blame Yuhang for being bad. It's all because of that bitch who's in the way. If that bitch wasn't in the way, how could Yuhang not be attracted to you? The reason why Mar Dayan was so angry was that she regarded Liu Qing as her number one enemy, so now Lin Mialan was in her group. In her eyes, it didn't matter who Wang Yuhang's wife was as long as she wasn't Liu Qing. Besides, Lin Mialan is the daughter of her distant cousin. If she really marries Wang Yuhang, they will be even closer relatives, and she will also be able to benefit from Wang Yuhang's influence. Aunt Yun, I'm really at my wit's end. I'm so beautiful, but Wang Yuhang doesn't even look at me. Please think of a way for me to make Yuhang fall in love with me. Get that bumpkin out of here. Lin Mialan pleaded while crying. Mar Dayan patted her hands attentively and tried to persuade her. Mialan, it's very simple to make Yuhang fall in love with you. Just make that bitch disappear. As long as she disappears and gets out, I can guarantee that Yuhang will treasure you. When Lin Mialan heard this, she stopped crying. From his words, she could tell that Mar Dayan hated Liu Qing and wanted Liu Qing to disappear more than she did. It seemed that she had to rely on Mar Dayan's power. Chapter 35. The rabbit gets anxious and starts biting people. Auntie Mar, our 2 families are relatives. If I marry Wang Yuhang, then we will be even closer, right? When the time comes, I will treat you like a real mother and give you living expenses every month. Before Lin Mialan finished speaking, Mar Dayan was so excited that he held Lin Mialan's hand and regretted it. She is really out of her mind. Why didn't she choose Lin Mialan as her wife? At the beginning, she was only concerned about harming Wang Yuhang. She didn't find any good women for him, and only found women with problems. Her purpose was to get more of his betrothal money. She thought she could get a cheap girl to fool Wang Yuhang, but she didn't expect to get a hot potato. If she had no selfish motives and brought Lin Mialan to be her wife, then when Wang Yuhang came back, he would not ask them for money. In order to prevent Lin Mialan from becoming discouraged, she began to fan the flames. Mialan, don't give up. Yuhang might be yours. Look at that bitch. Her face is so pale. She might die any day. Mar Dayan was just talking nonsense. Her purpose was to please Lin Mialan. Who knew that although she said it unintentionally, Lin Mialan took it seriously. Lin Mialan pulled Mar Dayan and asked, Aunt, if that bitch died, would Wang Yuhang like me? Would he marry me? After Lin Mialan asked, her teeth were chattering. Seeing that Lin Mialan took it seriously, Mar Dayan was a little scared and didn't dare to continue fanning the flames. Although she hated Liu Qing to die soon, she was more afraid that if Liu Qing died, she would be implicated. She didn't want to go to jail. She looked at Lin Mialan and smiled. I don't know about that either. You can decide for yourself. After that, she took the pig food and went to feed the pigs. After Mardayan went to feed the pigs, Lin Mialan sneered, "Since that bitch is a stumbling block, let her die." After eating noodles with soybean sauce, Liu Qing's belly was full. She lay on the bed and didn't want to do anything. Wang Yuhang felt full after eating, so he took the initiative to pick up the bowl and go to the kitchen to wash it. She didn't know if it was because she ate too much or was too tired during the day, but when Wang Yuhang didn't come back from washing the dishes, she hugged the little bin bun and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. After breakfast, Wang Yuhang said he was going to the county to do some business. Liu Qing was shy, and only spoke hesitantly 1 minute before Wang Yuhang left, "Please bring me a sanitary pad. I have run out of the one I bought last time." After saying that, she shyly turned her face away. In the 1970s and 1980s, there were no sanitary napkins, and sanitary pads were only sold in the county. You would buy one and fill it with toilet paper, which was considered an advanced defense against period leakage. When Wang Yuhang heard Liu Qing asking him to take women's things, he blushed instantly. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. "Got it. Take care of yourself and the children at home. Don't do any work. I will be back soon." After giving the instructions, he picked up his bag and prepared to go out. Seeing Wang Yuhang carrying his bag and preparing to go out, Doubao ran over quickly and grabbed Wang Yuhang's purse. "Dad, when you finish your work, you must come back quickly, otherwise you won't be able to see Mom," Doubao said with tears in his eyes. Seeing that Doubao even brought up his mother in order to keep him, Wang Yuhang felt jealous. He half knelt down and kissed Doubao on the face, and comforted him with a smile. "Be good, Doubao, listen to your mother at home. Daddy will be back after he finishes his work, so you won't lose your mother." Doubao wiped his tears, looked at Wang Yuhang and nodded. Liu Qing, who was standing by, was afraid that Wang Yuhang would be late for his bus, so she quietly walked over and held Doubao's hand. "Do, let Daddy go quickly. If he leaves too late you won't be able to take the bus. Can Mommy play with you?" Liu Qing asked gently. Doubao pouted and waved his hand at Wang Yuhang. "Goodbye, Dad." Wang Yuhang smiled and nodded, then left with his briefcase. After Wang Yuhang left, Liu Qing took Doubao back to their house. "As soon as I returned to their house, I heard someone outside shouting, 'Yuhang wife, is Yuhang wife here?'" Liu Qing opened the door and walked out. Seeing that it was a fellow villager, she asked politely, "Aunt, why are you calling me? Yuhang wife, are you still collecting mountain products today?" She was collecting mountain products yesterday because it was cloudy and rainy, and she was afraid that the villagers' mountain products would go bad, so she came to help everyone. Now that the weather is clear, the mountain products will not go so bad, so she decided not to continue collecting them. "Aunts, I won't collect the mountain products for now. I collected so much yesterday, enough to last for a while." After saying this, Liu Qing smiled. After hearing Liu Qing say that he would not accept the goods anymore, the aunts did not complain. They could understand Liu Qing. After all, he was not a professional receiver. After the aunts left, Doubao insisted on going to Nanan's house to play hide and seek, so she sent Doubao over there to play. Doubao went out to play, and Liu Qing was bored at home, so she went to the old well in the village to fetch some water and prepared to clean the floor at home. Just as she was carrying the bucket across the ditch, she felt someone push her hard from behind, and she fell straight into the deep ditch. In desperation, in order to save her life, she had to drop the bucket, cover her head with her hands, and let her body roll in the ditch. "She won't survive this time, right? Is she going to die again? How long have you just come here? Am I going to die again?" She originally thought that after traveling into a book, she could live happily and no longer have to accept the tragedy of death. Unexpectedly, she did not get what she wanted. When she felt she was going to die, the handsome image of Wang Yuhang appeared in her mind. Nothing had happened between her and this handsome man yet, she couldn't just die like this. Wouldn't this be a bargain for the LJ who wants to be the heroine? A vixen? Then she stretched out her foot and glared at him, as if breaking, and he stopped rolling down the ditch instantly. Although he stopped, his head was still dizzy and his body was in excruciating pain. Since she feels pain, she should not be dead, right? When she was about to faint from the pain, she endured the pain and crawled up the ditch. Pain and numbness mixed together and she began to tremble all over. Fortunately, she did not die from the fall. If she had really died, no one would have known who pushed her. The villagers thought that she fell to death because of her own weakness. She crawled on the ground and thought carefully, who would kill her? In this village, besides Mar Dayan and Xu Huanghua, the only one who had a grudge against her was Lin Mialan from the educated youth camp. When she mentioned Lin Mialan, she thought of what happened yesterday. The one who wanted her to die the most this time must be Lin Mialan. She tried to seduce Wang Yuhang but to no avail, and sued her for profiteering but failed, so she could only take revenge in this way. She secretly swore in her heart, Liu Qing, you must not die, you must go back alive and make Lin Mialan, who framed you, pay the price. Chapter 36, Healing in the Magical Space. Thinking of revenge, Liu Qing suddenly felt no pain and crawled forward desperately. After climbing 10 meters, she was exhausted and could not crawl forward any further, so she used her hands to support herself to stand up. After sitting down, the pain in her body activated and she lifted her clothes to check the wound. There were more than a dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body. In order to relieve the pain, she remembered the magic water in the magical space. So she took out the Buddhist beads, and when the beads glowed, her consciousness had already arrived in the space. After entering the space, she first scooped some magic water from the lake and washed her wounds. After washing, the wounds were not as painful anymore, but with so many wounds on the body, it was impossible to heal them quickly. If Wang Yuhang came back and saw so many injuries on her body, he would definitely be very worried. From then on, even if there was something urgent to do, he would not dare to leave her behind to do it, because she did not want to become a burden. Thinking of this, she thought of the Ganoderma lucidum. She heard from others that Ganoderma lucidum can stop bleeding and swelling, and can also help heal wounds. She broke off some Ganoderma lucidum, crushed it with her hands to squeeze out the juice, and applied it on the wound. The wound no longer hurt, and she no longer felt so uncomfortable, and she fell asleep unknowingly. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she opened her eyes, she was so scared that she almost screamed. It's amazing. After applying the Ganoderma lucidum, the wound not only stopped hurting, but actually disappeared. Only the scar is still a little red. Liu Qing touched it in disbelief, but the scar was indeed gone. The backyard of the brigade headquarters. After Wang Yuhang finished his business in the county, he hurried back home without even having dinner. A lot of things happened in the past few days. He was not at home, and he was always worried, always afraid that the bad guys would come to harass him again. In fact, he regretted not bringing the mother and daughter with him when he arrived at the village in the morning. He wanted to turn back and pick them up, but he happened to meet an acquaintance who was doing business with him, and he was pulled into the bus. Mother of the child. Doubao. Wang Yuhang shouted as he walked. As soon as I ran to the backyard, Doubao's little playmate's mother spoke to me. Brother Yuhang, Doubao was playing with my nan. It was getting dark and Doubao's mom didn't come to pick him up, so I sent him back. But Doubao's mom wasn't home either. When Wang Yuhang heard this, his bag fell to the ground. If she's not at home, where can she go? Before Wang Yuhang finished speaking, Doubao ran over crying. Dad, Mom has been kidnapped by bad guys, Dad, hurry up and save her. Wang Yuhang reached out and held Doubao in his arms. Don't be afraid, Mom will be fine. Dad will take you to find Mom now. Wang Yuhang and Doubting had just walked to the door when Secretary Liu came running over with a few people. Yuhang, we heard a child crying in the front yard, so we ran over to hear you say that your wife is missing, right? Secretary Liu asked nervously. Wang Yuhang nodded seriously. I don't know where he went, but is not at home now. As soon as Wang Yuhang finished speaking, an auntie who ran over said, Yuhang, don't be too anxious. We saw your wife fetching water from the ancient well a few hours ago. I guess she didn't go far. Another sister-in-law followed suit. Yes, it's true. We talked for a few words when she was fetching water. She also told me that Yuhang went to the county to do some work. After listening to the clues from the villagers, Wang Yuhang suppressed his worries and said, Thank you, fellow villagers. I, Yuhang, will remember your kindness. After saying that, he strode out with the bean bun in his arms. Seeing that it was getting dark, it was inconvenient for Wang Yuhang to go out with the child in his arms to look for someone, so Nan's mother Qi Qingyun ran over. Yuhang, give Doubao to me. It will be dark soon. It's not convenient to go out to look for people with Doubao in your arms, and you might scare the child. After saying that, he took Doubao over. Doubao is usually very annoying and doesn't like to stay with outsiders, but this time he was very obedient and was carried away by Qi Qingyun without crying or making a fuss. Wang Yuhang touched Doubao's head and said, "Do, play with your aunt first. Dad will pick you up after he finds Mom." Doubao didn't cry or make a fuss, but nodded obediently. At this time, Secretary Liu asked someone to go to the brigade headquarters to get a few flashlights, and followed Wang Yuhang out to look for people. Liu Qing looked at the wound in disbelief, then quickly left the space. When she came out of the space and saw that it was dark, she was shocked. How could she have slept for so long? So, she walked towards the brigade headquarters with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. As she walked on the road, she kept hitting her head, complaining about why she slept so soundly. It was dark and she hadn't returned yet. Doubao must have been worried and crying. If Wang Yuhang didn't see her when he came back, wouldn't he be extremely worried? As she walked, she thought about the incident of being pushed. If she guessed correctly, the person who wanted to kill her was Lin Mialan. Because she felt that Wang Yuhang ignored her because she was in trouble. The book describes Lin Mialan as a powerful person who can seduce men and is a business elite. It turns out that her success was achieved by drinking other people's blood. It seems that this woman is just as bad as in the book, but it is not shown in the book because she is the heroine in the book, making others think she is a saint and does bad things in secret. But now, Wang Yuhang is not interested in her. She cannot be the pampered heroine, so she starts to do it openly. Thinking of this, Liu Qing snorted with a cold look in his eyes. Since the enemy has taken action, she will fight back from today and cannot let the bad guys succeed. Mar Dayan's home. The family was having dinner and chatting happily. Especially Lin Mialan, who came to eat for free. She was humming a little song while eating, because they had heard that Liu Qing was missing. Suddenly, Xu Huanghua looked at Lin Mialan and asked, "Mialan, do you think that bitch will fall into the ancient well and drown?" Lin Mialan was humming a song, but when she heard Xu Huanghua's question, she actually sang loudly and happily. "Is it good to let her fall into the well? If she dies, we will all benefit. Her life will be redundant," Lin Mialan said proudly. Hearing their conversation, Mar Dayan on the side chuckled. "If that bitch dies, Wang Yuhang will definitely come back with the child and continue to give us living expenses. People say that 3 women make a drama, and this is true." Hearing the 3 of them chattering, Wang Chengshan on the side said, "All 3 of you shut up. We don't even know whether she is dead or alive. What are you doing guessing at home? If she is really dead, and someone hears what you say and reports her, you will be the ones arrested." When Wang Chengshan said this, the 3 of them immediately covered their mouths and rubbed the goosebumps on their bodies. Chapter 37. Did you see who pushed you? Wang Yuhang walked in front and asked everyone he met, "Have you seen Liu Qing? She was still at home when I left, but she disappeared when I came back." "No, I didn't see it." When she saw the villagers shaking their heads in denial one by one, she felt so heartbroken. She and this woman finally spent a few happy days together, and he even said that he would write a report when he returned to the army, and then get a marriage certificate with her after the department approved it. If she really had an accident, he would never forgive himself in his life. Just when he was overwhelmed with self-blame, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and ran over. Liu Qing saw a tall figure running towards him. Who did she recognize at first sight? This is her handsome husband Wang Yuhang. He came to see her again, and she felt very happy instantly. At this moment, she realized that she had already regarded Wang Yuhang as a relative. He ran over and saw that the figure was Liu Qing. He didn't care about the villagers laughing at him. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her hard on the face. "Where have you been? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Before Liu Qing had time to feel shy, this guy shouted excitedly, "Fellow villagers, I found her. I found my wife. She is here." Hearing the shouts, the villagers all ran over. When they ran over, they saw Wang Yuhang was hugging Liu Qing and kissing her. The villagers were also tactful. After all, the couple had just experienced separation, so they were embarrassed to disturb them and quietly left the scene. After the villagers left, Wang Yuhang slowly let go of Liu Qing. At this moment, Liu Qing, in front of Wang Yuhang, was like a child who had done something wrong. She said nothing and just snuggled in his arms in a daze. "Qing, didn't I tell you that the ancient well is dangerous? Don't go to fetch water again in the future, and I won't let our family suffer from water shortage again." The man looked at Liu Qing and said with a satisfied voice. After saying that, before Liu Qing could answer, she rolled up her sleeves worriedly to check if she was injured. She felt relieved only after she carefully checked and found no obvious scars. She touched Liu Qing's hair and asked gently, "Were you scared and crying just now? Look at your eyes, they are swollen like peaches." Liu Qing looked at him and shook her head. To be honest, she had never been scared, let alone cried. Seeing Liu Qing shaking her head, Wen Yuhang reached out and pinched her nose. "Are you embarrassed to admit it? Your eyes betray you. I'll use saline solution to flatten you when we get back." Liu Qing glanced at her. What did this man think of her? Could such a small thing scare her to tears? When he was not at home, she had defeated the wife of the village bully. How could she cry over a trivial matter? The guy suddenly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his sexy pecs again. Before she could stop him, Wen Yuhang had already taken off his shirt and put it on her. After putting on the clothes, Wen Yuhang said lovingly, "Let's go. I'll carry you home." After saying that, Wen Yuhang picked her up like a princess. When they returned to the brigade headquarters, they saw many enthusiastic villagers still waiting for them. Seeing Wen Yuhang bringing Liu Qing back, the villagers cheered with joy. He's back. Liu Qing is back safe and sound. God has really opened his eyes. Good people will be safe. That's right, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing everyone so happy, there is no need to ask this woman, in everyone's mind she is not a bad person. Otherwise, people would not care whether you live or die. She held Liu Qing in her arms and bowed deeply to the villagers. "Fellow villagers, thank you for your concern. My wife is fine, she just got lost. Let's all go back." After that, she carried Liu Qing back to their house. The physical contact made Liu Qing's heart beat faster. Looking at the handsome and doting man in front of her, she had ridiculous thoughts. Wang Yuhang couldn't always be just her husband in name only, she wanted to make him her actual husband as soon as possible. Just as Liu Qing was daydreaming, Wang Yuhang gently put her on the bed. I thought Wang Yuhang really thought he was lost, but who knew he was just pretending, and brought it up again when he got home. "Tell me, what happened just now? You weren't lost at all." Wang Yuhang looked very serious and didn't seem to be asking casually. Liu Qing was afraid that her going to the space to heal her injuries would be suspected, so she had to tell the truth. "I'm not lost. You guessed it right. I fetched some water at noon and was about to carry it home. When I was walking downhill, someone pushed me into the ditch from behind. I fainted. When I woke up, I saw you coming to find me." After listening to Liu Qing's explanation, Wang Yuhang didn't think it was outrageous at all, because he had thought of this a long time ago. "Who pushed you? Did you see it?" Wang Yuhang asked seriously. Although she had no definite evidence as to who pushed her, she could feel that the person was Lin Mialan, so she said it without hesitation. "Lin Mialan." Hearing this name, Wang Yuhang stomped his feet in anger and said, "I guess that she was up to no good. She wants to go to jail and eat porridge." After saying that, he looked at Liu Qing and began to explain. "I will investigate this matter. If it is true, I will not let her off. But we don't have any concrete evidence right now, so we'd better not tell anyone else." After listening to the explanation, Liu Qing nodded gently. "Got it, I'll listen to you." Seeing Liu Qing's exhausted face, Wang Yuhang felt uncomfortable. If it weren't for him, that damn woman wouldn't have been so cruel. "How about I take you to the county hospital now? See if you have any brain damage." Wang Yuhang looked at Liu Qing's worried suggestion. "Go to the hospital." Liu Qing looked at Wang Yuhang in disbelief. "What time is it now? Is this guy sane? Is there any car going to the county now?" "Yes, go to the hospital. At worst, I can go to the countryside to rent a carriage." After saying that, he stood up and went to look for the things he needed to take into the city. Seeing that Wang Yuhang didn't seem to be joking, Liu Qing quickly tried to stop him. She didn't want to take a carriage to the county overnight. If she did, her head wouldn't be damaged, but she would suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from being thrown by the carriage. "Dad, you'd better not go. I promise that I didn't suffer any internal injuries to my head. My mind is clear now and I don't feel any pain." After saying that, he recited the multiplication formula to Wang Yuhang. Seeing that Liu Qing was able to recite the scriptures quite smoothly, and that he did not seem to have any internal injuries to his brain, Wang Yuhang finally put his mind at ease. "Since Liu Qing doesn't want to go, let's observe first. If it really doesn't work, we can go to the hospital tomorrow. Okay, stop carrying me. If you don't want to go to the hospital, just lie down and rest for a while. After saying that, Wang Yuhang pulled a blanket over her and covered her with it. Chapter 38. Two people covered with one quilt. In the Wang family compound. When Lin Mialan, Ma Dayan, and Xu Huanghua were dreaming that Liu Qing would disappear, Wang Qinghang, who had gone out to watch the fun, came back and said to them, "Don't be happy, Wang Yuhang has taken that woman home." When Lin Mialan heard this, she jumped up in anger. "That bitch is so lucky, how could she come back again? Why wouldn't God take her away?" After scolding, Liu Qing grabbed Wang Qinghang and started interrogating him. "Are you telling the truth? Did you see it with your own eyes? Or did you just hear it from the villagers?" Lin Mialan asked in disbelief. Wang Qinghang saw that Lin Mialan's eyes were full of murderous intent, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He glanced at her and said coldly, "Of course I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Don't interrogate me here." After that, he quickly went into the house. Seeing that Wang Qinghang didn't seem to be joking, Lin Mialan fell to the ground. Liu Qing lay on the bed and rested for a while, feeling uncomfortable all over. She was such a clean person, but the thought of rolling back and forth in the deep ditch made her feel sick. She wanted to wash herself clean before resting. "Dad, can you help me boil some hot water? I feel very uncomfortable all over and want to take a bath." "Okay, I'll go and burn it now." Before Liu Qing finished speaking, Wang Yuhang quickly nodded in agreement. In fact, when he brought Liu Qing back just now, he wanted to suggest that she take a bath first, but he was afraid that Liu Qing would be scared, so he didn't dare to say much. Wang Yuhang went into the kitchen to boil water. Liu Qing quickly got out of bed, found her underwear in the private cabinet, and quickly hid it under the pillow. A few minutes later, Wang Yuhang boiled the hot water. He came over with a large basin full of hot water. He took out a large basin from their home, poured the hot water into it, and then scooped some cold water into it. After the hot water and cold water were mixed, he looked at Liu Qing and asked in a low voice, "Hey, do you want me to help you wash?" Just his words, "help you wash," instantly embarrassed Liu Qing. She glanced at Wang Yuhang and said, "Why do you say that? You are so shameless." After that, she pushed his back and pushed him out. "Get out. I don't need you." If outsiders saw this, they would think that they were just flirting with each other. Liu Qing ruthlessly pushed Wang Yuhang to the door. He shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "I don't think I'm shameless. I'm at the door. If you need me, just call me." Liu Qing glared at him jokingly and said, "Don't worry. I won't call you. How far can you go?" After saying that, he closed the door with a click. After the door was closed, Liu Qing let himself go, quickly walked to the bathtub, and slipped into the hot water basin. If she hadn't taken a shower, she would have thought the wound had healed. But once the wound came into contact with water, it started to ache again. 20 minutes later, Liu Qing finished washing, changed into clean and fragrant clothes, and then opened the door. Wang Yuhang said nothing, walked into the house quickly, and took out the dirty water that Liu Qing had used to wash and poured it out. After pouring out the dirty water, Wang Yuhang sat next to her and said, "Come here, let me massage you, and it won't hurt tomorrow." After that, he took Liu Qing's arm and started massaging it. Liu Qing was injured after all, but the wound was forced to heal. Wang Yuhang rubbed her and she cried out in pain. "Slow down, gently." Wang Yuhang usually dotes on her, but this time he did not let go when she cried out in pain. Instead, he increased his strength and said, "Bear with it. If you don't push the tendons and activate the blood circulation, you will suffer unbearable pain tomorrow." After saying that, he continued to massage. After hearing what Wang Yuhang said, Liu Qing gritted her teeth, sniffed, and endured the pain to let him continue kneading. After massaging her arms, Wang Yuhang started massaging her back. Liu Qing was so embarrassed that she closed her eyes and didn't dare to open them to look. After Wang Yuhang kneaded her whole body, Doubao was sent back. Seeing Liu Qing coming back, Doubao ran over. "Mom, my mom is back." After saying that, she climbed onto the bed and started to make out with Liu Qing. Just now, Liu Qing was in so much pain that she was crying. But after seeing Doubao, she felt no pain at all. Wang Yuhang thanked Nan Nan's mother, gave her some mountain products to express his gratitude, and then sent her away. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Doubao making trouble on Liu Qing, so he ran over quickly. No matter how well behaved Doubao was, he was still a child after all. He was afraid and didn't know the seriousness of the situation. He hurt Liu Qing, so he patted Doubao on the head and said, "Doubao, Daddy will coax you to sleep, okay? Mommy is not feeling well, let Mommy have a good rest." If he had said this in the past, Doubao would definitely nod in agreement. But today, his words seemed to have no effect. Not only did Doubao not let him hug him, but he hugged Liu Qing even tighter. "No. No. I just want my mother." Afraid that Wang Yuhang would worry, Liu Qing looked at him and explained, "Don't worry, Doubao won't hurt me. He just wants me to kiss him and I'll coax him to sleep." After that, she patted Doubao's back and recited a lullaby. By the time Wang Yuhang had packed up his things, Doubao had already fallen asleep after being coaxed by her. Wang Yuhang gently carried Doubao to her sleeping feet. He planned to take care of her sleep at night so that Liu Qing could have a good sleep. In the middle of the night, it started raining outside again. It is the beginning of autumn these 2 days. Although it is still hot during the day, it has become cooler at night. Especially on rainy days, the house is even colder. Liu Qing was covered with an old quilt. Wang Yuhang was afraid that Doubao would get cold, so he covered Doubao with the quilt he had just sewn. There were 3 people in the house, and he was the only one without a quilt, so he lay there curled up. Seeing that Wang Yuhang was shivering with cold, Liu Qing pulled her quilt over to him and said, "Lie over here, we'll share one quilt." After the quilt covered both of their bodies, they were now sleeping in the same bed. She had thought that sleeping in the same bed with this man would make her sleepless all night, fearing that he was dishonest. Unexpectedly, after sleeping with Wang Yuhang, not only was he not dishonest, but he also took good care of her. She seemed more at ease, and fell asleep in a short while. After Liu Qing fell asleep, he had a nightmare. He dreamed of being pushed into a deep ditch. He was so scared that he started shaking all over. Wang Yuhang just happened to be awake. He was still analyzing the incident of Liu Qing being pushed into the ditch. Suddenly he saw Liu Qing trembling. He knew without asking that she was frightened by what happened during the day, so he hugged Liu Qing. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm by your side. No one can hurt you." Hearing Wang Yuhang's comforting voice, Liu Qing rubbed against his arms and hugged him tighter.